Peace and respect. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. And for the second time today, we are blessed with Ed. And I was listening to Muslim Metaphysician while Ed was backstage, and something that Jake said caught your attention, Ed. Would you bring that back up for the audience?
Yes, it's good to be here. Respect and peace back to you, Richard. And what caught the corner of my eye was why would God become a human?
And what's interesting about that?
Because God is the human idea of a perfect being with a perfect conscious mind. Okay, it is the ultimate, not human, but human-like, which is beyond whatever it is. Is the creator of everything. He created not only humans, but the ants and the I don't know, the cougars who rip off rabbits' necks as well, and you know what I mean, all those weird stuff, and he chose to be a human. Why?
It's a great question, truly. There is that standard Christian conception in many Christian churches, so long as you don't go too far back. If you go into very early Christianity, those kinds of beliefs aren't held. But to address what we're dealing with today from Christians, there are severe problems with the idea of Christ Jesus being divine, in the sense that he has all of the aspects of God, yet is God, yet the Father is God, yet the Father has experience that Christ doesn't have. So these kinds of contradictions are summated in the logical problem of the Trinity, which I believe is resolvable in the Bible, but it's not resolvable within standard Christianity.
Is this the difference between the Orthodoxy, the Eastern Orthodoxy, and the Catholics?
I don't know the details of that. I can't answer.
The fact that the Son doesn't proceed from the Father, but on the Catholics it doesn't matter if it proceeds from the Father or not, and stuff like that. No.
Okay, so some ecumenical council of the Catholic Church said, and I really don't care because it's anti-biblical, so I know very little about it, actually. I only know that they don't work in reality and why.
Richard.
That Christ is eternally begotten, which is contradictory within two words.
Yes. Everything about Christianity is biblical.
Interpretively, but yes, biblically based.
Eternally begotten.
Yeah, I think that's actually impossible.
You mean like in cycles, or what do you mean by eternally begotten?
First, I don't.
You're right. It's
First
weird.
of all, I don't mean it. I think it's logically impossible. Okay, I only know that that's what they say because I've read the Credo, or whatever you want to call it. Their faith statement. I've read that, and that's from within the Catholic, Roman Catholic faith statement.
Them are saying that.
Yes, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think you can even derive that from the Bible unless you adopt the idea that we have to be the only earth ever. Now, if you let go of that, and necessarily you have to from within the Bible, then you can say Jesus Christ is a description of a job, which it is. I can go into great detail why it's a job description.
He's the Savior, yes.
And anyone who does it is a Jesus Christ. in which case there has always been the idea of, or the job of, Jesus Christ, in which case it was forever. But that's not a person forever, that's a situation forever.
How much forever in the past could you go, Richard?
How much what in the past?
How much forever in the past could you go?
Oh. Well, you can't go forever into the past. I said it expressively. You're technically correct. There is no actual infinite. That's a mathematical thing, not an actual thing.
Oh, okay. So infinite regress is not possible to you.
Which is why there's a beginning story. I mean, concerning the what is Homo sapiens sapien, or human or man, there's a beginning of that story,
Well,
which is
you see,
necessary, or you're faced with an infinite regress.
there is always a beginning story. There is always a beginning story for a sentient being, but for the previous sentient being, there is another beginning story that ends at the beginning story of the other sentient being. You know, there is a chain of histories.
Well, if you know this American expression, let me spin you a yarn.
Okay.
Some planet that was Earth-like very, very long ago, and an undisclosed location. I do not know. It does not mention where this planet is. It had an ancient atmosphere that had plenty of the building blocks for life chemically there. And abiogenesis happened, resulting in many, many different kinds of simple life forms, and eventually resulting in something that won. You could say it won the race, you know, that it became the dominant species. They became technologically advanced enough that they started messing around with genetics. So they took animals that were naturally in their environment. We know them as the great apes. And they started messing with the genetics of the great apes, trying to create the perfect slave. Peace and respect, easy. And Crypta, if I didn't say hello. What?
Yes. Hello to everyone. Cryptomeria and Easy. But you said they did that to them.
They the
Who
dominant
they?
species, which were some kind of bovinidae, some kind of bovine type animal, and it was able to mess with the great apes genetically.
Which the great apes were not a bovine type of
No,
animals.
obviously not.
How do we know there are bovine type of animals? How do
Well, it's a
we
lot of
recognize?
conjecture and a lot of folklore. But
Are you gonna say horns?
evil. What's that?
Are you gonna say
Actually,
horns?
yes, I'm going to say goat-like legs and horns and a pan flute, and I'm
Okay.
literally going to
Okay.
say that. Which
Okay.
that's why I think yes, twice in one day, peace and respect, Harpo Blues.
By the way, just a sidetrack. Do you know that we are evolving towards
Always,
crabs?
we're evolving. What?
Towards crabs.
I don't understand what you meant.
We are gonna become crabs. You know,
We
crabs,
we are going to become crabs. I know what a
yeah,
crab is. Yeah.
lobsters. Technically, there's a hypothesis that is quasi verified, and we put ourselves in the future, like, and it appears that we are going to evolve more hard shell than soft skin. So we are going towards crab-like uh, body than human-like body.
That's entirely possible. I hope we find how to manipulate the environment so that doesn't happen, because that just doesn't sound sexy to me. But maybe that's a personal preference or a social structure that I'm referring to there.
Would you do you think that crab-like bodies wouldn't believe in God?
I don't know. Peace and respect, Big Zebra. I don't know what we would be so distant from what we are now and how we would feel, think, believe. I have no idea.
I think we would believe in God, regardless of our shape, and because the brain will be this brain will be the same in the next brain in 1,000 years. It will be a part of it, but it will be there. It will part of the 1,000-year brain from now.
It's just too far to experiment into. I have no idea. I mean, it's
Yeah, yeah.
I have
It's a
objections to
it's
the
it's it's a thought experiment. Yeah. I'm
the
sorry.
movie Lucy,
Yeah.
where
Yes.
there's
Yes.
forced evolution in a singular human being.
Hmm.
And she becomes extremely logical and emotionless and inconsiderate of human beings, seeing some other picture that other humans can't see during this process. I think that's wrong. I think the more evolved we become, the more empathetic we become. Actually, more like the scene where she's calling her mom on the phone and she says, "I remember the taste of your breast milk, and every kiss you
Oh,
ever laid on my face," and things like that. I think would
yeah.
be more true to our nature. Actually,
Do you actually believe that we are going towards better?
I don't know what you mean by better. There isn't a better.
Better than what we are now?
Only different.
Anyway.
There's no better. Like I suck at being at the bottom of the Marianas Trench.
Okay.
I
Okay.
would suck at that. I would be dead in a like 3 to 300 milliseconds. I'd be dead. I'd be crushed.
Yes. But do you think our morals would improve in time? I mean, if we take the Old Testament and the last 4,000 years history, we've gone through a lot of hard times, and we end up with the LGBTQ rights and same-sex marriage and I don't know, stuff that is impossible like 15 years ago.
You mean like human rights for all humans? That would be okay.
But do you see a trend towards improvement of humanity, or do you see a natural progress towards human species? Do you know what I mean? Is, is it
I
better
think
or
maybe I don't.
is it better or is it normal?
I don't think there's a better at all. I
Okay.
think that what is better is what environment you're in. Now, if we can create a perfectly homogenous, perfectly healthy, permanent utopian society in which we control all factors of our environment and that allows us to be stabilized in evolutionary process so that we don't become something different, then we could say something like the human being is A requires rules, 1 through 1,000. We have those rules and now they work and we can keep those rules forever.
Do you think we are out of the evolutionary process?
No, I think as long as our environment's changing, we will
But
be evolving to the environment.
we can alter our environment.
Yes, we can.
We can make our own pool, genetic pool.
Yes. Yeah, we've done it a few times in select groups.
So I don't want to say eugenics and stuff, but we can do
Well,
eugenics pretty much.
yeah, we understand it fully, I think.
So how does that reflect on our species in the future? Do you think?
Okay, here's the plan in place as I read it. Okay,
Hmm.
to consume, absorb the waters of life. Probably has some chemical protein in it that releases the rest of our genetic material, which is presently not coding the some 15% that they call quote unquote junk DNA. That release of those genetics makes us in about a 7-year naturalistic process of body change, body replacement, that would make any one of us into an angel. And you would be completely coding for what you were originally meant to be, which you aren't right now. And that animal fits quite well into the utopian heaven.
Okay, I have several problems.
Okay, good.
I heard what you originally meant to be, which I deserve an explanation to that,
Of course, it was leading. Yes, that's on purpose.
and heaven.
Yes. Heaven, a series of spaceships, a fleet of spaceships.
Battlestar Galactica.
What's that?
Battlestar Galactica style?
Sure, fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Only not those shapes and colors. We have the shapes and colors of them.
We do.
Yes, it's described in all the stories that I've found. I mean,
We
that's
have
what
the
this thing is behind.
shape of the ships
Color.
and colors.
Decorations, size, all that. Yeah.
And Hollywood said nothing about it.
And who?
And Hollywood said nothing about it. Hollywood.
Christians don't even talk about it. How would Hollywood talk about it?
Okay. Okay, I beg your pardon. Okay. go
There
on.
could be some
I'm sorry.
creative playwright writing a story about the physical heaven right now. I don't know. And
Physical heaven. That's
the waters of life or fountain of youth has already been located in our genetic material. It's just locked up. It's not coding.
okay.
That literally we know we have the ability, it's already encoded in us that we have the ability to create enough, I think it's telomerase, that repairs or maintains the ends of our telomeres, which means effectively we'd stop
Exactly,
aging
yeah.
if that was coding. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
So there are, including a mammal, there are about 30 species on this planet right now that we know of, which essentially do not age. Something has to kill them. They have to be affected by a disease or an injury or something like that
All right.
in order to die. And we have that same potential. In fact, it looks like all the animals here have that potential.
What animal is that? If I can, if I may.
The mammal, it's a northern Atlantic whale.
And that whale does not age. It just dies.
No, what do you mean it just dies? No, it has to be killed. It doesn't just die. It doesn't,
doesn't?
die. That's the point.
No whale, an immortal whale.
And well, not immortal, but eternal.
Because it's immortal if it's killed, but it's eternal if it's not killed. If it's not
Right.
harmed. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. It can be killed. It doesn't have magical powers. It's not
Yeah,
immortal.
I
in
know.
that
I know.
sense.
It's
Okay.
like the vampires in
Something like that. Yes.
Lestat. I haven't heard about this. Why I haven't heard about this? This is huge news.
It's not popular. And I'll tell you why it's not popular. It raises a lot of questions. Like to the theist, what does it mean that there's an eternal mammal already on this planet? What does that mean to a theist? Oh, well, that's trouble. To the atheist, it makes one of the promises of the Christian plausible. Well, that's trouble. Neither one of them want to talk about it.
To be fair, Richard, I'll have to look into that. This sounds very intriguing, and it's an eternal being, which is not an ape
Right.
on this earth. Deserves more.
And I could have the
We'll
name
touch
of the
about-
whale wrong.
No, that's
So
okay.
I wouldn't trust my memory on that, but instead just look up non-aging animals. Like who was going to Google that? Just Google that.
Are you daring me?
Sure. There's a list. There's like, I never counted them, but there's like 30 of them.
Non-aging animals. However, a few species can escape the aging process completely. The immortal jellyfish,
That's one of them.
Turritopsis dorni, to date, there is only one species that has been called biologically immortal. the jellyfish. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Okay, so there are animals that we consider them immortal. That's fucking amazing. I'm sorry.
Is that a little surprising
It's-
to you?
Yes, it's very surprising to me.
Yeah,
Why?
I thought it must be true if the line in the Bible, if I'm reading it correctly, and it's a true statement. There's in the text it reads, "Yet that man has flesh, his days shall be numbered." Well, the implication of that is that flesh is supposed to live forever, but there's this limit on the flesh, and I thought, well, that can't be true. So I looked up animals that don't age, because that's the claim. There's flesh that doesn't age.
Well, according to the article, it's not like an individual animal is living for like thousands of years and
Yes, there are.
Is it?
Yes.
Because according to what I see is there is a cycle in an individual animal that goes
For
from
that jellyfish, you're right. For that jellyfish, you are right. It actually returns to like a
Yeah.
very youthful, simple state, and it can be in stasis, like in that state for quite some time if necessary. But then it just grows again, and then it can shuck its adultness back into this simple state, which is really interesting.
Yes, that's I put the link in the public chat. I don't know if I have access in the chat, but
Well,
anyway,
I'll tell you what. Enter anything into the public chat, please. And if you're not a moderator, you've been trustworthy. I have no cause to keep you out of moderation. So just write hi in the regular chat
okay.
or anything.
Isn't it weird that I mean, no, aging is part of our reality.
Right now, yes. By
What do you
golly,
write
you are
now?
not a mod. Why not? You're a
It's-
mod now.
It's aging has been a reality for ages.
So funny you use the word
I know,
ages
it
to
is.
describe that, right? You almost can't get around it, yeah?
Isn't it God named in the Bible the good old guy? What was the, I'm trying to translate from another language now. The one that is enough with days. Is that making sense with you?
Ancient of Days
Yes.
is how the Bible, the King James Version translates that. Yeah, the Ancient of Days.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Ancient of Days, which means that you had so many days that you don't want any more days. Like
You could have that idea, yeah.
we as mortal.
Suddenly your microphone became very, very muted, very muffled.
Am I okay? Am I not okay? Am I?
You're okay. Yeah, it's good.
Is okay?
Yeah, it's okay. I think maybe when you turned your head, but it could have been coincidental. I could be wrong.
Am I okay now? Am I okay
Yeah, it's
now?
good.
Okay
It's
now.
good.
Okay.
Both cases, all three's good.
Okay. I'm gonna minimize a little bit of my mic. Is that okay?
It's good.
Perfect. Marvelous. What was I? We mortal coils and the scum of the earth. We think about immortal things. We think about things that are not only beyond us, but beyond our imagination, beyond our capabilities of even imagine those kind of stuff.
It's very
And-
strange to us, yes.
We seem to be entangled in that, and sometimes for some people it means their entire life they dedicate their entire life to those kind of things.
Like defeating
Uh,
diseases. Yeah.
how well I'm mostly towards imaginary things.
Yeah, quahogs are another one.
Mm.
Of course, that's a kind of a clam. It's rather, I mean, compared to a human being, it's genetically simple.
They have legs, isn't it? Clam have legs, or
They have
one leg.
pseudopods. They have a pseudopod, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So they move from one place to another. Richard, what? Because we were talking on the other stream about darkness, and
Yeah.
it seems that for humans to explain darkness is a very difficult thing. We can all explain light and joy and happiness, and everything is colorful and rainbowy. And Matt Pig, you're fucking late, but it's good to see you, Matt Pig. Good to see you. Okay, by the way, and we miss you. What was I saying? Darkness. We can all explain the good stuff in our lives, but it seems that the the darkness in our hearts, the darkness in our eyes, the darkness in our day-to-day life even is very hard to explain, and is very hard to put into not only words but in whatever is not words.
Hmm.
Why do you think is that? Uh, why do you think is that hard to do that? Why do you think light is easier than darkness?
Well, it's really interesting because we get false positives about dangerous things to keep us alive all the time. Why don't we concentrate more on darkness and have better words to describe what darkness is?
Exactly.
It's a great
It's
question.
counterintuitive.
It's a great question. Perhaps some part of where and what we are didn't involve darkness.
Are we afraid of darkness? Do you think?
Are we naturally afraid of darkness? I don't think so. I think children
However,
have to be taught to be afraid of darkness.
but aren't children in the womb all they can see is darkness?
That's not true.
Which, according to Light and uh, I don't remember the guy's name, but they can see something behind their eyes. No,
That was light and
no, no,
fire.
no,
Yeah,
no. Children in the womb can see light in the womb.
I believe that's been shown. Yes.
Yeah, they're not in total darkness in any
Right.
way. Do you have a question to ask me, Richard? If you
I'm
think,
sorry, I wasn't able to understand that past the tobacco pouch.
I'm sorry. Do you have a question to ask me?
Probably about 1,000 of them.
Because I have been asking you a lot of questions, and I don't want
It's
to
okay.
bombard you with my
It's
stuff.
okay. I live to represent and explain my position that I've adopted because I think it's the only possible truth, and I think it helps people accept reality. And when people accept reality, they're more joyful eventually. So I want people to be joyful, if you can believe that. Um, Questions I would have for you: where you grew up, were there a lot of religious people?
Yes.
Yes.
I grew up as an ex-JW, as an ex-Jehovah Witnesses,
Okay.
which,
And do you
which
now call that a cult?
yes, definitely,
Okay.
definitely. However, uh, I'm an Eastern European. I'm from Romania, and to be a Jehovah Witness in Romania is worse than, I don't know, worse than an atheist, worse than anything else. So I managed to get over a lot of persecution for my parents' religion, despite the fact that I've told them that I don't have anything to do with it, besides the genetic relationship. Like,
Yeah. By the way, you had nothing to do with that either.
yeah. Hey, Jules. I know, Jules.
I kind of gleaned that. Um, at what age did you realize that the Jehovah's Witness statements are conflicting with reality?
Okay, so as you can probably see in myself, uh, I'm pretty much introverted, so I'm pretty much to myself. I live in my head most of it. So pretty much early age. However, I have to wait until university, which is a
It's okay, just keep talking. It's not that loud.
okay. Um, so in I studied history, which is a no for a Jehovah's Witness, because there's no purpose to study history if you're gonna resurrect in the new world. So I embraced archaeology, and I realized that the Earth is not 6,000 years old and not 10,000 years old, and I hold my first stone axe in my hand, and that stone axe was untouched by a human hand in the last 6,000 years old, and I was the first person to touch it. And
Again, yeah.
yeah, and that was amazing to me, and I said, okay, that's beyond me. That's it. And from that point beyond, I started to fade. I didn't hurt my parents, or I didn't make an axe battle, but yeah, I started to fade, and eventually I just stopped going to their meetings and stopped going to any of their Bible studies, as they call them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you accept that there's human bias in all things that we think are true? Or do you think there are absolute truths that are known by us?
I think truth is ubiquitous. Truth is all around us. We are swimming in truth, and the way that we are swimming can prove the truths that are swimming in. You know what I mean? It's
No, I
it's
got that.
it's if you swim wrong, you drown. Okay?
Yes. I see the Christians drowning. I'm trying to throw them a tether, a rope to pull them out of this lie. But it's funny how much
Precisely.
they think it's not a rope.
It Do you know how? Yeah, there's so many people in this world that they think they have the truth, and probably, and I'm sure of it, most of them are living an admirable life. Their truth are are bringing light to this world in so many ways, but it's probably not the truth according to reality. So one of the questions that I had for the previous person before is how do you differentiate between imaginary and reality?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and say this because it seems like the elephant in the room with the tapping on the wall.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
because you're speaking too loud.
probably, yeah.
Um,
Yes.
you are plenty loud enough here, and you could speak at half the volume you're using if that helps you.
Okay. I don't know if I hear myself. Is that okay? Yeah. You know what? It is probably the time that I should turn off now
Okay.
because
I really enjoy you too. Thank you for pressing it, and I'm sure you've pressed it far enough.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reggie, for having me. Peace and
You're
respect.
welcome
Thank you.
anytime. Peace and respect to you as well. Poor man with thin walls between neighbors. I'm very lucky I'm in a basement. There are no adjoining rooms. There's a lot of dirt, and the dirt don't care how loud I get. Um, for myself, I left Roman Catholic when I was 12. I presented an argument that allowed my mother to believe she was justified in no longer requiring me to go to church. I said, Mom, we need to talk in private because I knew I couldn't say this in front of the other kids. And she allowed me a private conversation. I said, Mom, Jesus isn't made of plaster. She said, You're right. He's not made of plaster. I said, I can't kiss the feet of a piece of plaster. You know, plaster doesn't even have feet. She said, Okay. And then she looked at me like, Is that it? And I said, I think I can't go to church anymore. And she did make me go back, which was a really big exception as far as I could tell. But, and that I was 12, and age 42, although it doesn't agree with what Christians would say about these stories, there is truth in those stories, truths that those people could not have had. There's absolutely no way that those people in those times, in those places, with their knowledge of the world, even plausibly could have written what is in those stories. It'd be like right now if someone was a time traveler and came to you and said, like describing some technology that they had, like if they started saying to you the numbers that are required and the mathematical equations that are required for folding space, and they started saying that to you. Well, if they said it slow enough, and maybe you went, what was that last thing? maybe you could write it down, but they'd get super, and unless they're immensely patient, get sick of like trying to like say it slowly enough that you could write it down. I think your average person in the state that we're in I would lose my patience. You know, I have a hard enough time saying to, my main employer, describing to them the kind of work that I'm doing for them at the time that I'm doing for them, because they know so little about it. Installing mini splits into a medium-sized house, 6 units, and I say to my employer, the owner of the house, I say, well, I've got to connect the lines that are, I mean, she knows they were 25-foot lines. I said, well, it's further than 25 feet, and I've got to connect these lines together, to make the distance, and it's a lot of crawling around in the attic, and no, I'm not done just because the indoor and outdoor units are mounted. That's not the completion of the job. There's still electricity. There's still all these things. I might have to replace the inside panel, the breaker panel. And I'm saying these things, and she really can't understand what I'm talking about, because it's not her experience. It's not her job skill. So if I was to say to my main employer, here's how you hook up a mini split system, and I just started talking, that would only be, everything I had to say about that might be 15 pages. I promise you they can't write that down. There's no way they could write that down. I'd have to say, okay, and now write the word and, the, unit, which. Do you really think angels sat there with some prophet, and some prophet was in prayer and was like writing this stuff down, like double check? Come on, that's ridiculous. And it's not what the story claims. The story claims that the people of an earth go to heaven. They are then implored to write down what just happened in their end times. Which is why the Great Commission is in the upper room, because it couldn't be otherwise. Peace and respect, show me Sasquatch. They were not inspired to write what the divine had to say. That is a horrible notion. That would never work out, by the way. It would end up missing big chunks, or maybe there'd be obvious chunks missing, so they'd have to fill stuff in with the best they could do. Like, try repeating the following. Like, you can go back and watch this after I say it and see how close you got. You ready? I'm going to say something from within my job skill, something you probably don't know. Ready? Here goes. If you're tapping into a large piece of aluminum to be threaded quarter 20 SAE, you need to use a Gulf bit, because the 7/32, although it looks like it would be fine, is not going to have the thread depth necessary for application in most torques. And it'd really be best if you used a water-based solution for tapping as lubrication, because when you're cutting into aluminum, there's a very good chance of pickup between the teeth of the bit that's doing the tapping. And you don't want to have pickup, because that's gonna have, it's gonna pick up onto the threads, and the threads are going to probably shear off while you're cutting the threads, because aluminum is very brittle. And if you want to do it completely correct, you would get the correct tapping bit that's made for aluminum, which doesn't really cut all of it. It actually crushes a lot of it into place and smooths it out. And it's only cutting about 2/3 of the actual material. Now, if you can repeat that, having heard it once, I'd be just extremely impressed. Yes, because aluminum is soft. That's right, Sasquatch. So you guys heard what I said, and you can get the idea, and you can even say, well, that makes sense, and I can see why you'd say that. But can you, like, repeat it word for word perfectly, having heard it once? How many times would I have to say it until you could repeat exactly what I just said? Wouldn't it just be easier if I wrote it down for you? Wouldn't it be easier if I made it into a dance? If I made it into costumes? If I represented it physically so you could see it and it made sense at a deeper level than just words? Yeah, exactly, our dying sign. What? and yet people want to claim that humans wrote the Bible, which they couldn't. Yeah, read, write, recite. You have to. I mean, for me, if I'm really into it and I understand it deeply, I can probably do it in 3 to 5 repeats. But if it's just memorization about something I don't understand at all, it takes me like 27 times to remember a series. 27 repetitions. It's asking too much. But what the story says is that when they go into the upper room, which is prepared of the 144,000, not for the 12. Wrong, Michelangelo or whoever did that painting. The Last Supper. That's when the Holy Spirit descends upon the people, and that's when they're given the Great Commission to share their story, the Gospels, the whole Bible, in fact, to share their story with the future. That's when they're told to do it. So in the text where it says that it be given to all the earth, that means all the dirt, the places with dirt, everywhere. That's the reason of the Great Commission, is because the new earth needs their Bible and every other religious expression. Jody, if the scriptures were inspired and properly written down, and what I just said wasn't even as difficult as like Paul, the philosophy of Paul, it's impossible. You should be able to, being a relatively intelligent person, write down everything I just said without review. Go ahead, write it down. Go ahead and write down everything I just said about tapping aluminum. What do I think the 24 thrones refer to? The 23 are past Christ, and the 24th one, our heaven, the New Jerusalem, to descend down from God's heaven as its separate thing. And that will be our habitation. And since there's one Christ for each heaven or throne, he has his throne, then it seems to me it follows that the description of the 24 elders, being the promises made to the Christ, are indeed past Christs. And we will see the 24th time this has happened. Yes, inspiration does not mean truth. You guys know the word inspiration? You ever thought about the word inspiration? See, here I expire. Here I inspire. It's inspiration. Specifically, it's breathing in someone else's breath. See? See why it means inspiration? If you tell me a thing and I breathe it in, like I take it into myself and I consider it, you know, maybe I absorb it, maybe I take it and keep it. If what you say is good enough, I am inspired. Yes, breathing the breath of Christ is the point, Jody. You're right. It is. But I don't know how you would do that unless you knew who Christ was. And I don't think you can glean who Christ is from the Bible. You can get some glimpses, but you can't really figure it out. But I think you're not meant to figure it out. I think you're meant to have some freedom. And so is Kim and Logan and Ed, myself, allowed some amount of freedom. The whore, the woman Babylon. Yes, Ed. Since it reads that there'll be no more mercantile, mercantile, no more trade, even by sea, then it can't be a city on the earth. It has to be every city on the earth. And if you look into not the Greek, but the early Christian, late Hebrew, beginning of Christianity, that time frame of what people meant by city, they're not talking about the land mass at all, or even the buildings. They're talking about the people who built it and the God that it's built for. It's all about living beings. It's not about physical structures at all. So when it says the city Babylon, it's talking about the whole of the earth. And when it says the whore that sits on many waters, it's talking about the whole of the earth. And what else does it call her? It calls her what the Spanish people call the Guadalupe, the beautiful woman with the moon at her feet, with a crown of 12 stars, or the zodiac. Her inner robe is covered in flowers, is printed flowers on her inner robe. Her outer robe covered in stars. So the whole planet. In fact, the description of the Garden of Eden necessitates it means the whole planet. If that's not an answer, just say that was stupid and tell me why. Yeah, her inner robe is beautiful. I mean, the things on the surface of this planet, and we haven't even discovered everything that's here. You guys ever thought about what a huge claim it is to take 14 of every clean animal, 4 of every unclean animal, and every bird, 14 and 4, and every crawling thing, 14 and 4. Just what kind of an undertaking it would be to just collect those? What do I make of Daniel? Daniel is the book of Revelation in the Old Testament. That's what I make of Daniel. If you ask something more specific, I'll attempt to answer. Did I say hi to you tonight, Peter W.? If I didn't, peace and respect. Forgive me if I had not. Sasquatch still going on about the aluminum cutting. I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, it kind of crushes the threads, and it only cuts. I'd say it cuts away about. I mean, if you use the proper um, tap, it only cuts away about a third of it and pushes about 2/3 of the thread, something like that. I never really measured it. I never read up on it. It just looks like that for me. Okay, thank you, Peter. Why don't you guys hit the link? Come in, any one of you, all of you. I'd rather you were in here having a conversation than. Yes, there's a special bit for cutting aluminum. Yes, there is. Oh, was I close? As in, were you close at repeating everything I'd said? I don't know. I'd have to go through all your comments. Hold on a second. Be done in just a minute. Be patient with me. Oh, this is a great question. Well, if you were trying to repeat everything that I'd said, Sasquatch, you didn't talk about the lubrication, what kind of base lubrication should have, and why you would use it. You didn't talk about the size of the clearance hole, what it should be drilled at. Didn't talk about that. And if you guys really knew what I was talking about, you'd have told me that you don't use a Gulf bit when you're threading aluminum. You would use a Gulf bit when you're threading for ferrous metals. The non-ferrous, you wouldn't use that same size bit. Use a slightly larger one, and then you cut some and crush some of the metal into the proper shape for threads. Exactly what's so special about the Israelites? Nothing. Nothing. That's a Christian and Jewish claim. You have to understand what the word Israel means, Logan. Israel. El meaning God, right? The rest of that word means to struggle. So it's a sentence. It's a complete idea. To struggle with God. Which is why when Jacob, which means the one who is a supplanter, the supplanter wrestles with God and wins, he wins. And he's renamed Israel, which means him who struggle with God, right? And then if you take that to the tribes, it's those, you just make it plural, those that struggle with God. So if you struggle with God, you're of the tribe of Israel. Are you special? Well, yeah, you're a human being. You're special. Are you special on the planet? No, you're not. Is it talking about just the Jews? No, it's not. Is it talking about just the Hebrew people? No, it's not. Which is why in the Old Testament you have two religions ever mentioned. Jew and not. That's it. I mean, Paul even goes into Mars Hill or Marcy Street and notices that there's 365 gods, one for each. Yes, that's why I say these things are true. You know, it does make sense, and it is real. Israel. In my experience, that we do struggle with God, and thereby we are Israel. I don't know somebody who doesn't. In fact, someone who doesn't struggle with God, I guess there are those who do not struggle with God. They're truly unconcerned, but it's a little bit rare. So you have 365 gods on Marcy Street, and Paul says you have a God for every day of the year. Like, holy cow, man! You even have a place set where there's no idol, a pillar set where there's no idol for the unknown God. Let me introduce you to the unknown God. So why aren't any of these religions, 364 of them, mentioned? Because that's not the point. It's not actually talking about religions. It's talking about believe in the right God, don't believe in the right God. That's it. That's why there's only Jew and Gentile or nations or Goyim. You're either Israel or you're Goyim. That's all there is. And everyone fits into one of those two categories. But does it mean the Jewish people? No, it does not. That's a misunderstanding. That's a very small, shallow, tribal, prejudice, proud view. And the Bible talks against being any of those things. Saying, don't be prejudiced. Love your fellow man as yourself. Don't be prejudiced. Don't be small-minded. Consider all things and understand that there's no way for you to understand all the things that you need to understand. You can't even get there. You can't encapsulate the idea of God in one mind. That's interesting. And accept truth. Let us reason together. That would be lovely, Crypta. Thank you. This makes me want to cry, TP. How right you are. I mean, if I just considered, I don't know, Aboriginal Australia, Aboriginal Australians, Native Americans. We shouldn't even call them Native Americans. They were here before it was called America. Did anyone ever have a right within their religious beliefs, an actual right to force anyone into their religion? No. That was easy. Just no. And it's not what it's talking about. Thank you for your input, Ed. Please come back again when you can. I should do an early stream just for Ed. Because apparently the neighbors were awake enough to complain about the noise, but not so awake that they would dismiss the noise. So I need to go earlier for Ed. That isn't exactly the same letters in the same... No, but it sounds the same. Interesting. You guys feel free to hit the link at the top of the side chat. And here's why you should. Here's my sales pitch. My brain is not yours. Anyone else's brain is also not yours. And if you want to understand what I'm saying and see if you can assess the truth value of it, you need to ask the question, and I need to do my best to address your particular brain and no one else's. And it'll never be good until you do that. So I invite you to do that. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Zico Marcellino. Kind of looks, I don't know, Italian. Peace and respect to you either way, no matter how you pronounce your name and how badly I butcher it. Portuguese. Well, in that case, boa noite. Yes, that's right. No two eyes see the same, and I need to see through your eyes to say it the right way for you. I can't say it. Francisco. Francis. Probably after Saint Francis. I am about 700 feet from a Saint Francis de Assisi church. Peace and respect, Kim.
Peace and respect, Richard.
How
So,
are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Better than I deserve. Go ahead.
I should have brought my glasses with me so I could see what I'm looking at here. I'm on my phone. Okay, I'll just have to stay this way. Anyways, you said to call in with questions, and I didn't.
Sure.
I don't know if you noticed the chat, but I was saying I wasn't brought up in a religious family at all. And then I had a therapy on religion, and people there thought it was going to be a religious group, but it wasn't. It was about everybody's what type of diagnoses they have with the religion they were brought up in. And does that make sense?
So far.
Okay. So I always do this. I get lost when I go around the block. It's because I'm very nervous.
No, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Just try to pretend all of this is just a thought experiment and it doesn't matter.
Well, I was going somewhere with that. Now I forgot. Okay, well,
Let me bring you back. You were talking about religious studies and that you were not brought up in a religious community.
Oh, yeah. So I'm just looking for what sounds rings with me, because I just have a hard time thinking that the Bible was written by a king that was becoming, the king of either England or Scotland at the same time. So he had a lot of, help rule the masses. I don't government and religion are very separate. And
Let me say this really quickly, and I'm going to say it kind of quietly.
Okay.
Because I hear an echo as well. And you're echoing from your device, which means you still have YouTube on.
Oh, that's what I did last time. I'll stop. I'll figure it out.
And probably. Okay, now you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Coyotes barking at a siren? They sounded like they were right in my backyard. I don't know if anybody. Okay, now can you hear me?
I'm getting an echo through your device.
Still? Okay.
Yes, when you speak, I hear an echo. I mean, I hear an echo when I speak, but I don't really care. But an echo when you speak is bad.
Maybe if I turn down my volume? Is that better?
The echo has to be caused by it feeding back into your mic, which means that what you're saying here is playing audibly on your device. Do you hear an echo as well when you're talking?
No.
I'm just willing to go with it. Although it'd be better if you had a set of earbuds or headphones or something.
I don't.
Okay. I'm just gonna let you do most of the talking.
Okay, I'm just curious to finding the truth, and I don't think that it's in the Bible, and I just am looking for somewhere, and I wasn't sure when I ran across your channel. All I saw, and I'm like, oh, dragon! I could show my dragon, and that before, and I had no idea what your channel was about at all. I just saw the little dragon, and I called in, and I'm still trying to figure out exactly what your channel is about, but I thank you for having it.
Oh, you're welcome. It's my pleasure, truly. Um, if you look for truth, can you turn down your volume? I hate my own voice. Sorry. If you look for truth within a Christian or religious explanation of what the stories are saying, you're only going to get biases. And truth doesn't exist within biases. However, if we look for truth, we do find truth, and you will find some of that in these stories.
And that's, I guess, what I'm searching for is just something to that's not. I don't even know. I just feel like you've done. I'm not sure exactly. Is that you know or that you do. I haven't taken the time to watch any of your other video or from the beginning, but I just enjoy the openness that you have with everyone and the patience. You know, start.
You are a big-hearted person. I appreciate that. Do not be embarrassed by being a human. It's actually okay, you know.
You know, I was thinking that everybody's idea of heaven is the same. So, if heaven, I don't even really know, and what one person's heaven could be my hell. You know, so I don't even know if I want to go to whoever's idea of heaven it is. I just think that if there is a that he's not the one in the Bible, because that guy, everything I've learned in therapy, that's a relationship. I mean, he's, you know, he wants you to worship him 24/7, and he oh gosh, he's jealous, he's proud, he's that. It's like that's a red flag to run. I just jealousy and all that stuff that God is not sure that I want to go to what the I guess ideal is of in people's minds of what heaven is, and I feel like that it is whatever I make it. What happens if, like, say something catastrophic happened wherever I was at in my mind? It got frozen in time. So I get emotional, or I'm something. I stop myself and think, what if the way that it is whatever you're currently feeling when it goes, that's where you're going to be stuck. It's either going to be in your heaven or your hell. You make it that.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to turn down the volume again so I can respond. Okay, cool. Thanks. All right. Now, it's not true. It's so funny. I'm going to hear myself anyway. I'm so sorry. I'm just going to try to power through it. It's not true that what anyone thinks about quantum physics is necessarily true of quantum physics. And the description of heaven is a lot like that. There's very little knowledge to go on. We're making a lot of assumptions. We're saying this may be necessary, this may be necessary. We're not really sure. And you shouldn't take it so seriously, our descriptions of heaven, that is what the heaven is. I really recommend you don't do that.
Okay. And I have a hard time temporary mood, and I suffer from that, and that's why I get it's so hard for me to talk in front of people.
I think you did great.
You're doing awesome.
I have to turn you up here. I can't hear you guys. But this, I recently that I'm on, and somebody put a I suffer. My life is changing, so I'm sorry. But I have to be able to do this. I'm not upset at one or anything. This is gigantic when I try to talk in front of people.
It's okay.
It's okay. You're doing awesome. We're not. You are loved here. Just
Could I read you some of the side chat? I'm going to read you some of the side chat, Kim. Marty Camejo wrote. Hold on a second. Marty Camejo wrote, "Aw, Kim seems very nice." Francis wrote, "Damn, this is hitting me hard." TP Seeker wrote, "Nothing wrong with asking questions." Marty Camejo wrote, "Kim, I'm bisexual and pagan in a Christian Southern community, Southern United States community. So I feel you, girl." There, I mean, you've reached some people's hearts here tonight, and they appreciate you coming in and being honest. And it doesn't escape me that when someone is honest with me, that is a huge extension of their love and their trust. And I know I haven't earned that, but you have given me a huge compliment, and thank you so much for that. Truly.
Thank you. I'm so glad that I just was. We were actually recommending. You know how YouTube channels for you. Not that way. And decided I would just why not select for me, and it was you. And I'm so glad that YouTube that you did that for me. That's like nice things. I think.
Well, I'm happy to have you on here, but I'm going to have to ask you to get a set of headphones because the echo is just terrible. Okay?
Okay. I'll come back on later.
You got a good, genuine smile and a good aura about you. Just want you to know that.
Well, thank you. Cover up my plants because it's gonna get like frost. And, I'll find some headphones and I'll be back around. I just calling because you said the calling so you get to know my brain. kind of scary in here.
No, it's good in there.
Thank you. I'll talk to you guys.
Aw, she seems sweet.
Yes. She's very sweet. Hi, Crypta. How you been, lady?
I'm busy. I'm good though. Busy but good. Almost got fired the other day, but hey, that's okay.
Well, you managed to not, so I guess if you want to keep the job, I'm happy for you.
It is what it is. It'll. Sometimes you just gotta leave it with God. It'll be what it is. Like whatever comes, it'll be okay. Not many other people want to do the job, so I kind of got that going for me.
That's something my dad used to say, son. If you want to stay employed, find a job that no one else wants to do.
Yep.
You do that, you'll always have a job.
You'll always have work.
I don't know one person that cleans out septic systems who doesn't have a prosperous business.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like guaranteed because nobody wants to do that.
Nobody wants to do it, but it's like a coin. It's kind of how I feel about my job almost.
If your employer ever says, "I think you're overcharging," they'll say, "Come here, let me walk you over to within 50 feet of this
Yeah.
and tell me I'm
Yeah.
overcharging again
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, we can put it back for you.
for free, no
Oh
problem."
yeah, don't worry about it. It'll come right back there. You can find someone else to haul it out. No, I would just
Do you think
have
there's
to.
anything that I say just obviously doesn't make any sense to you?
Well,
Go ahead. You're not going to make me cry or nothing. Go ahead.
no, it's just like it kind of takes me a while to unpack a few things.
Hmm.
So I can't say you're right or wrong. It just has to like I need time to like pick it into little pieces and digest it properly, you know?
That's called honesty.
Like like sometimes he'll just like blindside me and I'm like, what the hell is he saying? And then but then I go back and I, rewatch it, rethink about it, and it starts to make more sense. Like it's not a big abstract concept. It's in little bites I can understand. If that makes sense.
No, that's totally good.
You're
Yeah.
you're an intense person. Like,
I've been called worse. Yeah. You probably have too. Yeah.
yeah,
And
we're big personalities.
you'll have that on these long jobs. It's okay. Um, I mean, the reason that I keep this is because it continues to work.
Yeah.
If I see a failure in it, I got a big problem. Um, might have to throw the whole thing away.
No,
You know,
I don't
because
see anything like that. I if anything I see such a change in progress, and I love seeing friends do well for themselves. You know
oh,
what
what
I
a nice
mean?
sentiment. Yeah.
Like I see you just, we butted heads when we first met each other, but that was like what, almost a year ago, 2 years ago? Like,
Something like that. I'm not really sure, but yes.
like seeing someone who's just been absolutely gracious and gentle yet strong, doing well, just vibrant. You want to see friends do well, you know?
You should want to, yes. I mean, I want to see people do well.
Yeah, you do. You genuinely do. You love seeing, like, you get this, like, little smile when you hear success stories. Like, even if it's just, like, a little mundane thing about someone's life, you're just
Hmm.
like, yes, you got that victory. And you're always, like, nice to people.
I'm very happy for Kim that Kim was working into a wilderness for herself. You know,
Yeah,
coming on to a YouTube channel, being in front of
it's a
people that
huge
are
step.
viewing. It's not easy. That's not easy to do if
No.
that's something that is like fearful to you. That's
Yeah,
not an easy thing.
yeah. Oh, she's such a sweetheart.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's important for us to. I mean, if you only did what was comfortable, would there be growth?
Exactly. If you don't fail, how do you learn? If you don't try, how do you learn?
So when are you going
Like,
rappelling?
yeah.
When?
Me?
Yes,
Me?
you. When are
What do
you
you
going
mean?
rappelling off of a cliff? You know, rope, carabiner, seat,
Oh,
off of a cliff, rappelling.
well, I could probably do that like on the weekend, next weekend. I just,
You've done that before.
no, but I do
Okay.
it. I'm dumb
Well,
that
wait for
way.
good weather. Wait for some good
Yeah.
weather because the first time you do that you want premium conditions. You want the best conditions for a human. That's what you want. Start small, work your way up.
Well,
It's
there's a
quite a
few
kick
good
actually.
good little hills around here.
Right?
I think once the weather gets nicer, I'll be more hiking and doing more nature videos, showing parks, like
Sweet.
because we do have a lot of parks here and they're free, so you
Right on.
can, you know, but some are like on a, 90
And
degree
and if
like,
you're a hands-on person who doesn't like to be told what to do,
yeah.
you can start off doing like 45-degree angles and work your way steeper and steeper until you're doing
Yeah.
absolute vertical because
Well,
you'll just naturally adapt to it.
I kind of grew up like that. And a few years ago, when I lived in the country, I would just hang off of logging trails and do dumb things on my mountain bike and
Good for you.
horrified the local police. It just, but it was awesome. Like, I horrified my mom. Like, she picked me up one day and she was just like looking at the trees like, you live out here. It's like, but I loved it. And if you don't take risks, you don't appreciate life fully. Even though some of these risks are painful. Like, it wasn't fun living in the country all the time. Like, power outages, bears, cougars, rabid deer. Like, I think the deer were worse than the bears, but I did it. And I know I can do it.
Right on.
Too many people, like, it's always like one of those bucket list things. And sometimes you just gotta, if God puts it there, you just gotta embrace it and go with it. I'm sure you've been
Yeah,
in situations where you're like, this is over my head, but I'm rolling with it. And
a
you
couple of them. Yeah,
from it, you're like, yeah, that wasn't always fun, but I'm a better person for it.
I think I was 14 or 15 years old, and there came the floods, and it flooded where we lived every year. And there came the floods, and or almost every year. I'm not really sure, but I decided to go and check on the animals and make sure that they were okay. So I tried to traverse a flood. Um, I don't recommend that for everybody.
No,
Well, I sure learned a lot.
yeah. I think
Yeah, I
it's
think maybe it's a very unique experience to be pushed against the trunk of a tree and not have to stand up and not have to hold on.
it's
If
scary.
there's enough water to just keep you pushed up against that tree, like a big
It's
hand holding you there,
Yep.
that's an interesting experience.
Yeah, it's you start thinking like, well, if this is it, this is like, I've had things in the ocean like that, and I'm like, maybe in some parallel universe I am dead. Time isn't linear. Every choice you make kind of creates another layer. So in some existences, we're all dead. In some, we're all alive. In some, we're,
Well, I can point out three specific times where I should have been dead. Like no doubt about it, I should have been dead and I wasn't.
yeah. I
Um,
think I think people, like, they almost, like, I can see it in their eyes when they've been that close,
mhm.
Like, it's almost like it's like almost like they glow a bit more. Like their eyes are just that little bit brighter.
There's definitely a greater appreciation for what life is. I mean, it's the reason we get on roller coasters.
Yeah.
And if you've ever been on a roller coaster, and you get that sensation of I'm about to die, there's something exhilarating and life affirming about that when you're out of it. Once you're out of the roller coaster, you look back and you go, I'm totally glad I did that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aren't we funny little creatures?
Well, I think that if there is a God, that's what God appreciates. God wants the
I,
adventure
I
of
do
life,
not have a definition of God from you.
of God. What
Yes,
I
I've never
think,
had a definition of God from you. I'd like one, if you would.
how I view God,
Yeah.
it's like air, or just like God isn't physical, but it's there.
Okay.
And I'm not sure, like, I know some people like thinking it's a male God. I don't even, I think God is just neutral, like electricity. It's
Hmm.
just this force and power above us that it's like when I say, like, even though we have all these bad things in earth, God loves us because God is just a neutral force. And we can kind of tap into it, communicate with it, because we're ultimately all part of it. Like we are little fragments of God. I don't know.
Your definition of God is my definition of the Holy Ghost.
Okay.
I mean, it's a very experiential definition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to turn off my YouTube.
Welcome. No, you're echoless. Whatever you were doing as you came in was perfect. Keep doing
Okay,
that.
is it good?
It's
Yeah.
lovely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you ladies mind chatting while I go have a cigarette because
No
I'm
problem
an
as long as
addict.
I can go after.
Yeah, me too. Okay, I just got in from being outside, so I haven't been able to listen in. I'm not sure where we're at right now. So, what were you guys
Oh, we're
chatting
just,
about?
You guys take it wherever you like. I'll be back in about seven
yeah,
minutes.
yeah.
The show
Like
belongs
open
to you.
topic.
Treat it like
I
it's yours.
like Richard was just asking me what my definition of God is like. And I think just as an artist, I think very abstractly. So I identify God as something immaterial,
That's
like
just like
air or a
spirit. Yeah,
whisper.
just like what I
Yeah,
consider spirit. It's just
yeah,
something that's there but not seen, but you
yeah,
can feel it, an energy or something.
yeah. Like, I
But
mean, I'm very skeptical, I'm very logical, but there are things I've seen and gone through in my life I cannot explain. And if I have to like categorize that as like God or spirit, I am totally okay with that. Like, you know, there's
yeah,
good things and bad things.
I was just curious if anybody else here has. I've always had dreams that of end times, I guess. And I'm always in the same place. It always has me in San Diego, either down at the beach when it happens, where the waves get sucked back and there's huge droplets of water falling out of the sky. I've had these like biblical dreams, which I wasn't raised in a religious family. My mother did her
Mm,
thing with it for a little while, and she was interested in Revelation. So that's about one of the only things that, and the Noah's Ark story and the beginning of the world. That's about my extent of of the Bible, and that's just because that's what my mom read me when I was that young. So, but Revelations, I don't know. When she would read it to me, I always felt like I was supposed to be here because I knew that I would be here for the end times. Has anybody else had that feeling? Because
I've
I
had
feel really weird, especially because I'm
where
not religious, and then it makes me question, well, heck, maybe, because Revelations is coming true, and from what I know of it, it's crazy.
mhm. I've had similar experiences, but they're more like I'll have a dream that's so clear, but it'll be like with aliens or some kind of like war type. Like I don't know. I've seen like stealth planes. They're like that, but way more advanced. But the dreams are just so real that you know.
A lot of mine have like the ground falling out from underneath people, and everybody's kind of like with their neighbors. They have trailers, people are with their families, and the ground is just shaking, and just chunks of the ground are falling out, and there's no safe place to go, and everybody's running and screaming, and I'm always there telling them it's okay, it's the end, there's nothing to fear. And that's all my ever since I was little. Or
Wow.
I have dreams that I'm down at the beach, and I'm looking at the sand and everybody, and I turn around, and there's this huge wave coming, and I turn around, and there's just this big cliff. But that was like a reoccurring dream, and I know it's going to sound weird. Then my mom this was before her religion one. She was into like psychics and reading tarot, and now
Okay.
that's like the devil's work. It's just kind of strange. I guess maybe I just observed from the outside, not being religious
Yeah.
brought up. I'm not that. I this is from what I know, especially what's going on and coming out now with religion and the church. That Oh, and the group of ladies that I was in on the religion thing that I was started talking about is that everyone that was brought up in a religious uh, upbringing had more issues, depending on which religion it was, mental health, whatever people diagnosis, and that I had the fewest hangups, and was able to. I mean, who's to say that all the books are talking about the same God, but it's the government spin on what they're giving out to the people that makes it appear to be a different God that everybody's looking. I don't know,
Yeah.
but I'm up to talk about it. But it's really hard to people. There are
See,
people that
I
don't
don't
look
think
at me like
you're
I'm a
too
freak.
far off. I don't think you're too far off. This is how societies are controlled by propaganda, and you nailed it. Like this has been like if you have why we it's why we have separation of church and state now, so we don't exploit people the same way. It still happens, but we've gotten a
They
lot
say that there's separation in the church and the state, but is there really? And all these the tax-free things that are getting attached, these non-profits and stuff, it's like, isn't like the king was the person that wrote the book and also in charge. I'm not sure about where I was going with that one. Sorry.
No, 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 it's okay. I'm kind of all over the map tonight.
And this I always am. I apologize. I follow sometimes.
No, no,
Hard
you're
to follow myself. That's why I get lost all the time. Eventually, I do come around the block, but not always. So, but I am able to talk better. I feel more comfortable. Isn't that horrible? That's just the way that when I'm trying to talk to people I don't know. Even ordering a pizza is, if I haven't ordered from them,
I feel
it's
like that
it's a
too.
trauma.
Yeah.
It's just, and my very first job was working at a radio station, taking radio listening surveys. Can you believe that? It's like I'd be kicking the desk. I was every phone call I had to make. I worked there for 3 years. I was so nervous. Uh, it didn't get better. It just stayed nervous, nervous, nervous. It was a horrible job for me. But I get through it. Anyways, I'm going off topic.
No, but you've
Uh,
obviously been able to embrace it, and
well, I found out I was just 54, so I think it's been 2 years now that, I was diagnosed all my life with like bipolar, and, it first just clinical, then bipolar, then this, then that. And the last one, I was okay with it, I guess. I was borderline personality disorder. And so I thought, well, doing all this stuff that you're supposed to, taking these pills, blah, 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 and it's not helping. So I started watching this YouTube channel about how to get over your ex borderline, thinking identify with something I
Mhm.
hear, then that's obviously not a good thing to do in a relationship, and I need to change that. But there was honestly only thing that I had already like dealt with a long time ago that I saw in what these people in the do was oh gosh, was aggressive behavior. I used to have that really bad, but I that was the only thing I recognized in these, and I thought maybe I'm not a borderline. And then when they gave an example of what a borderline magical thinking was, I'm like, oh hell no, that's not my idea of magical thinking. That's just stupid, because it was like that you could
Mhm.
change them in the back. It's not what they meant by magical thinking. And once I realized that, I'm like, I think I need to just keep searching for what it is, because that's what I've done all my life. I've been having a hard enough time trying to figure me out, let alone trying to figure out religion. And now I think I've what my gig is, and now I'm just trying to search for the truth.
That's fair. That sounds like a good path to be on.
I'm
You
still working on it. I'm just
overcoming
like,
yourself
just
through
sitting here right now. I can feel my
this.
throat up, and I got tears coming to my eyes, and just thinking about does this to me. It's so crazy. It's really hard. It's been hard with relationships, but I'm aware of it now, and there's a name for it. I'm trying to describe this. Getting emotional. It's like really hard to describe to somebody.
Yeah.
So once that girl, I wish I could go give her a hug, because when she said what it is have a problem with, now I know what I'm dealing with. You got to know before you can fix it. I've been off topic. So sorry.
No, you haven't been off topic. You've been like, there is no topic. We all,
Okay. And I was going to say, but I really don't even know topic is here because I've only been here a couple times now, and I usually don't catch it from the beginning. So I'm still trying to figure out what it is. I think I figured it out. Thank you very much for having me here.
Even are you?
no,
Me? No.
I'm just going
Okay,
for
that
Oh,
sounded
something.
like
Be right
goodbye. I
back.
was like, I just met you. How can you say goodbye so soon?
no, I was just taking a breath because I was just explaining to her how I have a difficult time talking to people without seeming like I'm emotional. It, and figured out it is a thing, and it has a name, and now I'm just trying to work through it until slow down, and breathe. Have to do. So if it sounded like I was saying goodbye, that wasn't it.
You
I'm
make my
here.
dimples show up.
Well, thanks. I like to see dimples.
Right on. You know, in logical debate, you'll be ridiculed for being emotional. But the fact of the matter is, we are
Exactly.
emotional animals.
I mean,
And
I
there's nothing
my
wrong with us because we have emotions. We naturally should.
I know, but when it's emotional dysregulation, I guess is what I feel like fits me the best. Even when I went to jury duty, it was my turn to talk, I started crying. It's been really hard all my life. When I was I couldn't. They thought I didn't know how to read, so I was sitting home with all the Sam I Am, the whole like 500 books of them, and I could read fine. I just couldn't talk out loud. And it's really hard when you're like to explain that. It's really hard at 54 to explain that. And I feel like I have hope now to possibly have a relationship, because now I can, instead of trying to explain to the person that I can't, tell them what it is, I'm just trying to have a conversation without getting it. It's really been a hard time. Anyways, thank you for understanding me.
That's absolutely fine. I'm not having any trouble understanding you at all.
Well, thank you.
I think I understand. Of course, I could be completely wrong. We'll find out over time.
Okay, and I'm already doing so much better, more comfortable.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I hope that continues for you. I really do. Um, I don't know why we should dismiss our emotions. In fact, it may be our emotions that make us very special in the animal kingdom. The level of
Mm.
emotion that we experience, not that no other animals experience emotions, but the depth at which we experience emotions. Like, think about this. You can think about your love, and you can think about you thinking about your love, and you can think about what it means to think about thinking about your love. You know, uh,
Mhm.
it it gets really deep very very quickly, and the at least in the Old Testament, we are
Mhm.
named the animal Adama. It means the animal that turns red in the face like the red clay of the earth. And why do we turn red in the face? We turn red in the face when we laugh, or when we're embarrassed, or when we're
The blood
deeply in
flow.
love. It's all the beautiful things. This is why we turn red in the face. And we shouldn't
Hmm.
deny it.
Well, thank you.
Sure.
I've not been able to control my emotions. That's why I'm the I am. But I'm getting a hang of it now.
Well, why do you think you need to?
Well, because be able to function in society with other people and not getting like taken in 150. Why I have to. A
Okay.
5150 is a person if you're not from California. I don't know if it's the same in other places, but because when this is the only way that you can talk is by getting emotional, and people think that you're freaking out and you're just trying to talk. It makes it, to where I do have to change
My
it a
work
little
on
bit.
Sunday.
Say it again, Crypto. I didn't quite catch that.
No, it just that sounds like my work on Sunday. Like, so, well, I work in a like industrial plant. You can't, unless you raise your voice, no one hears me. And then all of a sudden I'm yelling and attacking. And it's like, I'm sorry you're deaf. Like,
My mom's like that. She can't hear me, so I raise my voice, and then she thinks I'm mad at her. It's like, no, I'm just talking louder because you can't hear me. That's the way it is. Oh, I love her to death.
yeah.
She's one worse than Oh, mom. I'm glad
Jorge,
she's still
you're
around to
welcome to
work.
come in even if you think that you're not maybe quite human. You're more than welcome.
I sometimes I look at the other humans around and think, do I really belong to the species? Sometimes I have all these environmental allergies to just about everything there is. Maybe I'm on the wrong planet. I don't know.
Maybe.
So, okay. So, going for a topic or just keep blabbing?
Keep
I,
popping.
I'm voting for the blabbing. Yeah.
Oh, I've got lots of different things. I don't know if you remember. I do because it was my first time to the dragons and the different things that I was shown. It's just really strange because then to find out that there are other people out there that have this theory that I was shown by these dragons is kind of weird. Of all things dragons, I had to look up different types of dragons to make sure what I was seeing were actually dragons. And then I learned all kinds of things about dragons, and it like confirms what they showed. I read them could be like shrink down to really really tiny or to huge, and that there could be a whole bunch small area. I've learned all these strange things, and that's the things that they were showing me. And a lot of them do look just like if they look like a cartoon when we see them. That's just what they look like. It's really I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if it was because I had a stroke back about 2013 or 2012. Then I had another one in 2018. Maybe that's why the dragons come and talk to me. I don't know.
So here's what I think is true. If most of your life shows that you're well adjusted to life and you're well adjusted to reality because most of the things you do work, then you're actually mentally sound.
Well, I used to be very suicidal, but I haven't done that in a while. So I've come a long ways.
I mean, if I was 20 years old, I probably should have expected about 20% failure. And now that I'm like in my 50s, I should probably expect more like 10% or even a little less than 10% failures. And that shows that I'm well adjusted to the reality, because if I were doing things that didn't work, they wouldn't work. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Okay, so if most of the stuff works for you, you're okay.
Well, I think sometimes the one reason why I'm at where I'm at is because a lot of the things that I've done hadn't worked for me, but I'm still here. But I'm still trying to figure out, well, why, what is my purpose? Because like I said, I've struggled with just being able to communicate with people all my life. So it's I found out who I am. Now I need to find what this religion is, and then if there's when I was little, I was told I had a heal, but I've done nothing to go in that direction of being a healer or learning Reiki or any of that stuff. But
Okay.
I just feel kind of lost. And that's why I like listening to your show, because there's all these different people talk way over my head, but I still like to listen because they're interesting and funny.
I'd like to suggest something to you. All of us are actors. And the me that I present to you right now is not the depth of who I am or what I am, but it's who I want to represent to you. Right? So when you
I only
say
know how to
something
listen.
like, let me finish that idea.
Okay.
So when you say other people don't look lost to you, you're talking about an actor who's representing a person.
True, very true. And you just reminded me. I saw Logan in the chat say something about that. This is about church, is the community. He said he used to feel like they were ride or die. And I'm thinking, because I didn't really go to church much, when I look into people going to church, I see them putting on a front, dressing this way, acting this way, because you don't want to be yourself in church, heaven forbid. God might kick you out or something else. I don't know. I just, because I was suicidal, and because however that got stuck in my head, if you try and kill yourself, that you're going to hell, I always figured I was doomed to go to hell if that exists. So I've kind of just been, I just want to find out what's true, because it's so hard to do anymore.
Let me ask you this. Would it make sense that if something were a god, it would have misunderstandings about you?
No, and I also thought that, if how could God be anything different than what I think He is? To me, because that's what my experience is just what I think, right? I mean, people could tell me what they think, but it still doesn't change idea who my God is, because I don't want that one that's in the Bible. Like I said, relationship all over it. And I don't find my idea of heaven. My friend was a really, really goody two shoes, and I was a little bit, and something about, oh, don't you want to go to heaven? I'm like, well, if your heaven is the heaven I'm going to, then no, I don't go. I don't think very much.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to go to the Christian heaven either.
So I've say, okay, I'm gonna go wherever I end up going, and if it's true, the Bible and the ending, the way that it was written, and nothing in the and that few lines get me has been changed. That is the Bible where it says no words in here have been changed, but it's an edited edition. That your King John edited it. The Pope edited what he wanted you to see, and it's just and that to see that people wholeheartedly believe that it's just there's so much control over people, and I don't know what to do about it. I feel like I want to wake people up, but they just think I'm a lunatic. So
Let me present to you an idea.
okay,
Can you hear me okay at this volume?
yes, am I okay?
Because if I speak at this volume, I don't get an echo through your device. So I'm going to speak a little bit quieter than I had been. Excuse me. If I were right now in front of a large bookshelf, and there were books on the left, and all of them had a blue sticker, and on the blue sticker were the letters READ, and on the right were a bunch of books with orange stickers, and on the orange sticker it read the letters READ. Which ones
Read and
have I
read
read, and which ones should I read?
exactly. Oh,
Okay, so without
unless
context,
you read
there's
them
no
all.
figuring this out, right?
Right.
So I made a silly labeling system, but I would know what it means because I'm the one that labeled it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. If you want to know the truth about a book, you ask the author. You don't ask someone who read the book.
Mhm.
In fact, these stories always say, and referring only to the stories themselves, these stories always say something that means you will never understand this unless you ask me. In the Bible, that line comes out in the King James as lean not upon your own understanding and depend upon every word that issues out of the mouth of the Lord. But this is talking about context and how to understand it. So if someone doesn't do that, exactly that, if they don't ask the author, I wouldn't believe them about what they have to say.
Okay. I was just thinking, but how do we even know who the real author is? I just feel like so much has been kept back the masses because they want to be empowered. So I just feel like there's a lot we're supposed to be doing that we're being told evil and the devil's work when I just don't understand it. Like I know people don't get numerology, but it's like why would that be evil when it's something that you could learn yourself and will guide you. I don't see how that could be something evil. Same with uh tarot cards, I don't understand that evil if it's something that can help you to make the best decision based on stuff that's been around for a long time.
Um,
And I don't know, maybe just seeing my mom go from believing having mind and then going to church and closing that mind up and thinking everything now. I just I guess I
so
just observed things and that's why.
to agree with your argument, this is a list of Hebrew numerology
Nice.
and what each number means so that you can read the numbers that came out as in the Bible, which the Jews would naturally think, the ancient Jews would have naturally thought about it this way and not as numbers at all.
Yeah.
Hmm. That's what I kept telling my I don't think God or Jesus against numbers. There's even I know there's something in the Bible called no. Why would that be evil? And everybody seems to think these things are because we're told they're evil. Don't look into it. I think that stuff that's probably supposed to be the things we're doing and they've been taken out of our. I mean, there has to be some
Yes.
kind of user's manual somewhere. on how we're
Actually, I
supposed to
think
go
there
through this.
is, and I think that what I've been shown is the user's manual for the text, which is why I have spoken to people with multiple degrees, people who are world famous for arguing these things, people who are logicians who can't find a
Uh-huh.
problem with what I'm saying from
Yeah.
within the words, from a language I'm not familiar with, and from a culture which context I'm not familiar with, uh, concerning physics and chemistry that I'm not familiar with, and yet these things continue to work within all of those paradigms, within all of those studies, even though I didn't study them, which is why I think it's true. That's called predictive power. Um, I'll give you an example of why the numerology is necessarily in the text of the Bible and why preachers tell you not to study it, and that's demonic. Because if you studied the numerology within the Bible and understood it, you know how the Jews say you guys are not reading the Bible? You're not reading Torah
Mhm.
correctly? The reason that they say that is because we're not. They're not joking. They're not making fun of you. You literally need to understand all this stuff to understand Old Testament, to understand Tanakh. You have to understand these references. And if you had something else, you'd just be wrong. And I'll give you an easy example, something that's easy to discover. Look up any Old Testament character and their age when something significant happens or when they die, and you'll find that if it has a number 6 in their age, they're going to commit an evil.
Hmm.
Every time, because 7 is perfection and 6 is short of perfection. It's talking about them being short of perfection. It's not talking about their age or
That makes
it's not.
so much more sense.
I know.
That makes so much
Hmm.
yeah. Because I can literally see the scriptures like flashing in my brain where that makes absolute yep, that fits, that makes
And if
this
they have a 7 in their name, they're going to do something in their age. They're going to be do something very godly.
Hmm.
And that always, I mean, you can universal rule every time.
yeah.
I was born on
Thank you.
7/7.
You were born on 7/7. Are you one of 7 children?
No, and I wasn't born in 1977 either. I've got two of them.
So,
Only child until I was 21, and then I got a half brother. But I forget that because I didn't grow up with him. But a half brother. No 7.
so
And I
you
babble when
you
I'm
could
nervous.
not. What's that?
I said I babble when I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Be nervous. Just accept it. I do.
I'm not
I can
Hmm.
accept
babbling.
it if you're
Don't worry
nervous.
about it. I'm probably babbling more than you are. I'm probably twice as
Uh,
nervous.
I mean, I'm doing a YouTube channel. It requires that I babble. You know?
it's hard to babble when you're just there by yourself, huh? I
It
do
is
it
kind of.
still.
I actually have
I
trouble with
talk to
that.
myself a lot.
I actually have trouble just doing a monologue. I have trouble doing that, which is how I will read text or I'll invite people in something because I'm just not good at just going on about myself and what I think. Okay, so in the text of the Bible, if you read it as the Hebrew did, as a natural speaking Hebrew person would, you literally could not agree with any Christian church, which is why they don't. Which is why a preacher will tell you not to look into that because you'll leave his
Huh.
church or her
Um,
church.
I was also heard in a couple different times that there's like a third of the Bible that the preachers aren't allowed to teach, and part of that was Revelations. Is that true? Because I guess a lot of people don't know about it, and that's like another thing I remember my mom reading me was Revelation. When I talk to my friends that are religious, they really don't even want to discuss it.
No, they don't. And most
And it's
preachers
like,
won't
why
preach
not?
it.
That's what we're going through right now. Get your heads out of the bowl. We are in for some exciting times.
Yeah,
At least it's
it's an.
different.
Do you know the ancient Chinese curse? I I hope you live in interesting times.
So that's why it's a curse.
It's a cursing,
They are
yeah.
going to be, they are going to be interesting, for sure. They are right now.
Which
It makes
interesting
me
is
think we're
never
living in
easy.
a simulation.
Yeah.
Interesting is
But at
amazing.
least it's not boring. I hate boring.
Well,
Good for you.
definitely Canada isn't boring right now. Like,
We're all kind of, that
it's,
whole
it's completely
World
new.
Economic Forum thing. And they're going hand in hand with the Bible too, the Economic Forum. They're talking about chipping people in the head and all kinds of stuff. And these are the people that are in charge of our people that are in charge, Scary. It's like that order out of chaos. Well, right now they're creating the chaos for us, and they're going to have that solution, Agenda 2030, as their order. And everybody's just going to fall right in line and have Bill Gates' what is it? World Order, WO206060 has a patent that people are going to be getting paid by the tasks that they perform, that they're going to probably be hooked up with Elon Musk's neural in the brain with this chip that they're talking about at World Economic Forum, and that's how we're going to be paid. It's going to be through our bodies. I believe they said to our memory bank, we
That's
would be
already
getting
how
paid,
China is.
and
Social
the
credit.
tasks. Oh yeah, how they have that social crediting, but it's going to be able to monitor if we've exerted enough energy to complete the task that it has suggested. That for us to be able to be paid, and that's just not my idea of what I want to be living in. It's like out. I don't want to for that kind of world. Probably how we're all going to get stuck here. That they're going to do whatever to our telomeres and make it stuck here. They're slaves forever. I'm sorry, I'm on a tangent right now.
No,
That's
no,
okay.
you're fine.
No, I think there's a lot of truth in what you're saying as far as the plans of our leadership, our world leadership for our future. There's actually quite a bit of truth in what you're saying. I found a lot of the same things. I'm sure we found things different from each other, but I don't actually have a problem with what you're saying right now.
There's a lady, Russian. She was one of the uh, scientists that made the mRNA things, and she has a website. It's you have to translate. It's actually been translated now from Russian, but she sells these Tesla Psi generators. And if you go to the website, it talks all about all different types. You could get it programmed specifically for your body to protect you from electronic warfare that's going to be going on. And then she has a group of people, I guess, in Russia that I like because I searched for her, and it was kind of like I just got a weird video that I had to put the thing to translate it to me, because it was kind of like she was like talking about how Russia is going to control the people with their smart cities, and that these people in this group are going to be protected from these. She sells them. I think for just a general going to protect you, but not be programmed to help heal you, is like $1,000. They go up from there. But since she was in MNRA, whatever that jab thing, um, that possibly that them doing that is going to be a way that they can psychotronically control people. It's going to be a silent warfare, whatever Phil Cooper said. In that book, Behold the Pale Horse. That uh, he just talks about all the stuff that the voice to skull technology. They got all kinds of things they're doing to people. So I was
We're
just thinking
already
maybe we all should go to her
we're
website and learn how
already
to make one of those side generators for everyone.
Say it again,
Maybe
Crimson.
Oregon.
it's already too late.
Too late to do anything. Well, I guess it has to be reset, huh?
Well, maybe.
It's just time for new operating system. It's time to go onto the D-Wave computing. They're getting rid of the old whatever we're called human things and going on to the AI and the transhumanism. That's what's everybody's so willing to do it. That's so crazy. It's like people something in my hands that it's taking money out of my pocket.
Well, you've
People are
obviously looked into a lot of things
crazy.
that I haven't, Kim, and I think there's the reason that I don't look into some of those things is because I trust in the Father to save us from those things. So I'm personally persuaded that those things will never come to be.
I'm hoping the guy on the World Economic Forum was talking about it like within the next few years, and
Yes.
that's and they're controlling. They call us the useless class. There's too many of the stupid shows on the WEF forum, the World Economic Forum channel. But they're just telling you right there everything that's going on. And our representatives are there talking about the Green Deal. It's very scary. But I'd rather know than not, than be slapped upside the head with,
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
Peace and respect,
Is it,
cosmological. Welcome.
yeah, oh, bro. So I missed you. Yeah. Okay, I'm
I,
saying I missed you. Like, if you can hear me well.
Can hear you when you
I can
speak
hear
at that
you.
volume.
Yeah, I'm telling Richard that I missed him, bro. Like, I came here yesterday.
Yes. Welcome back.
Yeah.
So, what were you guys talking about yesterday?
We were
I
I
don't
talking.
said, what were
remember.
you guys, oh,
Yeah. Um, we were talking about religion, I guess, or I can't remember because I have psychosis. So yeah, that explains it.
Yeah. Usually I'm speaking about religious theory. Almost
Yeah.
always.
okay. We, we could go back to that because that's what I'm here for, just trying to
Yeah.
piece it all together. So, should I go or should I stay in there? Or,
Did you ever had the feeling that you wanted to go, but you had the feeling that you needed to stay? Wanted to go, needed to stay. Stay, just stay.
okay.
Okay.
And I'll be a little quieter. I babble, like I said.
I find you
Okay.
quite agreeable. I haven't had a problem with you.
Well, thank you.
So I'd be interested in knowing cosmological, or if you have a nickname I could call you, maybe I'll start calling you Cosmo, just because of
Yeah.
laziness. Is that
Yeah.
okay?
Cosmo is my name. Yeah. Cosmo is my name. Yeah.
Cosmo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Cosmo, I don't right now remember your stance on religion in general, in
Yeah.
theism, in monotheism, what you
But I'm
think is
Muslim. Yeah.
true, or anything like
Yeah.
that. Muslim.
I'm a theist and a Muslim. Yeah. You're a
Okay.
Christian, right?
Sort of. Probably not.
Okay. Yeah.
It depends on a person's definition of what a Christian is. Uh,
Yeah.
unlike Islam, Christianity has so many different sects that if you
Yeah.
say I'm a Christian, it's almost meaningless. You have
Yeah.
to
I get
tell
it.
what
I
you
get it.
mean by that, yeah?
Yeah. I get it. Um, okay. Like, you have like different types of Christians. Like, I don't know what they're called, but yeah. My. Uh,
So if Christian means follower of Christ,
yeah.
then you're a Christian.
Yeah.
And I'm a Christian too.
Yeah.
And I do not know of a Christian church that agrees with the way that I'm reading the Bible. But the way that I read the Bible agrees well with all of Quran, which is interesting.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Like, yeah, we believe in Jesus as well, as you know. We believe in him as a prophet, yeah.
Yes. But I also believe that Jesus Christ is a certain thing that one person does, a very specific thing, and that
Yeah.
he is a prophet in that he tells the truth about the God.
So you don't believe
Uh,
he's God, right?
oh, he's not a God, he's a man.
Really? You don't believe it, like
Yes.
you're Christian and you don't believe he's that's amazing to me. because I know some people, some Christians believe it's not a God. I know.
Well, I read the Bible
Yeah,
instead of listening to a preacher.
yeah.
Yeah. So there's
So,
no
wait.
claim of God, of being God in the Bible concerning Jesus Christ. And
Yeah,
that's
not
a
at all,
Christian that's a common Christian doctrine, but it's just not in the text.
Yeah, but some would argue like there are some verses in the Bible that he claims. But do you think they're actually like do you think these verses actually like true, or
I think all of it's true.
where Jesus claims he's God?
Where does Jesus claim he's
Yeah.
God?
Yeah, is there like are there like any verses like these in the Bible or not?
Okay, so let me back up just a little bit and say that Christians will conflate the Father with God. Because
Yeah,
the Father acts as one hand of God, they think that hand is God, and that's a mistake. And then
Yeah.
Jesus says, I'm just like the Father, doing what I see the Father do before me. But that's not the same thing as Jesus saying, I am God. He's saying, I'm a hand of God.
yeah.
Kim, we're getting an echo through you. Unmute when you want to speak, okay? No, don't worry about it. Just
Sure.
unmute when you want to speak, okay?
Got it.
All right. Oh, I muted you, Cosmo. Okay, and then you unmuted. Okay, unmute yourself again, Cosmo. I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. Okay, you were saying.
That's fine. Okay, because I don't know. I have this illness that doesn't make me think like OCD and psychosis. So I can really think like my memory is trash. Sorry. So if you get what I mean.
I may not understand what you've just said. I think I don't.
Like OCD. Like, do you know like
Oh, okay.
I
All right,
have
I have a
things
brother
like this.
with relatively severe OCD myself, yeah.
Yeah, I have zero OCD. Pure. Yeah.
So I don't see in the text where
Yeah.
Christians say things like Jesus is God. I don't think the text is claiming that at any point, but
Yeah.
is saying that he knows God enough as a prophet to act as the hand of God to those who don't know God at all.
Yeah. So you
So
think
it's
people who claim, yeah, you
Go ahead.
think people who claim that Jesus is God, they're not true, like they're wrong, right?
Well, yeah, they're evidently wrong. In fact, they're biblically wrong.
Okay, but because they say there are verses in the Bible that says that and that. What do you think?
There is no verse in the Bible that says that. You have to
Okay.
exegete the Bible, and then you have to eisegete from there and put your presuppositions on the Bible in order to say that. It literally doesn't say it anywhere.
I get it.
The closest you can get is when Jesus says, if you have seen me, you have seen the Father. But
Yeah.
then again, you have to call the Father God, which he's not.
Wait, isn't the Father he's a God?
No, that's not what the Bible reads. That's a Christian idea about the Bible. What the
Okay, but
Bible
who's-
reads, okay, you know the story of Moses and Aaron. And
Yeah.
Moses says to Aaron, because God says to Moses says to Aaron, I will be as God to you. Now that
Yeah.
doesn't make Moses God, right? It means
Yeah, yeah.
Moses knows God deeply enough to teach Aaron. It doesn't mean Moses is God. Then it says the same thing of the Father, the same kind of relationship, where the Father is to be called by Jesus God, because he's
Yeah.
learning God from the Father. It doesn't make the Father God.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I've heard this before. Like I was watching YouTube videos and I've came across these things. Like I used to watch about these Christians, and you reminded me of it. So yeah, I remember things like this. Yeah, you're right. I
So,
guess.
so that they're making a false association, which is of course logically fallacious, and they
Yeah.
can't actually justify that from the text itself. I mean, if the Father means God, why not just use the word Jehovah all the time? Why not? Because it wouldn't be right.
I
So
don't
when
know.
it reads the Father, it means the Father. When it reads Jehovah, it means Jehovah. And you'll never find anywhere in the text where Jesus talks to Jehovah. It's not there. Or that Jesus is Jehovah. Also not there.
Who, okay, who is Jehovah?
Jehovah is the set of spirits, the Yod He Vav He. Jehovah is just a way to say it in one word. So the Yod He Vav He, literally, it's a Yod, right, from here up, Yod, and then He, Vav, the tent peg, He, and what that literally means is the hand of power with which heaven is tied to earth. Four corners, tent peg, four corners, a house.
Yeah.
And that's what the Yod He Vav He is. And to those angels that follow that set,
Yeah.
that is their commands. That is their God. That is what they must do. They're commanded to do it because it is a contract between heaven and earth. But
Yeah.
it's not even talking about Allah.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. Um. So yeah.
I mean, I hold that it's a very different set of topics than you find in Quran, except for the end. The end in the Bible, the end in Quran is the same thing.
Yeah. You know this. Richard. Like the LCD I have is something like fear signal in the brain. I think so. I gotta take medications for it to just get to be stopped, but I cannot stop it. Like without any medications. There has to be medications for it to stop. Yes, it's so hard for me to think or do anything. Like I'm just this way. Like I'm not even. I can't even play. Like so. Like there is depression. I think as well. So yeah, that's my.
I
OCD.
suppose your struggle is
Yeah.
that you doubt your own mind. That must be difficult.
No, it sounds like that, but it's more severe. Like it's hard. It's just more difficult than that. Yeah. It's
I
hard
was
to.
learning about the vagus nerve that might be, you might want to look into. I don't know if they have that type of therapy where you're located, but it has a lot to do with all different kinds of things. It's like the computer brain of your body. And if you like your mom had a hard birth, or if you've ever been in an accident and you in neck or your head, you can go and take X-rays to see if it's minimized. And it people have like recovered from things that they from all their lives. And if I could, I would go and see this doctor because I think a lot of the things that I have and deal with are possibly because my mom was in labor for 36 hours. So yeah, I had a hard birth. I could have had damage from birth, which is one issues all my life. So you might want to check into that. I've been doing research on it.
Yeah.
Cosmo, did you catch
Sorry.
the keywords
Yeah.
vagus nerve in that?
No. What about it? Like what is it?
Vagus nerve is a major trunk off the back of the head.
Yeah.
It controls, like, if you have issues with your neck or anything, you should go have it checked out to see, because it could be causing any issues you have
No,
physically,
I don't think
any of that.
I don't. I don't think I have this problem. No, I think I just have like psychosis. If you know about it, do you know about psychosis? Or I have psychosis, psychotic symptoms, so something like this. So that's why I'm
I
actually like being irritated. Or if you get what I mean. So it's hard for me to think, and but I'm taking medications. I think they're starting to work. Like yeah, I'm much better than before. So yeah,
that's good. It
I'm
works for
getting
some
better. I
people.
hope. Like, I hope they work for me. Yeah, because if they're not working, like
Don't let
I
them
don't know
put
what's
you on
gonna.
too much. I was on like 14 different meds, and I like all kinds of weird stuff started happening. So I said, I'm done with that. I got off all of them,
Yeah,
and I'm much
I don't,
healthier.
yeah. But what? Okay, okay, that's fine. I get. It. Okay, guys. Like
But
yeah.
I'm following you
Is there?
okay, unless you're
You
having
guys
a
are
hard
okay?
time remembering.
Oh, thank you, bro.
No, you're fine. You're fine, Cosmo.
Yeah, thanks. It's just like yeah, just like unwanted thoughts and unwanted feelings. Like psychosis, I think it has something to do with emotions. Like psychosis is more like it's not just a thought. Like no, it's a chemical imbalance in the brain. I think like there is chemical imbalance in the brain, and it's so difficult for me to think. So yeah, I can't even not think sometimes.
We
Well,
all
I
get
know
you
I was gonna
know.
say I was on all kinds of meds, and they never once checked my blood to see if my chemicals were any type of anything. So I don't have much good to say about the pharmaceuticals. I'm sorry, I'll stop talking.
My doctor just he wouldn't prescribe anything for me. He just said I needed to sleep more. I would be so mad and I'd be like, "Oh my god, what is wrong with me?" And he's like, "When was the last time you slept?" I'm like, "3 days ago." He's like, "Well, I think there's your problem." So now it's like on my days off, I will sleep. Like today, I slept all day. Like quite literally, I'd be up for an hour, then I'd sleep for 2 hours, and I feel like I had a week vacation just from napping. I think you just need to find sometimes healthy routines for yourself.
Yeah, yeah,
You know, you can avoid a lot of medications
yeah,
just by avoiding a lot of stress or knowing what your body, like, am I angry because I'm hungry or I'm tired or like what's going on with this emotion? And
yeah,
if you can
I
like figure that out and even sometimes just say like we all have like little hurts in our lives and we kind of like will think about that and when you can just let it go, like okay, it happened, but why am I angry about it now? That was years ago, let it go. The more you just self-care, and a lot of it is just being quiet and getting inside your own head. Is on
that's
social
what
media,
I
we
took
get
medical behavioral therapy, and it's exactly you need to learn to quiet your mind, which is not easy to do at all, but
it's
it can be done. Just it helps you find the inner peace, and I know that having done all kinds of stupid things to myself, um, it's changed. Dialectical behavioral therapy taught me coping skills and to be able to identify. That's why I'm doing as well as I am with my emotions. To identify when I start to get get emotional, to let
yeah,
whatever I'm thinking take over. I can control it. I'm the only person who can, and trying to figure that one out. It's like it sounds so. Well, duh, you're the only person that can figure it out. But when you really think about it, when you're trying to trying to cheer you up until you decide to let them cheer you up, you're not
mhm,
going to cheer up. They could do hand or whatever. ultimately the person that decides which emotion you want to hit to. And if it's like more of a brain, I've got probably issues because I've had my strokes and I've got all kinds of different things going on in my brain. But if it's something that's that, then maybe the medicine will help. But it comes down with just taking some time and getting to know yourself and 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 understanding that simple little thing. You decide how you feel. And it sounds it's not easy. I'd not to feel a certain way, but you're gonna stay in that place until you decide not to. You can change it. You're the only one that can do it. So if it's not a
Yep.
physically, and then some time to think on that one. Maybe tuning forks might help. I like my tuning forks. They help me feel it, also an inner peace when I use them.
You nailed it. You nailed it there. We control our emotions. We control our experiences. You can have the worst day in the world and you'll go home and be like, yeah, whatever. Hockey game's on, it's all good. Or you can be like, I hated today and just like curl up in a corner and cry. But we control how we react to situations. And the more it's hard, it is so hard just to let things go. But the more you do that, the more you can just be positive and be positive for other people. Because you will give other people strength just because they see you letting things go. And it's hard to do that. Like, I absolutely hear you. It is like you need the patience of, like, but when you can achieve that, even in little ways, like, I'm not getting mad at this grocery store line. I'm not getting, I'm just letting it go. The more you
Exactly.
strengthen other people. And I think we've lost that, especially with the pandemic. It's, like dog eat dog, like everyone out for themselves. And the more you can just sometimes step back and this isn't going to affect me. I can wait. Like, you know, the more we will empower society for better. There's my rant.
And also of any, like, I had a friend that I've known. She introduced me to his father. So I've known her for at least 25 years, and we've had issues, arguments, whatever. There's been times, but we weren't talking. And it's like, no matter how mad I am at her, I found out she has cancer and having surgery, and she could die. It's like there's nothing that she could have done to me that I to not forgive her for what I feel she's done. When it's so we're gonna. I hope we make it. This sounds. She believes it, and it's a long story. She wants to go drive church this weekend up somewhere by LA, and she wants to see the pastor there. I don't know if he does a. Been seeing him on YouTube if he does a laying of hands or what. But she believes it's going to help her that I'm there for her, and I'm going to be driving with her to somewhere this weekend. So I hope it was for her, please, or do whatever it is you guys do. Send good vibes. But it's
I'll
like,
send good
I
vibes
could have
to
hung
you.
on to being mad at her, and she could be gone. Could never have another, happy moment with her again. So nothing is worth holding on to. Well, I
Well
still
said.
don't like my mom, but they're like, other than even I do get over the, like, when drunk drivers hit their children or something, they can find themselves, because what I was told is it's like drinking poison and wanting the other person to die because it's like really killing you more than a lot of times. Like when you're hanging on to somebody, don't even think about it. It's you're the that's internalized. and hanging on to this thing that they've long gotten over, and it's like poison, and hoping somebody else is going to die from it. It's not going to work like that. It just eats you away. So why stuff it? It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Life's too short. It's getting short.
No, I see that so much in the corporate environment. That is, like, we've moved so far beyond empathy and common sense that it has become a toxic, you know? We fill ourselves with this poison. We embrace it. Like TikTok is like, all of these things that we think benefit us hurt us. And if it's like I said, if we just take a step back sometimes, like shut everything down, shut off your phone, shut off everything, just take a day for you. You will have that clarity.
A lot of people get like anxiety when they lose their phone or don't have it. I've gotten to where it's like half the time I got to try and find it, and maybe I'll hear, but I don't really use it other than to watch videos because my computer took a dive. It can't drive anymore. So my phone, which my son says has a horrible camera, so I feel even more,
Oh
shy
my
or whatever it
goodness,
is.
don't even worry about it.
And then I got these little crappy headphones, but I really appreciate you being here. I feel like, I don't know, just thank you guys for letting me ramble and not complete weirdo. I love you all.
It makes my evening too because I like seeing someone happy. I like seeing someone feel empowered, and I think
I've
you
been in a
needed
funk.
community tonight. I think we all did. You know,
I feel lighter, actually I do, because I've been in this really funky place the last few days. I
you've been
don't know why, I
able
don't have any reason to, and I've been trying to get out, and I thank you guys for helping that funk.
good, good.
And I'll mute my mic.
That's priceless. That's better to me than silver, gold, or emeralds. Like just seeing you, like I can see you get lighter. Like you unpacked. You needed to unpack.
Because I don't have many people to talk to, because most of them look at me like weirdo and tell me to just. My son says, "Mom, can you talk like a normal person?" I'm like, no. I really don't have anybody to talk to, and that's why I like your place, because you got all different types of people. Like I said, talk head, but it's still very, and I'm thank you guys.
I'm
Thank
glad
you.
you found
I have to
us.
say thank you.
Like, God moves in mysterious ways, but it's for our benefit. You found us. And I'm
Yeah.
glad you don't feel so, isolated.
So God is all wise. You, Richard, believe God is all wise, right? Yeah.
I'm not sure what you
Okay.
mean.
Like by God all wise, like I mean, like He's all wise. Like I mean, what it means, what it means. Like if you go and attributes of God, like He's all powerful and all wise. Like we have like 99 names for God. Like there are names and attributes to have attributes as well. So yeah. Like
I think that
so powerful
everything
and
about
knowledgeable.
us, God is
Yeah.
everything that we need. That's what I think.
Okay. Is every no? I'm saying that He's wise. Like He's one of His attributes that He's wise. Is that He's wisdom. Like okay. But this can I ask you a question? What do you think about evil, Richard? What do you think about evil?
What do I think about evil?
Like
I think evil
yeah,
is something we easily fall into, and we'd all be better off if we avoided. But we don't always know what evil is in order to
Yeah.
avoid it. That's what I
No,
think.
because Richard, in the philosophy of religion, there's a very famous problem and popular one called it's a problem of evil. So it says why would God allow evil? Like if He's like I don't know, omnibenevolent, something like that. if he's all merciful, then why would he allow evil? So it's
I
not a
think you
good.
can't have.
Yeah.
I think you can't have humans in a utopian heaven. In any upper level of Jinnah, without them having at least some small percentage of them knowing what evil is. So I think our suffering here is on purpose, and that's my resolution to the evil God, the problem of suffering.
Yeah. But look, I think God is all good. Like He does not do evil. So everything that seems to us evil or is like it's to us evil, it's not actually evil. Even if it's evil, like objectively from the way we perceive it or the way we see it, but it's not actually like because God is all wise and He allows evil. So um,
I think I can
still,
point out specific times where it's using the word evil to describe how we look at something, not that it is necessarily evil.
yeah.
If that's
So
what
you mean like
yeah.
if you mean evil is subjective, something like that, or what? Because I think it doesn't make sense to say evil is subjective or objective, but I don't know about objectivity and subjectivity. But I've talked to someone before and he said that something like that about it. So yeah.
I think true evil, not natural evil, but moral evils are dependent on what kind of animal we are, and I think it's talking about what's bad for us either emotionally or physically. That's what evil means to me.
Yeah. I get it. Well,
Like
like
if I purposefully misrepresent what you think is true,
yeah,
and I'm trying to use that to tear you down in some way instead of build you up, then
yeah,
I'm committing an evil to you. I'm trying to hurt you.
yeah. Okay. Do you know about cosmological arguments, Richard? Do you know about them?
At least briefly, I know what the words
Yeah.
mean.
Yeah, like the unmoved mover, like I think it's not only one argument, like there are many arguments. But whenever I talk to there's a server called Nameless Debate on Discord. So when I join it, like some people believe in things and some others don't believe. But because much argument says that, like I think there's an argument called the contingency argument. So it's an argument for yeah. So because everything depends on something, so the universe has to depend on another thing. If you get what I mean.
Sure. Have you ever checked out the channel EA Dawa?
Yeah. Do you watch it?
Oh, Justin is one of my longtime friends.
Oh.
Khalil is. I've known him for years. I knew him when he was an
Oh.
anti-theist. Yeah. So yeah, I'm familiar with the fine tuning, the kalam, the
No, but he's just
necessary being,
look,
all of
look,
these
look.
arguments.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So look, he's when I told him about the argument, he said that he was objecting or he was not agreeing with the premise that everything that something come. He is saying that you have to prove to me that something cannot come out of nothing. If you get what I
Right.
mean. Like he
Sure.
believes that he's not gonna believe in God because he believes that something might come out of nothing. If you get what I
Who
mean.
said this?
He's one on Discord server, like Nameless Debates.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So he believes that something might come out of nothing. What do you think about it? Do you think this is relatable to quantum mechanics or quantum physics? Because they also keep talking about this.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So here's what I'll tell you what he's doing and how he's making that argument.
Yeah, but some
He's
others don't believe in that. Yeah.
He's conflating
So,
the philosophical term nothing with the scientific term nothing, which do not mean the same thing. So he's taking, it's like taking philosophical infinite and putting it into the real infinite. There's no real infinite. There's only the idea of infinite for argumentation. In the same way, you can't say nothing in the philosophy of nothing and bring it into the physical and say a physical nothing. There's no such thing as a physical nothing anywhere.
Yeah.
So
See, I think-
that's how he's making that argument. If you asked him to
Yeah. So you say
to
nothing doesn't
define
exist.
what nothing means, you're going to have him in a corner when you show him that he's using nothing the wrong way.
Yeah. I see. I see. So you think nothing does not exist,
There's no such thing as a physical nothing.
and you think it is stupid to say that something can come out of nothing?
Right, because scientifically, when you say the Big Bang came out of nothing, it doesn't mean nothing. It doesn't mean the philosophical nothing. It means no thing that you can identify. It doesn't mean there's nothing there.
Yeah. It is. So what can you say it again? Like,
Just have him define physical nothing and have him define philosophical nothing, and he'll be
Yeah.
done right there as soon as he does this.
yeah.
Because there's no scientific claim of something coming from a philosophical nothing. There's no such claim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I've heard it many times, like they say that we've come from nothing, like there was nothing before the universe began, and some even don't believe that the universe has a beginning, and so I have to disprove that it does not have a beginning in order for them to believe in God. Like I don't know what to do, bro. Like this has to do with science, or it's overwhelming. Like this is so stupid. Like if you get what I mean. Like they always find a reason to object. And it's silly objections.
Yeah, I
Like if-
usually find that they're not logical objections, and
Yeah.
I mostly find that they're emotionally driven objections. Like
yeah,
it's
like-
really their emotional states that made them start to consider this and try to find ways to say I reject it.
Yeah, like I've
But-
had a conversation with someone as well. Like he says, I don't believe in miracles, even though he believes in God. But he does not believe in miracles because he would doubt himself after seeing a miracle. Like if he was in a dream or not. That was his argument. Like,
I'll tell you how to defeat that.
yeah,
How you defeat that argument is you ask them for how long could they reject it. Because
Like, what do
I'll
you mean?
believe someone if they say, I doubt my senses for 3 seconds. I doubt my senses for 3 minutes. But you can't doubt your own senses for 3 years.
but why not?
Because then you've lost touch with reality in your own measure. You've lost touch with reality. You're crazy.
I get.
No one can do it for 3 years. Someone can do it for 3 seconds. I totally get it.
Yeah. No, I was saying like if he would give me an example, like as a C split, for example, and he told me if I see it in an evidence, I would come back later, like tomorrow, and see if there is evidence still for this miracle. And because he's saying that his objection is he might be dreaming. But this is all stupid because we can differentiate between him dreaming and between reality. Like all of what he's saying is totally absurd. Like we can if we just think about it, it's gonna be so absurd. And I told him, like, I think it's so absurd.
There's two things we depend on to know if we're seeing something or understanding something correctly, and that is time and peer review. If I continue to see it, I will come to believe it. And if lots of other people, especially unprovoked, I'm not asking them a leading question, but an open-ended question, if they confirm what I see, then I'm going to believe that it's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So present him those two arguments, peer review and time, and see what his response is to that. If he's honest, he would say, I'll come to accept it. because Christopher Hitchens, I'm
I
sorry,
guess some
Matt
doubts.
Dillahunty,
Yeah.
when Matt Dillahunty says, "I would doubt my own mind, seeing my name written in the clouds," Matt Dillahunty, I am your God. Yes, I believe he could doubt that until some small child walks by, points at it, and goes, "Mommy, does that read Matt Dillahunty, I am your God?" And Mom says, "Good job, sweetheart." He would no longer be able to believe that it's not there.
Yeah. Okay. Um,
Sammy, you are muted on StreamYard, brother. So,
Oh, push the wrong button. But Woody just keep finding me. So I hallucinated the child, or okay, it's in the clouds, but someone did it in an aeroplane.
yeah, that's fine, but that's why I said eventually you have to lose touch with all reality in order to maintain it. You have to literally go crazy.
Whoa, who's at a mosque?
Yes, I think so.
yeah.
So I just think it's true, Sammy, that eventually we'd have to say something like, "This is the reality," or "I've lost touch with all reality," because after so many of our peers confirm the same thing without a leading question, or if we continue to experience it over time, we just have to accept whatever's there. But this is how we accept everything.
It's about realizing that God is everything.
Can you guys live without me for 10 minutes? 7 minutes? I'm going to go smoke a cigarette.
Absolutely, you can run
We'll
away.
try really hard, Richard.
Keep
I
these
can't
keep these
do-
cowboys under control, Crypta.
I
Oh,
can't
dear. Who's gonna babysit me?
He's,
Bad joke,
he's
bad joke.
given the key. Yeah.
Sammy, you sound like you're in the tunnel, man.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, you have a problem. But I think it's fun.
Get that mic closer to your face, probably. It's too far away from your...
And me or Sammy?
How's that, guys? And gals?
It's still kind of far away.
It's
Is it?
better than it was.
It's a little better, but it's still kind of like he's in the tunnel. Maybe it's the microphone. I don't know.
Any better?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Yay.
Yay.
I have no idea what I said now, but at least you can hear me.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. You said who's going to babysit you. I said, yeah, he's given the keys to the inmates, hasn't he?
I know, eh? I swear I'll be good. I'm good at being bad.
We're all good
Well-
at being bad. It doesn't take any effort to be bad.
Oh, it's actually really hard. It's harder than you think.
You think so?
And well, I think we're all
I'm a
pretty bad.
natural at it. I'm really a natural at being bad. I try really hard to be good every day.
Oh, I try. I just fail every day. So I think I stick to bad, and at least
Yeah.
I'm winning.
When I stick to bad,
Exactly. Even last place is first place from the right perspective.
last time I was sticking to bad, I was riding drunk on a motorcycle playing soccer.
I don't see a problem with that. I'd do something like
Yeah,
that.
you don't see a problem until you fall off the motorcycle.
Now,
Did you hit
Are
the
you
goal?
saying both
Okay.
at the same time? You're playing soccer on a motorbike?
Yeah.
Wow, dude! I only recently discovered that was a thing. You do that?
Yeah. You have a couple beers and do it. Yeah.
Hardcore.
That was last time I was trying to, let myself loose a little bit. Yeah.
Imagine this.
We're losing you there, Sammy. Your mic is going to shit.
Okay. Well, I think in Canada, everything's just gotten so weird. It just seems like this dystopian
Oh, yeah.
science fiction film. Like, I'm like, is this really happening? Have I had too much beer? Like,
No,
Yeah.
you know,
It's
I'm sort of starting to. I'm finding myself shifting more and more right, Krista, and realizing, and not saying I'm fully there, but I'm coming more and more towards agreeing with your on things all the time. Because what I've realized is even the good ones, or the ones I think are good ones, all end up shit in the end when it all comes out in the wash. On both sides. You know what I mean? Left and right.
no, there is no side. Like
Um,
I've
I
always been a
think
centralist.
at the
And
moment, all of our countries, America, Canada, Australia, our
we're all
government are completely fucked.
Oh yeah. You can't trust
Whether
anybody, man. You
whether we
can't
have a
trust the man.
conservative government or a liberal government.
That's why I talk about God, because you can't put your trust in man.
God.
like I almost feel like sometimes that's why I've embraced church more, because it's just we're losing it and it's so controversial. And if someone like me is into God, it's like it messes with like both sides' heads in a beautiful way.
Yeah.
Well,
Normal is
Let's
not
see.
cool anymore. That's the problem.
yeah.
Well, what? It's not that I'm moving right. It's like the spectrum's moving around me. The left is going
Yeah,
further left, and I'm
exactly.
staying put. The far left, and I've always considered myself a lefty, but if that
It's gotten too
extreme
far.
blue head celebrating their abortions with cakes and shit, if that's the left, then I'm
I
not
know
that.
the feeling. I know the feeling. It's like this isn't what I fought for. This isn't what I
Yeah,
stood up for with, human
that's
rights.
not
Yeah,
very
because
liberal.
you guys are getting older and you're getting wiser. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
It's usually the younger generation that wants to promote all these liberal ideas.
Yeah.
I don't
And
get
and you know,
older.
it comes from a selfish place. I feel it comes from it it's my right sort of thing. I should be able to do what I want.
Yeah, and it's backfiring. It's backfiring bad. We're alienating people like when we should have unity. And politics has become so divisional. And it's a lot of it's over stupid things.
It's
Like,
being done on purpose.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
the
Well,
people that want to
exactly.
destroy Western society. They're pushing this agenda onto kids, and kids run with it, and they don't really think about it.
And more than that, like if you'd have said to me 12 months ago, I will be on a panel agreeing with Krista and spouting what 12 months ago I was arguing against. But it has infiltrated the universities,
Yep.
and just so many different aspects of society have their hands bound by this new wokeness, and everyone's too scared to say anything because that automatically makes you a bigot.
Yeah.
That's slavery.
Homophobic or
You don't
all
have
these
free speech.
things.
You don't have free thought. You don't have free anything.
Yeah. Like common sense became uncommon.
Yes.
And that's what scares me. That's like I would rather have a good debate with someone or, you know, in a discussion, even if they have a different view than me, to pick apart, like figure out, you know, see their side of things. But right now it's all it is cancel culture. And that becomes dangerous. That becomes a
Well, that
form
brings
of bullshit.
that eventually it's going to bring violence because
Yeah.
it's just going to be such a big rejection of it that people will just rise up, and you can only like push people, you know, up to a certain extent, unless these people are, you know, they don't have a backbone, as they say, you know. That's the way it is. But it's being
No,
done
I
from the
totally
outside.
agree.
It's the outside
That's
influence
well
that wants to
said.
destroy the Western society. You know, it's the communist China promoting all this. They're throwing billions of dollars into this.
Yeah, it's actually when you like all the information is there by public disclosure. You just need to know the right code when you research it. But yeah, you're not lying. Like we are being sold out to a false narrative that is communism. And
Yes.
a lot of these people who like it's like that sketch. Like, are we the baddies? You know, like you
You're
think
not.
you're
You just it might
you're
take a while for
you're
for
doing
you guys to
good,
come
and
around.
then it turns out,
People eventually, all these liberals who run around promoting this, they'll come to an understanding. But how long will it take them to come to that understanding? It will take them years
mhm,
to understand what they're promoting is not the right
At
thing.
all.
Yeah, they got to get old and to understand it, because to experience life.
I feel the same. Like life is happening to me. But see, the problem is a lot of people never become self-aware. Like some adults will die stuck in their ways. You know what I mean?
I
I
know.
totally hear that, Sammy. Well said. Like you, yeah, that is how it is. You know, it's hard to admit that you were wrong or you
Yeah.
maybe didn't have the right information. Like I felt like that so much. Just I wanted so much to trust my government over all of these things. Like we're being safe, we're being kind, we're being right, and we weren't.
Yeah.
You know, like, and right now I'm just seeing this.
You were
Like,
being used.
yeah,
You should be upset with that, really. They used you like a condom and threw it out.
And you know what I've come to realize, or I believe anyway, is that
or realizing you're wrong isn't actually hard. The thought of it is. So we think we kind of avoid being wrong because we want to avoid this horrible feeling that in all reality, if you just when you admit you're wrong, it's actually a really uplifting feeling because you've now been corrected and you've gained a truth, if anything.
yeah. It
So
takes a
yeah, I
greater
think a lot of
strength.
it is to do with
Yeah.
our perspective.
Well, I'm glad that you guys are seeing it for what it is. I mean, it's at least you acknowledge it. Some people won't even acknowledge it that it's happening, but it is happening.
Yeah, I like everyone. I hate the idea that I'm wrong. And I'm probably gonna. Oh, of fucking audio stuffing up on me.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, poor Sammy. Well, I
Yep.
think looking through the storm, like we have been through worse things throughout human history, and this is a rough time. Like we're heading into a recession worse than we've seen in the 1930s. Like we really are. It's coming.
Well,
But we get through it. We got through we got through the 30s. There was recessions before. We've gotten if we got through the Middle Ages, I think we already are survivors, you know. It just seems scary.
I'm not afraid of anything anymore. The fear has gone. No more fear.
I'm apprehensive. I wouldn't say fearful, but apprehensive. Like on point. Does that make sense? It's not like it's like waiting for the other shoe to drop. You know it's gonna drop. It just when. And I wish like just if stuff's gonna hit the fan, hit it soon. Let me deal with it. Like instead of being on like needles and pins, like eggshell walking, just like what's gonna happen? Like what is going to pull the pin on whatever's coming? There's something coming. It just I don't know what.
It's already happening. It's going to be a big thing. It's going to be like a world-changing event. We already had one. I mean, the whole COVID thing was the first. After COVID comes war, and then after war comes famine.
Yeah, pretty much. Like
yeah. So this war is going to get big.
yeah, it will. It will. And it's like it just who's gonna drop the pin? You know? Like I don't even like everyone's looking at the Ukraine, but no one's looking at Taiwan, you know?
Well,
with this new earthquake in Turkey, this could set off a chain of other events.
it's actually prophecy being fulfilled. The earthquake was done by God.
Yeah.
And Turkey was a big player in this war in Ukraine. They were providing arms. So I don't know how they're going to be affected by it now. They got a huge cataclysm over there. Not only that, they were also in Syria. They were like fighting wars all over North Africa. Yeah. So and it's interesting.
It's just watching the buildings going down. It seemed too controlled. You know what I mean? Like I know they don't have our building standards, but it just
they got concrete.
Yeah.
And it goes up high in the sky, comes down, killing people. It's
No,
I
just
saw the
see the
video from
yeah,
Turkey, and it's just horrible. I mean, houses completely collapsed.
yeah.
But these are not houses; they're buildings. They're like
Mhm.
10-story buildings
Mhm.
full of people living in them.
I guess it hits me because I live in an earthquake zone. So whenever I see another earthquake, I'm like, do I have enough water planned up early?
Yeah, earthquakes. I've lived through a
What
couple.
can you
It's not
even
the most.
do? Like,
Just run out of the house and try to like make sure there's nothing over your head that can fall on you. That's really. But if you're like in the building, they say you should stand in the doorway. Like open the door and like if you can't get out of the building, stand in the doorway because the doorway has like more support than the rest of the structure. So if something's gonna collapse, at least you'll be like protected by the door that's like supported, you know.
my apartment's pretty good, but work isn't. Like, but it will be what it is. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, we're just so overdue for one. And when it hits, you know, I sometimes wonder if that's like, I feel like I'm doing YouTube just to record little bits in case I, I do disappear or something happens. At least there was a little breadcrumb of my life.
Yeah. Life. What a great thing.
It is beautiful
Yeah.
for the most part. I don't know.
Uh, anyway, I figured I'd stop and see how you guys doing over here. Looks like Richard stepped out.
Yeah, yeah, I think he went for a smoke, and I don't know if Kim's gonna be back or.
Who knows? There's so many people out there. Everybody's
Yeah, I
doing
know.
whatever they do.
Yeah.
I've been here for about 5 minutes, but you guys were having such a good talk. I thought I'd just be quiet.
Aw.
Oh yeah. Trying to stay warm next to a fireplace right now. It's kind of cold in
So
this room.
jelly. So jelly. You got a
Oh yeah.
fireplace. Somehow these like baseboard heaters aren't the same thing. Like,
Well, it's just a natural gas fireplace. It's a different thing. It's like the
those are still nice. Those are still nice.
yeah. You can
Like,
feel the fire. It's like oh,
you don't have to chop wood at like 5 a.m.
that's exactly right.
I did that a few years. I was like, I you really get to know your couple, like your partner, when it's like that cold and it's like, okay, who's getting out of bed to light this light thing? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that becomes the lines in the sand with marriage sometimes.
Well, in Canada, probably. Yeah, you guys got really
Yeah.
cold weather down there. Yeah. I'm more south, but it's still kind of chilly out here, and I got like a separate room where I have this gas fireplace. But inside the house, it's like it's a furnace, also gas, natural gas.
Okay.
Yeah, but this fireplace gets the room really warm
Nice.
pretty quickly too. Yeah. Yeah. Get warm and fall asleep.
Well, maybe in theological, we need to like just, you know, I'll share the cold, you can share the warm. We'll all be in the middle. It'll all be great.
Yeah. That
No,
doesn't make
it's
sense to argue about anything, really. It's just it's gonna be what it's gonna be. I mean,
yeah.
we can come to understand things, but I don't like arguing anymore, like with anybody. I don't know why. I just choose not to anymore.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get carried away, but
I
I
get
try
a
to
little
avoid it.
carried away on Twitter, but I think everyone gets a little carried away on Twitter. I
Oh
think
yeah,
that's what the platform's for. Like,
that's for sure. Well, a whole part of being of a renewed mind is to not experience any kind of emotion, be emotionless. Motionless. It's almost like being dead. Only you're still alive.
I consider myself a stoic, but I don't feel like I'm dead. I feel like
you
I'm
are
at
very
peace,
stoic.
and but the peace that I find is in trust of the Father, that the Father will do what is promised.
Yeah.
And so when people say something like, we're going to have a chip inserted under our skin and that's going to be the mark of the beast, I take literally the text where it describes a series of events that would ruin and never to be repaired the electrical grid, in which case I would ask the question, how are you going to read a chip and how is that the mark of the beast?
I think if they really wanted to put a mark of the beast on people without their knowledge, they could have done it already. Just to give you a shot, you know, when you're born, that's it. You wouldn't even know you have it.
If that was the intent of the prophecy, yeah, that could have been done.
But now they're gonna have to like force it on you, like everything else.
Welcome back, Kim.
Oh, I muted
Kim,
my
you,
so I wouldn't make noise. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thanks for having me back.
of course.
Is the sound any better?
It sounds
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So what have I missed? I heard something about
Well,
being emotionless.
we solved all the world's problems,
Oh, good.
and we figured out the riddle to life, and we've identified what love meant while you were gone. So I'm sorry you missed
That's
all that. You just have
amazing.
to watch it back.
Yeah, I'll have to do that. Answers I've been searching for.
Aw.
Yeah, it's like I feel like I think I'll give up on the relationship thing because I'm not very good at that one. So as long as
I
I
know
like
the
myself, it
feeling.
doesn't matter. You know, I'm hard enough. I hard enough to get along with myself, let alone somebody else get along with me. Yeah, I try, but I think being alone is the best for now. So, oh, the earthquake thing. I heard that if you get next to like a bed or a couch and laid close next to that is better than being under a table because the table could get smashed flat and you'd be underneath it. But if you're next to a couch or a bed or something, it'll like fall on top of it and it'll give you like a little tent area to be, you know, not squished in case anybody's in an earthquake.
I think not squished is good in
Yeah,
that
not
scenario.
squished is good.
Yeah, they always had us hiding underneath our desks, you know, when
Yeah.
they do the earthquake drills. Are you in California?
I'm
I'm.
in northern Canada,
Oh, well, that's close.
Vancouver Island. So we are close to Seattle. We get earthquakes quite
Yeah,
often.
I'm in San Diego, so I've grown up with them.
Oh wow.
They're not that bad. I'd rather have it than a tornado or a
Tornadoes
like
are
or a
awesome. I
hurricane.
hate to say it, but like all the hair stands up on your body before a tornado. It's the wildest feeling.
I had that
That's
happen
because
walking
they're
down the
electric.
hallway.
It's
Yeah,
because they're not wind shear, they're electric.
I think I'm like a static junkie or something like that. Like I just love that feeling and I miss it, even though it's like you shouldn't play in tornadoes. That's a dumb idea.
It's electric. Boogie, boogie, boogie.
You can feel them coming. You can see the sky. You can kind of hear it, but it's like all the hair on your body will start standing up and you feel almost weightless. You get this moment of almost weightlessness before a tornado hits.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. I watched this channel about the plasma apocalypse. That would make sense why things start floating into the sky, possibly because you start feeling weightless. If the plasma thing's true, I just keep my mind occupied with all different types of theories.
Have any of you discovered Suspicious Observers?
I used to watch them a long time ago.
It's time to start watching them again.
Oh, they good. Getting back to good. For a while there, they got a little hokey, but I started watching them, I think, in 2015 or 16, a while back.
If
And
you
it's been a
mean
while.
the ancient religious stuff and the symbology and what they thought it meant,
No,
are you
I
talking
think I
about
missed
that?
all that. No, I didn't see that part of it. It's been a while since I've been on there.
Okay.
But they were having
Where
a lot
did
of,
you leave at?
probably in 2017, before my stroke. That's how I gauge my life. Was it before
Had
or
they
after
made
that date?
had they made a sun in a laboratory yet when you were last there?
I don't think so.
They have now made a working sun in a laboratory.
That's very interesting. I'll have to check them out again.
I'll have to check
Yes.
that out. I've never heard of it, but I
Yeah, let me fetch you
like
guys a link. I'll be
under a
right back.
rock, I think. Like,
I forgot what the person's name was. I keep thinking Cousins. Cousins comes to mind, but I don't know if it's the same person. There's a few channels I used to watch that all of a sudden they disappeared. I don't know if they're back again, but a lot of things. It's like if I go down my subscription list, more than half of them are all gone. I don't know. I guess they got
There's so
kicked out
many
of
channels. I
YouTube
have
during
a
that time.
hard time following all of them. There's just I'm signed up to so many different channels.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I have so many different subscriptions on my YouTube that I just have a hard time following all of them. There's too many of them.
Me too. It's been many years, I think, that I've been subscribed. I don't even know how many I've got, but I go through it. Like I start at the bottom to see if there's somebody that I haven't heard from in a while. And I found one person again. She used to be Rachel on Dictionary of Truth, but then she said she changed to 50 Shades of Pissed Off. She's got a very interesting channel. I don't know if I saw one video recently, but I haven't seen anything since. But she is back filming videos now, sort of, kind of. She has a Facebook channel, but she's got interesting topics on religion and different things. She was one of. Okay, so easiness. The rocks were trying to tell me something, and that's how I found a lot of the channels that I did, because I typed in Google big lie about how rocks are formed, and that's how I started my, I guess, rabbit hole.
I'd ask if you guys are
on.
ready for this, but nobody's ever ready for this.
The sun is the source
ready.
of all power on Earth. The sapphire sun generates energies comparable to the sun's photosphere. Imagine being able to tap directly into the sun for power. The sapphire technology was designed and built to replicate the atmosphere of the sun in a laboratory on Earth, and These are some of our recent discoveries.
Let me show it to you in
Number of
operation.
plasma regimes. The hot plasma self-organizes and develops its own electromagnetic containment field. How does it work? We introduce hydrogen into the chamber. The anode is a metal alloy. The power going in is electrical. The reaction produces high energy levels which translate to thermal heat. The heat creates steam to run a turbine to generate electricity. The hydrogen can be reused. The output is electricity, the majority going to an external grid and the rest routed back to the power input. Sapphire is mixing elements at the atomic level. What you are looking at is a patented design that uses atomic hydrogen in a self-organized plasma. The atomic hydrogen interacts with the other elements in the chamber, causing nuclear reactions that are transmuting elements from one to another.
That's it for now. You guys get it?
Yeah, absolutely. That was cool.
Okay, so in that, I've looked into that a bit, not as much as I'd like to because time, but the maximum input that they've put into that chamber in voltage is 1,800 volts DC. There are plasma discharges of over 10 million volts.
Wow.
So it actually, it's either extremely efficient or close to perfectly efficient. It's pretty crazy.
No, I think my great uncle would be impressed how far we've come along. Like
Who is your great uncle? Should I know the name?
George Stevenson.
Don't know that. Sorry.
It's railways.
Oh, that's right. You've said that before.
Yeah.
Peace and respect. Welcome back,
I
Pixie Storms.
just keep thinking like he would get such a kick out of this century, you know, like, and we have soap. He was really big on soap. No, really, that's like one of the biggest comments I found from the British House of Commons when he was there. He was like, really like, you dirty Victorians, you need to like have soap. So for the metric standard, I think soap was like the winning thing.
I can understand why people get imbalances, and soap is one way to reset the imbalance.
Well, I just think that the House of Commons transcripts are hilarious. Like, I mean, like it's something we just accept as yes, soap is good. But back then, it was like this whole foreign concept.
Well, I heard that doctors didn't wash their hands between going down to the morgue and, you know, babies until I can't remember the doctor's name that suggested it, and he was thought of as a crazy person, and then they started washing their hands in between stuff. So soap was a big deal. We just take it for granted because it's always been around.
Yeah. Well, it has been around, just not so much with Western culture.
Did you guys catch the part of the video where it was saying that the plasma around that miniature sun was causing transmutation of elements?
Yeah, I saw that part. I'm gonna have to unpack that more because it
What about
explains
activation
a
of
lot.
DNA?
What's that, Kim?
I said, could it activate DNA? You know how we have
Actually, with the end of the ENCODE project and genome projects, and what Watson and Crick did some 50 years ago, we're aware that there's a lot of genetic material, and by a lot, I mean 15% or a little bit better than that, depending on where you read and who you ask, which is not coding right now that could be unlocked. Now, in 2016, Science Magazine, not to be confused with Popular Science Magazine, which is for like lay persons, but Science Magazine, which is for people in the field, estimated that we would find the protein chain that unlocks the rest of our genetic material by the year 2026.
coming up real quick.
Yeah, that's coming up. It's just around the corner, really.
Yeah. I know we're already halfway through. Well, not half, close to February. So does anybody know about the time change, if this is going to be the last time that we spring ahead? Or is that
I'm
still
not
just a
sure.
rumor?
I'm not sure anymore. Like,
I heard
they,
that it
I
should be our
used
last
to,
time.
they keep messing up Canada so much. Like, I don't even know when it is. Like,
Nice if they, I don't know, change. Seem different.
Peace and respect, Mr. Wesley Curry.
Greetings. Hi, everybody. My name is Wesley Curry. I'm in Huntington, West Virginia, and it's 11:14 p.m.
good to
Hi.
see you again.
So I am in San Diego, California. It's 8:15 p.m.
California.
Yeah, I know. I was born here. I didn't, what are you going to do? I moved to Washington, but it was rain.
Well, all in
Yes,
California,
you do
it's
get
been
a
shown
lot of
by
rain up here.
Jesus showed everybody on earth what he's going to do to California. For everyone there shall take the mark of the beast. It'll be called the Omni. They'll take it for the money. And in Scripture, it's written that he will. He's going to remove that on the blood of the earth, which is lava. He's going to remove the entire state of California and all that lives on there and kill them.
Well, that I figured out some way.
That was gonna mess up my day. I'm sorry.
Not California. California was an island a long time ago, so now let's go back. I had a
On the
dream
day
that I was
on the day that Jesus removes the state of California and the West Coast from the earth, he'll also wipe out the Chinese Navy that will have by that time invaded the United States of America and enforced the marking of flesh with a brand, a laser brand of a UPC barcode. That barcode is the Omni. To those who are carnal, to those who believe in Jesus, it is the mark of the 10, the image of the beast, the mark of the beast, the abomination of the desolation. You'll get 32,523 counterfeit dollars for being branded. That when you go to a store and take your hand and swipe it over the laser scanner, that the mark is read by the computer, your famous names will come up on the screen, and at the first time you go, it will show you have $32,523 in an electronic money account from which you can buy things in the Omni-controlled stores. Some of the product that will be sold there is going to be labeled tuna fish or chicken salad, and it will cost $40 a bag, but it is not tuna in any way, nor is it the meat of a chicken.
It's like Soylent Green.
Yeah, kind of like I wouldn't eat any pork.
Well, Soylent Green being a black visage, yes. There won't be any children when you look around in those days.
Well, that is the.
It just made me think of the Denver airport. That they're all with the guy killing the dove of peace, and all the ladies are standing there with babies that I don't know if they're dead or alive, but they're weeping. That was a weird mural. I don't know. It's not what I'd want before I go traveling.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's very, very sad.
I know that anything Bill Gates wise, not touching it. I don't even know what's real and what's not. I mean, when you have chorizo and you're cooking it and there's no fat, it's like something's not right with that chorizo. You know, there's doing something to the food and meat already.
Yeah, they are. And think how many production plants for basics like eggs have been destroyed over the past few years.
I
Like
paid
literally
$7.79 for a dozen
food
eggs.
production plants in a ridiculous way.
In Scripture, it's written in Revelation that Satan, the only evil, the beast, some call him the Antichrist, he worships a god of forces, that he prays to a god of forces. This is written also in Scripture in the words that Satan is given power to pull a fire down from heaven. Now, that fire down from heaven, that force, is what happened several times to everybody on earth. The carnal, those that don't believe in the word, will say it was a sleep paralysis. But what it really was that fire he pulls down from heaven. And while Satan didn't go into our bodies, he did make that electricity, that lightning bolt, that fire from heaven, that force, to say breathless words, waterless words. Those words were, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. Those words were, don't tell the vision. The dates that happened was on October 10, 2005, and on March 31st, 2020. In between those two times, Satan was able to pull that force down several times, but he did not make it to say anything. He only used it to paralyze.
Wesley, could you tell me what you hope? Could you tell me what you hope people will do with this information?
That's entirely up to you. I've discovered as a teacher that it's not for me to say what you're going to do.
What do you hope for?
That you're smart enough to figure it out.
And if people are smart enough to figure it out, what do you suppose they should do?
What Jesus told you to do on August 25th in the year 2005.
I was so young then. I barely remember that time. I feel like, and from what I remember, I don't think like world domination was my biggest problem. I was just at a university. Like, what do you think I was thinking about?
I don't know what I do not know your thoughts. And those thoughts that I will turn and toss you violently like a ball and don't tell the vision, those were not your thoughts. Those were the thoughts of Satan forced upon you. Only Jesus Christ knows your thoughts. When that is Satan's trick. He will put that fire down from heaven into people's minds, and it will force them to think thoughts like words that are breathless. And then Satan, standing next to that person, will say those words out loud and claim that he is God because he knows your thoughts. And those were never your thoughts. Only God, and he is Jesus, only Jesus knows your thoughts. No other angel, no other person knows your thoughts but you. So when that happens and somebody stands near you and says what your thoughts are, stand firm. They are not your thoughts. It is very uncomfortable, even intimate. It even seems like a trespass upon you. But asking a person near you that would be saying words that you're coursing in your head, they are also under that same oppressor. That is what they are speaking from. They are speaking from Satan, who is putting that fire in both of you at the same time. One of them over here saying words untowards, and the other one hearing those words and thoughts in their heads. None of it is Jesus. None of it is God.
So,
None of
Wesley,
it is your
let me
thought.
say, for instance, I were teaching piano, which I think you probably have, and I was instructing a student. Now, I would be instructing that student in hopes that the student would accomplish something. And certainly, if you're telling people these things, you're hoping they will do something. Would you please tell me what that something is?
I think he wants me to move out of California since everybody.
Well, maybe that's a good example. For instance, telling a prophecy over California's destruction, would you hope that Kim would move out of California? Is that why you're saying it?
Have a good day.
Okay.
Did I figure it out? I don't know. Snare zone too. Beachfront property.
I'm on to the tongues of the serpent, and that he wants the comforter opened that he can be thrown to the earth.
All I can glean from that is you think I'm dishonest. Is that so?
Well, anytime somebody says want, what do I want? Right away, that's sort of a red flag, sort of like, well, that's a kind of a tempting thing.
I didn't say want.
Jesus has given me all that I need. It is my decision.
I didn't ask you what you wanted.
Sure, there's one very big decision that Jesus gave to me, and that is to open or shut everyone's souls, that they feel the comforter and that they see the vision. And right now I'm given to shut it. So you are not seeing the vision now, and you're not feeling the comforter.
Actually, I feel the comforter on a very regular basis, and
you don't know
I don't
Jesus.
think that.
Sorry, dude.
I don't,
Like, just
I don't
being
think
honest.
that any of us can keep the Holy Spirit from one of the other of us. I don't think that
Yeah.
could be done. That means you're in charge of the Holy Ghost.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
you're
know if you're going to take the omni mark or not. I don't know that. Those visions of the future that Jesus showed all mankind, he didn't show to me. So I can only tell you from Scripture those things, and only from untoward words that have sort of been vomited on me. You know, that's how I know about the Omni and the $32,523. It's always been sort of in an untoward way, ill communicated at me, never with. So
Okay.
I'm just going to be patient, and I'm just sort of letting you know right now the vision's shut and the hedges are shut, that no one's feeling the latter rain wetting their souls, whatever condition your souls are in. And that is what is coming is that mark of the beast, and most people are going to take it, many more than not. And a lot of ministers and a lot of false churches are going to say, oh, this mark is a blessing from Jesus. It is good. $32,523 for all of us to pull us through this troubled economy time. Those are the Yavol. Those are the extremely perverted and evil mouths that speak Jesus' name in the way Islam speaks his name. Glad to see you, Kim. Wondered what you kind of look like these days.
Nice to see you too. My son says my camera's on, so I don't know.
Look, I'm learning to be strong and patient and loving, and I'm very slow to learn these things. And some big things have been given to my hand to decide upon, and I'm very slow to make any decisions about it because of me being vexed. I am vexed. Jesus put the dove on my head, and that doesn't mean that I'm given glory. It means that I'm target number one for Satan. And that I'm surrounded by his tongue. And it is maddening. So
It's nice to meet you.
nice to meet you too.
So I can't imagine why you wouldn't want to or wouldn't be forthcoming in telling me what you hope this message would give people.
Sure.
I don't see any reason to
everyone
hide that.
everyone had the vision every day for 18 years, and everyone knows that's what Jesus wants them to do, and none of you are going to do it. It is written in Scripture. Jesus doesn't lie. He said, "He shall open that none shall shut, and shut that none shall open." So none of you are going to open it. None of you are going to tell it. So, even if I want it, it's not going to happen. Even if I want you to tell the vision, you're not going to. So, if there's anything I would want, that would be what it is. But you're not going to. And just me saying it and you repeating what I say may magnify the pearl, the Holy Spirit, a little bit in your soul, but it won't be a baptism. It'll just be a little growth spurt. You might poke your head up out of the grass like a flower.
Wesley,
I know that Satan comes in peace, and I believe that peace is that comforting feeling from the latter rain, and that if I keep those hedges shut, Satan won't be coming to the earth until it's open. And it'll probably be a day that I open it for a long time, for more than just a couple of hours.
Thanks for dropping by Theological Introspection. I appreciate you dropping by.
Everyone has.
Excuse me, Wesley. Could I pause you for just a minute, please?
Sure.
I just wanted to say, have a great day, Theological, and spoil the ones you love with all your excess whenever you can.
Well, I double-minded me. It's a very difficult decision to make. I'm troubled by my double-mindedness. Am I doing the right thing in holding Satan from being put onto the earth in the flesh? I'm angry.
I'm sorry, Wesley.
Is ready for that revenge of Jesus, but part of me is
Wesley.
Hold it off so people can live their lives.
You have to let me speak to you sometimes, okay? Wesley, I'm turning 55 this year. I was very aware and sentient during the time that you're talking about when a person should have first received this vision. I did not receive any such vision. My friend Mac the Human is about, it's not what I'm saying, it is the truth. And Mac the Human also does not remember having such vision.
I don't know if I was alive then.
Is it possible you had this vision and not everyone did? Is that possible?
No. Not
Why is
according
that
to
not
Scripture.
possible?
For it is written that the vision toucheth upon all flesh.
Which vision is that talking about? I mean,
here, I'll show you a picture.
Right now, you're
there's a picture of it.
I see that you drew something on a computer.
Yeah. Though the thing of it is, if I say it, then the hedges become open and you feel that comforter, but you don't have to say the vision to get that feeling. And I'm just not going to play that game.
I don't know what kind of game you're talking about. I'm asking you about the scriptures, what part you're talking about in the scriptures.
Well, the vision is the Holy Spirit of Jesus. It looks like a pearl of snow white colored light, and it is located in the bowels of a person's temple. Their temple is their body. So if your head is lifted up at night, that by an angel of Jesus, that you can see your soul and its condition. If you see a pearl of light in the center of it at the bowels or belly, that is the Holy Spirit of Jesus. And that picture there is what that Holy Spirit of Jesus is. God is the Word is God. So the Word that is in your soul is that vision of the valley. That's the valley in Psalm 23. And the condition of your soul is the shadow of death in Psalm 23. The valley in the shadow of death. I saw my soul, and it was dead, gray and black ashes. The shadow of death. Death, the wages of sin. And I told that vision, and Jesus restored my soul. So when that voice that said, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball, came again, saying, don't tell the vision, that force could not get into me. That lightning, that fire from heaven could not turn my inner TV brain on and say whatever it wanted to say.
So here we have Psalm 23.
I just have such a different reading from that scripture.
But come on, folks. Look, millions
No, you all
of
know
angels
I change
have
how I feel about
told
the
you
scripture. I'm
the
sorry.
vision
Like, it's
over
Wesley,
and
personal
please don't.
interpretation.
over,
Wesley,
over
you've been.
again, hundreds.
Wesley, I'm muting you. I'm muting you because you just continue to talk, and you're being rude to other people on the channel. So I'm asking you to stop doing that, please. Okay? Crypto, would you repeat
Okay.
what you said for Wesley, please? Because I'm sure he did not hear you.
I just meant that, like, Psalm 23, like what we're reading right now on the screen, has been so different for me than what he's trying to explain since I've been a kid, that he's not going to change my mind. And if that is his personal experience with the scripture, I respect that. Absolutely. Like, the Bible should be your personal feelings and stuff like that, but I feel uncomfortable being told I'm wrong, even though I've never felt the way he's felt about the scripture. Like, it really has been a comfort as a kid going through rough times. Like, I know 100% I am loved no matter what happens. And that is something someone cannot take away from me. That was my little rant.
Jesus does love us all. But everyone on earth has seen and heard hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of angels of Jesus Christ over the last half a decade. Every day, many, many times, telling the vision of the valley from Jesus Christ. And everyone says, not. I don't know, embarrassed, afraid that you'll be hated if you say it. I cannot fathom any possible reason why you are not out joyfully announcing to the world on the streets that, yeah, the angels are here. Jesus appeared. He said to tell this, and then begin telling it. But you won't. And it's, so that's your choice. I cannot make your choice for you.
Wesley, could you tell people what it would have sounded like to them?
No, I'm not going to do that. That would open it. I'm
You're
not
not
going
going to do that, or you're unable to do that? What does that mean?
It means that I'm not going to say a few words that everyone's heads become open and they feel the comforter and they see the vision. It's shut.
I'm
Jesus
going to be
gave it
honest.
to me to open and to shut, and I shut it.
I'm going to be honest with you, Wesley. And I don't say these things to be hurtful. Your experience has obviously been your experience. And I'm not saying that your experience is invalid. But you're going to have a hard time telling me that 99.999% of the people are just liars and you're the only one telling the truth. So when people, I have you muted right now, you shouldn't bother to try to talk because no one can hear you, okay? You shouldn't try to convince people that they themselves are lying to themselves. I know that I'm not, okay? I know that I did not have the experience you're describing. I asked if you could possibly open my mind, like would I have heard it as bird song, perhaps crickets chirping, or something like that I did experience, in which case I would seriously consider. But then as soon as I ask you that, you go into this Gnostic idea that you have knowledge that no one else has, and that they would be privy to the knowledge that they did experience, but are lying to themselves that they experienced, and you won't explain how that knowledge is, which makes me think you're not being honest. Now, I know someone who keeps secrets. I know someone who keeps secrets. I know someone who's dishonest. I know someone who means to lead me in a certain direction that I intuitively don't want to go, who will tell me that my experience is invalid and that their experience is valid, but it's not Jesus, and it's not any angel, and it's not the Father, and it's not God. Those things are satanic.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Like this, like you have to accept, Wesley, all of our experiences are valid. You didn't grow up the way I grew up. I didn't grow up the way you grew up. Like, we have to just, if you have this passion, then you should respect it in others. And even if it's out of your comfort zone or out of your realm of experience, it's valid for that person. Like, I would love to just cut you down right now, but I understand you generally feel like this about God, and I'm going to respect that, even if I don't agree with it. And I think that's maybe the line you have to accept with people. Not everyone is going to agree with you. Not everyone's going to have that magical experience the way you did, that made you born again or made you feel this way.
Well, my goal is simple: to put off that day that hell begins for as long as possible.
Why?
That is
Because
my
you want more
simple
suffering on the
heart
earth?
I don't
You know
want
that
it to happen. It shall happen. I cannot stop it from happening, but I believe I can put it off for many more days than what you would imagine.
If this is the end of all pain and the end of all suffering and some amount of people's ascension into heaven, why do you not beg for it to have happened yesterday?
Oh, my body and flesh and evil heart and mind, they want Satan to come down and kick you all around and hopefully some sense will get knocked into you about all this. But it's going to be so terrible and evil. I could not want that upon even the worst of my enemies.
What is
You
your
have
name?
no idea the hell I've been through in my life. There is nothing you can ever threaten me with that'll
I'm not threatening. I'm trying to keep it from happening. That day that the nuke in
it does
Chicago
come
goes
across
boom,
as threatening.
I'm
It
trying
comes
to put it
across
off.
as like,
Simple as
I want to spite you. I think you're just
Oh, yeah.
bad.
I'm
Well, that's how you come across. I know you're not that guy, but you come across like that.
What is your
Yeah,
name?
I'm a
Demon?
brute.
What is your name?
Why would
I'm
the new
not even going to
Chicago
ask
go
Jesus to make
boom?
you gnash your teeth. I'm the one that asked Jesus to heal 2 teeth in your mouth, and he
Don't
did.
care.
And none of
What's
you
your
told
name?
him.
What's your name, demon? Who are
My
you?
name in Scripture is Eliakim. in Scripture, my last name, the second, is the second in Leviticus and in Zephaniah. Wesley Lawrence Curry, the second. That's who I am. And Jesus was of the flesh, which demons cannot say. And he is God, and there is no other God beside him. And I'm
Demons say a
speaking from
lot of
Jesus,
things.
who appeared to you and said, "Tell the vision, whom you say is not God."
Then you should be able to tell me that Jesus is your Lord and Savior, shouldn't you?
And Jesus is my Lord and Savior. And there is no other God beside him.
Is that
There
quoting
has
me, or
never
is that
been any
something
other
you feel
God,
is?
and there
Is that
never
something
shall
you
be
feel
any
is
other
true?
God.
Is that something you feel is true? Is that, or were you just quoting what I just said?
I know it's true. I feel it's true. I was taught it's true when I was from birth. My family taught me this, and I was very blessed by Jesus to be brought up in a common and good home and instructed in the way of manners and going and learning the Bible in
Were
gatherings in
you
church.
Baptist?
Right, none of that matters. It's just you're talking a lot about, Satan's going to come here and he's going to teach us all a lesson and stuff like that. So
Or
It
Pentecostal?
sounds like
it's who
honoring.
are
It
you?
sounds like honoring Satan, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't sound
Well,
like you're really preaching Jesus. You can say he's your
yeah.
Lord and Savior, but I don't really believe you,
Sometimes it
just like a
seems
lot of
like
other people say.
somebody does something bad to you, and they're good while they're doing the bad thing to you, and that happens to me quite a bit. When I'm a child and I do a wrong thing, I'm spanked, and I'm a
None of us
child.
are
I'm
children.
a fool, so I think that, oh gosh, this is wrong. This is an evil guy whipping me, but no, the whipping was done patiently.
None of us
Told
are
I was going to.
children, and
I
Satan
So
doesn't treat us with that kind of respect, and
like
Satan doesn't
Wesley
love us
was.
like a parent.
Right,
Satan does
right.
not
and
love us like a
So
God,
parent. I'm
18
right,
sorry, it's
years,
just
God
not
might
you
have,
true.
right, and
18
God might have
years,
made the
you
way for
had
you.
the Holy Spirit wetting your souls. And
God
now
might have,
it's shut that it doesn't wet your souls. It's not, I'm not going to give you a feeling. Jesus is not going to give you the feeling of the Comforter unless I say. And I say at this time, no.
okay,
Well, you
but
just
it's
declared
God made,
yourself
okay,
over. Excuse me, just a second, Pat. I'm sorry. You just declared
No,
yourself over Jesus, and you're not welcome
no,
here anymore.
right,
You just
right.
directly said that you are in charge of Jesus and when Jesus does things.
I'm
Now
quoting scripture that
that
it is given
no,
to
you're not
him the
quoting
key to the
scripture.
house
You
of
said that
David,
you
that
are,
he shall open and none.
and you're not welcome back, Wesley Curry. But I do think you should get a psychiatrist, and I don't mean it as an insult. I think there's something wrong.
If he wanted us to ask him permission or something. It's strange.
Okay, now we can have a real conversation again. Sorry, guys.
No,
I,
it's
I'd
okay.
love
It's okay.
I'd
He
love to be
has.
able to help
He
that man.
obviously.
I bring him on in hopes that I could talk some sense to him, but this is what happens every time.
Well, he obviously
It breaks
has.
my heart,
Some...
actually.
Hello.
Hello.
Well,
Speaking of breaking my heart, what's up, you heartbreakers?
Well, what did I do?
It's me poorly trying to do the whole "wow, you're sexy" thing, and I'm no good at it.
Oh
That's what
well,
that
yeah, I
was.
know. Definitely sexy.
Okay.
No.
Kristen Marion
Okay.
knows
Just,
I'm sexy.
I'm so unsexy I can't even pull it off calling someone else sexy. So just forget the whole thing.
Oh, stop it.
It's just how it is.
You're just being modest.
I'll behave.
I would behave. What was that? That was Mike Myers, right?
Yes.
I think so.
Oh gosh, guys.
Austin Powers.
That was interesting.
Okay, Wesley. What the fuck?
That's one way to say it.
I kind of get it, and that's kind of why I try to ask, like, who are you? What's inside you? What's going on there?
Well, I don't.
And
I don't
then
think
he did literally say, well, I will send you the Comforter. That's what he said.
What?
So he said the Holy Spirit will only come to you if I tell Jesus to send it, and that's why Richard kicked him off. But it's it's kind of, I get he's in this sort of legionary blindness. Whoever he is, I don't really know the guy, but that's why I asked.
Well, I think I see a lot of people go through this on YouTube. So, you know, as awkward as it was, I think we should have compassion for him. And
I mean, I do, but I'm not an eminent
yeah, I
psychiatrist.
know.
I'm not qualified to do this.
Yeah, I
Right.
know. I know.
Well, and I don't see it as things of the flesh. I really see it as scriptural things. That's why I don't. It's not even him I'm talking to. I don't even know who Wesley is in that.
Yeah.
I'm talking to a different sort of being when I ask.
Wesley is my spirit animal. Not
In
really.
that way. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's beyond psychology in that way. It's something different. It's spirit.
I'm in
think
love.
I think that, you know, as far as the Bible is concerned, I don't think that demon is staying with him. But I think he got it from something not God.
Yeah.
Where, I have no
That's it.
idea. But there's nothing about an honest religion that keeps secrets, or that is ashamed, or that is trying to claim knowledge that you shouldn't be privy to. None of that. All of that it's anti-human. If I think something is good, I should strongly want to give it to you in the best way possible that you need. I shouldn't be like going, oh, well, this is mine. You get this little dingly part right here. But the rest of this is mine. No, that's evil.
Right, and obviously
He's going to go any minute.
Well, he can't anymore because I've blocked him from the channel. In fact, Wesley, if you're still typing, you can stop. No one will be able to read it.
Yeah. Oh, it's just he never had any power as a man, and neither did we. Obviously, we were starting to, you know, we chastised one another. If it was, you know, I'm gonna send you, Christ. I'm the controller of God or whatever. That's a very bad place to be in. But I get it in terms of his. I get that in terms of the alienation of the spirit. You know, he'll come to a different place in his own mind eventually. That's how I see it.
Yeah, and Assembly of God makes a good point. It all sounds like insane fan fiction to someone who is not assigning this any truth value.
Yes.
And if this is not something that's true and evident in your life, then what we're doing is a lot of, well, what would Captain Kirk do in that situation? Well, he'd shoot down the green monster tree thing that's trying to eat. You don't know. It's just fan fiction, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I promise you that I'm not participating in fan fiction. I'm talking about things that are falsifiable, can be shown in reality, and things that logically follow from the evidence that is there. That's what I'm talking about. Probably doesn't sound that way to you.
I think he just wanted to stir the pot.
Wesley?
No. You can't just say that.
I think he's
Wesley.
obsessed with those ideas, but I think he's in his own mind in that way.
I think he doesn't like California.
Who does?
Hey.
Not even California likes California.
Weather here is beautiful.
I was going to say Californians, maybe?
I don't know.
As I said, not even Californians like California.
Pacific Northwest. Go Seattle.
Rainy in Washington.
Yep.
Well,
Assembly of
coming from
God.
California.
I could go verse by verse and show you what he's referring to from within the scriptures. And then there's necessary context within everything that he is very loosely quoting. And I mean extremely liberally quoting scripture. And show you why that in context, the things he's espousing, it's not saying. Okay? Which means you're directly into some kind of Gnosticism where you got a special revelation. Okay? Now, a special revelation would be fine if it works with what's already been declared. If it's more clarity on what is already there, fine. But if it is going away from or defeating what is already there, that's not okay.
Right.
It's like saying I'm a fan of math. I love math. I'm expounding on math. Meanwhile, I throw away the original math that I root all of my mathematical premises on. It just doesn't make sense to do that.
Right. You can't ditch the axioms. And I'd argue
Right.
even we're not believing in Christians any more than we are Wesley in that way. We're believing in the Scripture. I mean, in the real revelation of the truth. And in that way, it's like in math. It's you're believing in the axioms of the math. You know, it's
Well,
1
don't feel
plus 1
outnumbered
equals
or
2
anything.
or whatever.
Midnight, we're not going to gang up on you or anything, and you're free to say whatever you feel is true.
All right, I just wanted to ask whether I was the only atheist here.
By some people's definition, you're here with me as an atheist.
I used to be.
And I don't even believe in yet.
That helps you.
You used to be an atheist.
Yeah, for most of my life, like 20
Interesting.
years. 22 years.
What changed?
I
Don't
read
mind
the
going
scripture.
into. Well, that's
That might
funny.
be a good story.
Well, I just read the scripture, more or less, found out it was truth.
I mean,
But obviously, I mean, we could talk for hours on certain things.
Feel
Depending
better
on
now?
this. I studied science, I studied math and engineering in the university and things, but I am not those things. But those things did point me to God and stuff.
oh, Pixie's in here. Hello.
So I said feel
Peace.
better now?
Peace and respect, Pixie.
I mean, if you're asking me,
Respect,
yes.
Richard. Well, you're not the only non-theist.
Oh, yeah,
That's why I said feel better now.
yeah, yes. Thank you. But I don't know. It's funny. There are some people who read the Bible, who read the Bible and become atheists. Then there are some people who read the Bible and become theists. It's really weird how that works. Hello.
I think if you had a religious stance based on the Bible, and you read it and studied some and became a non-theist, it's because your assessment of the truth of the text was based in historicity necessarily. And if you find out that it's not historically accurate, I've seen plenty of people lose their faith based on that. A Jew, on the other hand, reading Tanakh would never leave their religion and their religious stance based on the historicity of the Old Testament. They just would not do that. And the reason is they know they didn't kill the Amalekites. Like, their people were there to not kill them. And they kept trading amongst each other. So they know they never got killed off. They know those things aren't history lessons, which is why they look at them as philosophical declarations. And if more Christians did that, more Christians would be able to maintain their belief of the value and truth of that structure.
I'm not even sure where to go with that.
Well, it's just like if I said to you, I killed all your neighbors 2 days ago. Well,
Oh,
you know
thank
that
you.
lie's
They're very
lie's
annoying.
it's not gonna last very long.
A
Like the
subtle
next time
if.
you're in the parking lot and you see one of them,
I'm like,
you're gonna
oh
go, well,
shit.
you're gonna go, Richard was wrong. Okay, he didn't do that. You know,
That's what he's gonna say.
something like that. I don't know
You
what he'd
kill
say,
all his
but
neighbors. Well, Richard was wrong.
you see my
Just
point.
thinking-
It's
I
not
just
it's
thought-
not it's not actual. It's not accurate to the actuality, and you would just realize that instantly from your own experience. So the Jews know they did not kill those people. The Jews know from their history they didn't go to war. Yes, they've had wars with people, but the wars didn't go like the text describes, which is why you find so many philosophical Jews.
So for the atheist, how long have you been an atheist? And what?
I would say pretty much all my life, even though I grew up in a Roman Catholic church, Roman Catholic household, to where I had my communion, I went to Sunday school, and then confirmation, and then I'm like, yeah, okay, that's done. Like
Right.
other than that, I didn't really think about it until you know, I came across Banana Man on YouTube.
Sure.
The Amazing Atheist. In case you didn't, nobody gets that reference.
Sure. Well, and the Roman system is Babylon, so don't expect any truth there. But so your atheism was prompted by a deconversion from the Catholic religion, or was it prompted by you no longer believe in a creator?
But no,
Or
I
did
was
you ever believe
never.
in a creator? Fundamentally, like creation itself, in that way.
Well, as I was trying to say, I was never religious. Right? I went to those things because it was, something my mom was like, "Oh, you know what? We need to do this because it's tradition." Like, fine, whatever, just get this over with. Uh, and then afterwards, it just, like I said, it wasn't something I really thought of until until I ran across some videos, and then give it much more thought. I'm still looking into it. That's why I'm still here, in the community, or just whatever. But I guess I'm more science based, right? To where if there is a creator of the universe, he used evolution and abiogenesis to create life, on this planet and us. So in that view, evolution and abiogenesis aren't really incompatible with the existence of a creator God. Having said that, God, God could also just be a deistic God, to where he just created the universe. So then he's like, you know what? I created the universe. It's cool. I'm just gonna take a step back and let things happen.
Okay, and I thank you for your opinions. Thanks. I'm trying to understand that. It's same deal. I mean, like I said, I was an atheist my whole life. And I draw a distinction fundamentally between you were in the Catholic religion or whatever, and then you're drawing back towards more scientism. That's sort of two sides of
Hold
different
on.
coins.
No. I have
But
to
it's
stop you right there. It's not scientism, okay? I don't think science is the end all be all. I am spiritual as well. I just don't believe in 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 the the gods the gods that are usually shown, or the Abrahamic God. So I need to correct you on that.
I hate to interrupt you, but ask, can you stop being so obsessively toxic? Like, you didn't even say hello to anybody before you started slinging insults, and you wonder why I think you're obsessive and weird. Like, please just stop. Go somewhere else.
Oh, do you mean you're talking about Assembly of God, right?
Yes.
I don't know what's with these
got off
comments,
work.
Assembly.
I got off work and came in, and he started saying that me and Will came in together and all this other stuff, and now he's attacking, and he attacks Will, and he'll attack me for being friendly with Will. It's the weirdest thing, and he does, like, I don't even have to say hi to him. He does this everywhere I see him, and I don't know what his obsession is, but it's getting old. And I'm sorry that it ended up in your chat, Richard.
It's not your fault. I've been pretty permissive with Assembly, and I've asked him to decline doing things like that, and when asked will, but then next time we'll do it again. I don't know, Assembly. I mean, I know I'm no threat to you to say leave and don't come back, but if this is who you are and this is what you like and you can't have a serious conversation ever, leave and don't come back. Just leave. These are intelligent people who are truth seekers. They may not know what the truth is, but they want it.
Okay, well, that was a hell of a tangent to go down to. Thank you, Assembly of God.
Yeah, if I might continue where we left off, I think it's. I
He,
guess
he's not a
I'm really
militant
not.
Christian, and he's never tried to force his beliefs
Yeah.
on me or anyone that I'm aware of. So please
Yeah,
stop.
that's just not true. Go on, guys, please.
Yeah, it's
Pat, go ahead.
whatever. I mean, if we got shields of faith, dude, it's whatever. But so I'm not really trying to pin. I'm not trying to pin you down as like a certain religious whatever. But I am trying to ask, like, where's the atheism? Because you're calling yourself that. So where does? So you stopped believing in a creator, God?
I
'Cause
never.
I'm not naming him. I'm not saying the scripture. I'm not naming anybody. I'm just saying God, the creator. Do you believe in one? And that's where because we can talk about that. Because I used to be one, obviously. I was a pure hardcore. All I cared about was
Okay,
math.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to be. I have to be a hardcore atheist. Well, I guess militant atheists do exist. So, but
No, I'm just telling you. Just tell me how how you see things. Because I used to be that way. So I'm trying to understand your position, so we can talk about it as well.
well, I mean, if you used to be one, shouldn't you understand my position? Honest question.
Yes, and I understand that there are. I understand that there's a lot of positions. Is the point? I'm not going to pretend to know your very being and things just because you're an atheist. I can't do that, obviously. But I'm asking, like, where does that come? So because we've been developing this sort of idea. Is my point. I'm not trying to pin you down. I'm trying to understand you. Like you said, it's not so much about your old cultural and religious upbringing in a certain way. It's about your understanding of reality and life and science and things and understanding logic, whatever you want to call it. That's why I'm asking you, where does that come from? So you no longer believe in a creator God because things like, is it the Big Bang? Is it you went to university, you became an engineer, something like that? I don't know what it is. I don't know your life. That's why I'm asking. That's all.
Okay, well, I never believed in a creator God. Usually when people say creator God, they mean the Christian God, although they could probably mean chaos, which I think is like the Greek force that created the universe or anything else. But I never believed in a creator God, right? I never seen a creator God. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. The universe we live in is, the universe we live in is wonderful, and there are many wonderful things in it, but there's also many things that don't really care whether you live or die, and they just do what they want, right? Like, if the sun were to go supernova tomorrow, like we wouldn't even have time to react. We'd be like, you know what I mean? We'd just be we would just be obliterated in
Yeah, it'd
like.
be like an act of God or something.
Well, no, there wouldn't be an act of God. It would just be an act of it would just be an act of
No, of
physics. But
course it would. No,
Physics.
because
That's what I was going with. It's an act of physics.
No, because physics tells us the sun is not going to supernova tomorrow. That's
it
not
was
going
an
to happen.
example. Okay, you know what? I'll be back.
Hold on. Our understanding of physics is constantly evolving. Our understanding of physics today says the sun cannot supernova tomorrow, but our understanding of physics 10 years ago didn't allow for many things we consider almost factual today. So I don't think that just because we don't understand something, God is the explanation. And I would tend to agree with Midnight when he says he's never seen a God, because I myself have never experienced a God or evidence of a God. All I've experienced is man's construction of one.
You never looked at him. That's the problem.
That's your assumption. And that's a very dangerous assumption to make about people you don't know. I'd watch my arrogance if I were you.
You're assuming a lot of things. I'm just saying there's only one God. You got to look at him. But it's you guys are assuming a lot of things. I mean, that's why I'm asking about your assumption about the creation of the universe. It's if you don't believe.
I don't assume a creation of the universe.
But that's why
just like I don't assume everything came from nothing. I don't assume.
Right, but that's why
I can honestly say that I don't know. And as far as the Christian claim that atheists believe that everything came from nothing simply because we don't believe in a creator is absolutely laughable, because I don't even believe in a state of nothing to begin with.
Well, I didn't say those things. And that's what Christians say themselves, that everything came from nothing, right? So you're on the same sort of It's a false.
No, everything
I
came
never
from
said
God.
that.
God couldn't come from nothing because God didn't ever not exist. So yes and no, I guess. They have
Right,
a
that's
weird
my
catch
point.
22. There's a weird catch 22 they can't explain. So they should worry about their own inconsistencies and assumptions and less about mine.
Well, I agree. Yeah, that's my whole point. I didn't say those things. That's my whole point. It's both. I didn't say everything came from nothing. I'm just asking questions about what you guys believe in terms of we're men. I mean, it's if it wasn't a created thing, then how did we get here? The scientists tell us.
I think there's a lot of things I don't understand, right? And I don't think that God did it is any more explanatory to how beings evolved than Darwin's theory of evolution, right? I don't think one is more explanatory than the other. One is just magic did it, right? And that's not an explanation. It's not a satisfactory anyway. Like I don't understand how you think that that's an answer. No, I'm saying creation is magic, and I don't think you I don't understand how that's an answer.
Digimon. Like
evolution is a
Pokemon
evolution is a very, very slow process based on environmental pressures. Right.
Okay,
So
that's magic,
I
right?
wouldn't call
This is
that
words.
magic
This is
per
spellcraft.
se.
Well, it's just spellcrafting. You're just talking words.
No,
Pretending to
spellcrafting would be
understand the
breathing.
entirety of words.
Spellcrafting would be breathing life into dirt.
Well, you just
Right.
said three. You just said three sentences to explain the entirety of all creation, all life. It's just everything's evolving.
I did not say that explained everything. I said it was.
No, but that
I
is what
said
you're implying.
I said magic is offers no more of a response. Like it has no more explanatory power than. Well, I think it has less explanatory power than Darwin's theory of evolution. As far as explanations go, as far as like demonstratabilities, I would say that there's it offers less, not more.
I hear you, and I appreciate that. I mean, I was there one point, obviously. I just literally, to me, it's the more I learn the words and things, the more it seems like just it's a spell or something. It's evolution, created all diversity of life, but not the creator, not creation, not. Can't mention those words. You must say evolution. You must say
no. What makes you
mystery or whatever?
What makes you think it was creation? Like what
I
evidence?
just think that's what that
other
word
than
means.
belief. Other than
Well,
belief.
because there's things that are alive, and they had to come from somewhere. So it's created, right? It's a creation. So
No, I don't think that's what creation. I think creation is like an intent. I think we all know that when somebody refers to the word creation, they're referring to an intentional design, right? It's not just.
But that's
life
what evolution is, right?
happening. No.
But evolution, you claim
evolution is not intentional design. If evolution was intentional design, you wouldn't see unfavorable mutations in life forms. Right? There would be no bad mutations. There would be no unfavorable genetics if it was some magic loophole that was intelligently designed. It's not. Nobody said it was intent. I said that evolution happens over this slow process based on pressure from environmental factors. I never said that was favorable or intelligent or designed. We have lots of bad mutations in genetics that suggests no intelligent design.
Okay, sure, and I didn't suggest those things. You're the one naming all these philosophical words. I'm just saying that is where did all that come from? That's why I say creation, creator, origin, source, whatever you want to call it.
No, I don't think any of those things necessitate. No, I think when you say the word creation, you are necessitating. You are necessitating a creator, and I don't think a creator is necessary.
But you do think all life, all species, all forms of matter come from originally one speck of something, right?
Did I say that?
Well, that's what you believe. When you say evolution, you mean every life form has one singular.
First of all, I never claimed to believe in evolution. I said evolution is more explanatory than your magic God. Second of all, even if I believe in evolution, there are many forms of evolution, and you're making a lot of assumptions about what I do and do not believe.
No, you're the one talking about evolution. That's why I'm responding to you with the word evolution. I didn't say evolution.
I believe evolution can be demonstrated in ways that your God cannot, if that's what you're saying. At least the concept of evolution is demonstratable.
Okay, I'm back.
I have to interject just a little bit. Pat, you're never going to find Thunder Dwarf using a word accidentally. Never.
Yep.
I hear her words,
So
but I'm telling you.
So whatever she says, she means precisely that, nothing more, nothing less. She's very exacting.
She can be wrong.
I'm not saying she's right or wrong. I'm saying you can't afford to assume that she believes in Big Bang because she says that the most explanatory power is within evolution.
Right, Richard.
You just can't.
I didn't say she believes Big Bang. I asked her. If you
I didn't
rewind,
say
I
that
said,
you said
"Do
that.
you?"
It was an
I said,
Pat. It
that's
was
why
an
I kept asking
example.
I know. I get that. That's why I kept asking questions.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand what she's doing because I feel like I'm being placed in a maze or a labyrinth of. She's trying to, like poke me around the corner or whatever. That's why I'm
Are you
asking
related to
questions.
P-Town, by the way?
That's just all why I'm asking questions. Because you're saying you don't believe in a creation, but you do believe in evolution. You believe everything came from nothing, but you don't believe everything came from
She
nothing.
said
You
she
believe
said
a
she
lot-
doesn't.
No, I
believe
specifically
everything.
do
No, I
not
get that.
believe everything came from nothing. I do not even
Right,
believe
that's what I
a
just
state of
said.
nothing exists.
No,
I don't
no, you
believe
said
a state
she
of
believes
nothing
it
is
exists.
possible.
That's my whole-
It is outside the realm of even conceptual ideas in my mind.
Right. That's my whole point. I was trying to formulate.
would
It's
like to
like
get
a
back to it, 'cause
circular.
I did.
It's a circular thing that I'm trying to understand in your own understanding. Like I've
Okay,
never
so
met you. I've never spoken to you. I'm trying to understand
Science-
what you see about it.
In science,
I
even
get
in a
it.
vacuum, we cannot create a space with nothing, right? Even when there appears to be nothing in a vacuum, there are particles, tiny little particles, jumping in and out. Gone there, there 1 second, gone the next, unpredictable, in and out. Even in a vacuum, right? A sealed vacuum where nothing should exist, there are particles jumping in and out. And that suggests to me,
They're virtual particles. Let her talk.
that suggests to me that there is no such thing as nothing, and there has never been a state of nothing. So I cannot even conceptualize nothing existing, except as a comparison point or an abstract ideal. I don't think that is any bearing in reality.
Right. I think you'll find we all agree with you there, like in that way.
But I
Virtually,
wanna-
we're talking virtual particles or whatever. I agree. It's not really a nothingness. It's just creation. That.
Okay, here's my question. Why couldn't God have used evolution to create us? Evolution and made biogenesis.
Because you would have no point at which you could say that creation is in the image of God. After all, if I say something like all life forms came from several single-celled animals, then the first life forms were single-celled animals, which would make the image of God a single-celled animal.
So
that's
like
kind of a problem because
Well, no,
they're
hang
not
on, hang on.
famous. They're not famous for being intellectuals.
I know, like Richard. The image of God doesn't have to be a literal image of Him, right?
Okay.
So
Well,
when people say the image of God, the image of for example, we usually say, Sam is the spitting image of her mother. Like the way she acts, the way Sam acts, maybe remind people of her mother, but Sam isn't exactly her mother. Like, you know what I mean?
Do you know what you're saying when you say the word abiogenesis? Do you know what that word means?
Oh, tell me, what does it mean?
It's
change from without.
No, I know. I want to hear.
Change.
Without life creation, yes, change. Whatever. Without life creation, evolution, change, whatever you want to call it. But so that's when you say. The point is, you're telling us about abiogenesis. That literally means without life creation, like from nothing to something, sort of thing, like life from a rock. I'm telling you, life did come from a rock. It came from our rock, which
You
is
have such
God,
a-
dude. He's too powerful. That's how
No,
I
when
see it.
actually,
Wow,
I
I give
think
up.
when he's
I'm done.
speaking, I think when he's speaking of the study of abiogenesis, he's saying that, and it's been a while since I've looked into it, and I'm sure my knowledge is outdated, so please don't think I'm an authority on this. But the last time I read up on it, we had found they had said something like, we'll never solve the answer to abiogenesis, to how life came from non-life, because not because there isn't a answer, but because there are several possibilities, and they were discovering ways in which RNA could replicate itself, possibly into DNA, based on environmental pressures, without a creating force.
Right, but rocks don't have RNA. Did you hear me? Rocks do not have RNA. They don't have
I
the
heard
genetic
it,
material.
but and I
You're
know
talking
you
about
a little bit.
abiogenesis. Talking about from
Okay.
life from nothing.
Hold on,
right?
hold on,
Wait,
hold on.
From nothing.
Rocks-
Sparkle, hold it. Just
Okay.
hold it as long as you can. I'm begging you to just hold it. Pat, nobody thinks that minerals by themselves became life. Nobody thinks that. Okay?
Right.
So when you say
Fundamental
rocks
elements,
don't
right?
have RNA, that is not making a point.
No, I was just responding to her point. She was talking about it's possible that we didn't have DNA, but we did have RNA replications in certain bacterial systems and things. But how did
No,
the
I said that's
bacteria
what they
get
were
there?
looking into. I didn't. I said it
Okay.
was. I also said my knowledge was probably outdated, and not to quote me as an authority, but that's what I remember reading. It's probably much more in depth now. Actually, I'm sure they have even more answers and to address questions I didn't even think of when I read that article. But I was precise in
Sure.
saying I'm not absolutely correct here before starting for a reason. Thank you, though,
Right.
for
I'm
assuming
really,
the direction of that again.
no, I was just reiterating what you said. I'm really not trying to pin things on you in some weird way. I'm not. It's just I used to be the same sort of. I believed in the same sort of things.
I
And
don't
that's
think you
why
used
I
to be
kind of
like
know the
me at
weak
all,
points.
because I don't think you used
I
to
didn't
be
say I
like
used
me
to
at
be like
all.
you. I didn't say that. I said I appreciate you. I'm not
No,
trying
hold
to
on,
pin
hold on. You did
everything
say
on
you used
you.
to be an atheist like us.
No, he said
That's
I
what I
used to
said. I
believe
used
what
to
you
be.
believe, which means he's
Yeah.
assuming what I believe, and he's also assuming how I got to my beliefs.
Yeah,
And those
this
are just
is
really
Okay,
weird
but
things to
that's
be assuming about strangers.
it's weird that you take it so
honestly.
offensive. I'm asking you questions about everything you believe. You've self-professed. You don't believe in God, right? You don't believe in a creation. You're trying to explain how life came from nothing. So that's why I'm asking you all
No,
these
I said
questions.
I'm not
I'm
saying
not
I'm
an
not
enemy of
explaining
you. I'm
how
not
life
trying to
came
hate
from
on you.
nothing. I'm saying
Non-life is
it's
not
That's what
nothing.
possible that
abiogenesis
life can
means,
come
though.
from nothing, or not from
Okay,
nothing, but from non-life,
right. So
Yeah,
that's
I
what we're
don't
talking
think,
about.
Pat.
I
without a
don't
creator,
I don't even
without
know
an
you
intelligent
guys. I'm not
designer.
like personally hating you, right? I don't even know you. We're talking about the topic, right? That's what we're talking about.
Perhaps
Yeah,
it's just your word choice. Perhaps I find your word choice
No, it's just the
perhaps
way.
you're
very
It's
offended
just the
by
way
things.
he's coming
pretentious.
across. It's yeah. It's
You're
it's just.
offended by things. You guys are
Uh,
pretentiously
It's not that I'm
assuming
offended.
not
I
a
just have.
God.
I'm not easily offended. You can
Okay.
ask a lot of people. I happen to find your word choices very pretentious, and maybe unmeaningly so.
I mean, I
But
guess
that's
we're
how it comes
pretentious.
across, and maybe you should know that.
You sound offended, is all.
You don't know what I sound like when I'm offended, so that's another assumption, and you should really watch those because
What
those,
the fuck?
not very intelligent and very arrogant at the same
You're
time.
literally you're throwing all these accusations at me. You sound offended. That's the fact.
People who know me, how offended do I sound on
I
a
don't
scale of
feel
1 to
You're not
10?
offended. You're not
I don't
Yeah,
know
upset.
you, and I
Pete.
don't really
Yeah,
care.
you know what?
It's
You
a
know
very
what? I'm going
strange
to call you
thing.
Pat's Town from now on because that's
It's
who
a
you
very
remind me of.
strange thing.
Are you playing
I'm
the victim
asking you
card?
guys
Is that what
questions.
this is?
I think he
No, I'm
is.
asking you guys questions, and you're literally coming at you're throwing darts at me. Like I'm
Wait,
some
Pat,
I'm not
take a little
throwing
breath.
anything.
it's a very
Pat,
strange
take a breath.
thing. Like
Pat's
it's
Pat,
Town.
take a
atheism.
breath. Or you guys take a breath, or I'll make you take a breath. Because
Okay.
y'all need to just relax a little bit so you can have better conversation. Pat, in your
Sammy, you might
speech,
want to mute.
you sound in your speech, Pat, you sound very assumptive, whether you think you're assumptive or not. So if you could just like ask people more questions to understand their position better, that would go over better for this conversation.
Dude, I think if you rewinded the tape, you'll see I'm the only one asking questions. I haven't been asked a single question. All I've done is ask questions.
Well, you're not asking enough questions apparently, because you're still seemingly assuming people's positions.
So that word abiogenesis means life from non-life, right? So where does that come from? Without the word creator. She said
The
RNA.
problem with
So
the
what's
word
reasonable
creator
answer?
is it implies intelligent design, and people studying abiogenesis don't necessarily believe that intelligent design is necessary for abiogenesis. So creator doesn't even have to be there at all. It can be completely inconsequential for all we know, right? Like, I don't understand why you think it's this implied thing in the study.
Well, so all it implies is a bunch of created beings studying a bunch of other created
No,
things.
not created. Created implies an intelligent designer. If
You know
it
what
is
the word
absent,
Genesis means?
if it's absent of an intelligent designer with an intent to create beings, then creator is wholly unnecessary.
All right, I want to be clear. I never said the word intelligent design or intelligent designer.
That's what a creator is.
Do you know what the word Genesis means? You're the one who said abiogenesis. So what does Genesis mean?
Actually,
Oh
I'm
my
not the first one
God.
who said abiogenesis, but
Of course you are. That's exactly.
no,
what
I'm
it
not.
is.
You
So-
and Sparkle were
Wasn't
talking
me.
about
Are you-
abiogenesis.
I
Thank you
brought up
very much. Do
abiogenesis.
try to work on your memory.
I've
Are
never
you,
said that
so
word in this show.
your argument is that the Latin "a" without bio, life, Genesis,
Creation.
it means that we think life, there was no life, and then all of a sudden there was life, and it was that simple and that quick. Is that what you assume?
No, I don't presume to know anything you're asking. That's why I'm asking a question. You're telling me there was no
Because
creator, there was no creation involved.
whether
And you do
it
say
was
the word-
God,
you
right?
used the
Whether
word
it was
creator
God, hang on,
in the
Pat.
word that you used. Okay.
Hang on, Pat. Whether it was a creator or just natural means, so no real actual drive, still there was a time where there was no life, and then there was life.
No. That's the definition of God.
See, now you're just talking nonsense.
You said there was a time where there was no life. There was
Yes,
never a time
as
where there
in
was no life.
physical life. Unless
No,
you
there was
think
just
God is a
There
physical
was in
being.
the beginning, right? There was just in the beginning God. I'm saying the material realm, as you think of it, physicality, is not as real as you might think of it as.
So explain God, because if God is life and God created life, then where did life come from? Why is God alive? How did God come alive?
God just is life. He's just living.
But that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable for an atheist to say about the beginning of the earth. So I'm not accepting that as the beginning of life and God. How did God come to life?
Well, I didn't say anything about the beginning of the earth. I just said God is life. He's just alive. That's
Right,
just
but
who he
you
is.
want us to assume answers about things, but you can't assume answers about things.
Like what? I just answered.
Like what? Like where did God come from? How is God? How is he
What do you mean?
alive?
When you say where did he
How
come
did he?
from?
How did his life come from nothing?
Friend, because you're asking where does he come from? You don't understand. Where are you?
Yeah.
You're just
How does God
inside it.
exist? How does God exist?
Dude, he's not coming from a different place, like in the galaxy or something. He
No,
made
not
the
where does he come from in that sense? How
There's
did
not a
he
where.
exist? What created God? How does God
How?
exist? Yeah.
Why don't you
He has
ask him?
life, he
He
has
just
being,
is.
but how? How? Prior to,
He just
I mean,
is. He's
it
the
just, his
only
life,
He's the
his
only
life just came from
self-existent
nothing?
one.
His
He's the
life
only
just came from nothing?
No, it's just himself. He just is life. He's the only self-existent one.
Oh,
That's who
so
God
all
is.
these things that you just assume, right? That you can't
Well, but you're
explain?
talking about creation from nothingness, right? You said abiogenesis, that literally by definition
If I have to say
means
one more time that I don't believe in
creation
a
from
state of
nothing.
nothingness, I mean, I don't know how dense you can be. How many times do I have
No,
to
I
say
didn't
that I don't
say-
believe in a state of nothingness?
That's not what you're talking.
If I don't believe in a state of nothingness, how do I
You're
believe
talking
life came
very
from nothing?
You're talking very philosophical. No, it means life from non-life. That's what abiogenesis means. Life
Well,
created.
then stop saying
from
nothing
non-life.
because I don't believe. Well, that's what you
Well,
believe.
it's
That's not what I
non-life.
believe.
That's just what I meant by nothing. Like
You
non-life.
believe life came from nothing because God always existed and God
No,
is
'cause
alive and
God
God
is
is
not-
conscious and therefore it came from nothing because it always was. That's what you believe. That's not what I believe.
No, that made no
Yes.
sense. That made no sense. It's God. It's literally God is life. He's not nothing. He's everything.
No, God has life. God is a conscious being with life and intent, but he always existed, meaning nothing created him and he came from nothing. That is your belief. That is not my belief. Stop putting that on me. That is projection.
There's gonna come a time.
I don't believe
you
in a
will
state
see
of
these
nothing.
things. I get it. You believe in a lot of things. It's okay. Like, so do I. Okay. But you said the word abiogenesis, and that means life from non-life. And I'm saying life only comes from life, which is God, the creator of heaven and earth.
And that is your opinion, and I don't agree with you, and neither does a large portion of science. So congratulations.
So you don't agree
Okay,
with me. You
first of
believe
all,
life
I'm the
came
one
from
that brought up
non-life.
abiogenesis, which I'm starting to see was a mistake.
Right, but but she just said she does not agree with me. So she believes life came from non-life. Because I'm saying life came from life. God created all things. You're saying life just appeared spontaneously out of the cosmos.
Look. Physically
I used to believe that. I
possible,
used to
yes.
believe that. I used to be just like
Yeah,
this.
I doubt it.
No, you did not used to be
Doubt it.
just like me.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
say
I did.
stupid
Yeah.
shit like that. It makes you sound like an
Yeah,
arrogant
I used to be.
asshole. And I'm
You
not
just
saying that
clapped
to attack
in front
you.
of your own self.
Like
You just
I'm seriously,
clapped
I'm
at
not
me.
saying, I'm seriously not saying
You
this
just
to attack
clapped at
you.
me, called me three. You just clapped at me, called me three different names, and then said, "I'm not saying this to attack."
Is this
you, though."
P-Town?
I'm not, because listen,
Good luck.
here's why I'm saying this. Because what I didn't call you three different names. I said it makes you sound like A. And I mean that. If that is not
That's
your
three
intent,
names.
that
That
is,
doesn't matter.
yes, it makes you sound like that. If that is not your intent, you really need to stop saying stupid shit like, I used to be just like you. I assure you, you were never just like me. Please stop saying stupid shit like that. It makes you sound like a person you don't want to be labeled as. I promise.
Everyone can hear you speak too.
Yes, and I'm telling you, that's a dumb fucking thing to say to somebody. Stop it.
That
You're
laugh, a
wrong.
little laugh.
Yeah, it's just funny to me. It's
Are
just
you
funny to me.
P-Town? I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
I'm not whoever you think. I'm just a guy talking to you about
I
literally
know.
creation, and you're upset about the fact that I believe in a creator, and you
Yeah,
want to
yeah, I'm
accuse
stupid.
me
No,
about
I'm
a lot
upset
of
about
things.
the fact that you keep. I'm upset about the fact that you keep coming off like an arrogant asshole,
What
and
do
you
you
have
think you
zero
come off as?
self-awareness about it.
It's ironic, is all. You don't get how the flesh works. You don't understand how this
Okay,
works.
this is going to have to become somehow more progressive by you guys' efforts, or
I'm
I'm
not
just going to
accusing
find a
her.
way to. Pat,
I'm just gonna let
Pat,
him and Sparkle continue talking. I'm done. That's just. I'm good.
you guys have to find a way to make it more progressive, or I'm just going to end it. That's all I'm saying.
Progressive in what way? Like
I'm asking
Something,
questions.
some way.
She's calling me lots of names. I'm not accusing
I
anybody.
didn't say you are these things. I said that your word choices make you come across as these things, and I'm sure you don't want to be labeled these things. You should stop saying these things. But please continue to converse with Sparkle, because that seemed much better.
It's just irony to me, is all.
How is it ironic?
Because all of her accusations apply only to herself. Like,
Sure, you can
Christ.
pretend that all you want, but that's the zero self-awareness I was speaking of. Please address somebody else now.
You know what? I ain't even mad. This is just funny to me. It's like, oh yeah, we're all super upsetty spaghetti because Pat believes in a creator.
No,
Oh,
no,
wow.
no. Let's not do that. That's
No,
not why.
it's fine. Sorry, it's just
I'm not upset that he believes in the creator. I have
I know.
no
I'm just-
issues with
it's
anybody's
sarcasm.
faith.
It's sarcasm. Like I'm just that's what he thinks. Sorry. It's just.
Despite your beliefs, I am not an anti-theist. I don't have any problem with anybody's faith. I am wholeheartedly separation of church and state, and I don't want anybody's faith legislated, but I don't have any desire to talk one out of their faith or deconvert someone despite your beliefs. Or despite any beliefs you may hold. Please don't let me assume you hold those.
Okay. Thank you all. So I'll ask another question. I love you all very much. I'm trying to understand. Do you believe in the Big Bang? Because we're talking about creation, right? That's all I want to talk about. Is that
No, I don't believe in the
how
Big
we see
Bang.
things.
And I don't believe that our God created all of the universe either.
I think the Big Bang is a misnomer, actually. I mean, I know it caught on, but the Big Bang is actually a title that started from critics of the idea and not from the actual proposed idea. So it actually provides the wrong imagery. Do I believe in it as in, do I believe that this is an accurate depiction? No. Do I believe it's possible that it's something close or as close to what we can understand before we obtain more knowledge that refines this? Maybe, you know, but do I believe that because it doesn't hold all the answers, it is somehow devoid of value or truth? No, I don't.
Well, I mean, if you really want to know more about the Big Bang or the expansion of the universe, because Fixie is right that it's used as a misnomer, and funny enough, an atheist actually came up with the term Big Bang. I forget his name right now. To disparage it because he thought that, he thought that theory actually pointed to, to the creation of the universe and to God, because the Big Bang, the expansion of the universe was
the spark, the creation spark,
the
like the divine
spark.
thing.
A Jesuit priest came out with the with
the theory itself.
Yeah, with the theory itself. I think
I'm just
after
asking
Einstein,
you guys what you think.
Well,
I'm not talking about Jesuit priests.
Well,
no, but you're talking about
Wait, you know what informs our beliefs? A lot
Jesuit
of times,
priests?
lots and lots of research, and you know how you find these things that we're talking about? Lots and lots of research.
You want to know our beliefs, but then we tell you it's like don't tell me based on the.
No, I was listening until you started talking about Jesuit priests and stuff.
Well, I mean, it was a Christian. The idea did come from the Christian side of science. It was discredited by an atheist scientist, and funnily enough, the name he used to discredit it is the name that stuck. Right?
Well, yeah, that's what I said.
Do I think some brilliant people took all of the knowledge and evidence that they had at the time and made some brilliant projections and half truths and educated guesses? Yes, I do. Can I sit here and tell you which parts of it are true and which parts of it aren't? I can't. I'm sure other people will long after I die when they have much more knowledge than I have now. But as I said before, I don't, just because I don't think it is like the inherent truth doesn't mean that I think it's absent of truth or devoid of value.
So when you were talking about the expansion of the universe in the dark ages of cosmic expansion, right? Are you aware that the James Hubble telescope or whatever disproved that a long time ago? Because we have observed fully formed galaxies that were in the so-called age of cosmic expansion.
It caused questions and refinements. I wouldn't say disproven, right? And that's a mistake people are making with the James Webb telescope now. They're saying, oh, they see all these. No, they're saying, no, hold on. They're saying, even that with the James telescope now, they're saying, oh, we're seeing all these things we didn't predict, right? This looks nothing like what we thought we should have seen. Therefore, it means all of these things have been disproven and all of these things are wrong. And that is not the case. Nor do scientists actual scientists in the field believe that is the case. Now, they are happily astonished and amused at what they have found, and they realize that something in what they have assumed is wrong, and there are refinements that need to be made, perhaps in several places, but this by no means destroys what was there, and that's what I'm trying to say.
There's a lot of scientist fans, but there's not a lot of scientists so-called that are actually pushing the precipice of what things are.
I mean, I could get a scientist to
And
come
you
here.
really
He's
don't
not
know
too
math,
busy.
or you just don't really know it like that. That's why you don't understand the dark
You want me to
age
get a
of the
scientist on
expansion of the
here? Because I
universe.
can.
But
It's you're
by
not
the
really
way,
understanding
if
how the cosmological. Okay, keep going.
if you say something is wrong because some small intricate part of it is wrong, unless all parts of it depend on that part, then you've committed a fallacy of composition.
Interesting fallacy. I don't think I've ever heard of that, but it does make sense.
It's just you can't explain how the creation came to be, and so you don't really have an explanation.
You can't
That's why I asked
explain
about
how
the Big
God
Bang.
came to be. Why is that
God
any
didn't
different?
come to be. God just was. That's why I asked you about the creation.
Well, but the point is
and
you
the
can't
Big Bang
explain
and
that.
things.
You can't explain that. There is no explaining that.
Why
so
would I
what's the
seek
difference?
to explain God just being? I can't explain.
So then
it.
why
It's
would we
just
seek to
God.
explain the universe?
Why would I be
That's your
arrogant
whole
enough
purpose,
to think?
right?
No, why would I be arrogant
That's your
enough
whole
to?
thing.
No, here's my thing.
Go ahead.
I
condemn
can
yourself.
have beliefs about how things began, but why would I be arrogant enough to assume I know how anything began?
Well, that's all you do, right? As atheists, that's what I used to do as an atheist. Is the Earth is this old,
And there we
everything's
go.
this old.
See,
Here's the
statements
science.
like that.
Here's
That's
the
another
science
one.
textbooks
That's
that tell
all
us the
you
truth.
do as an atheist because that's all I used to do. Stop it. That's all you used to do, and that's fine.
It's just you don't know.
But
what you're
just because
talking
you
about,
used
I
to be
get
an
that.
atheist, it doesn't
But
mean
you're not
that's
a
all
physicist.
atheists do. That's another dumb thing to say.
It's
Don't
just you
do it.
acknowledge.
Okay.
You're none
Do
of
you
those
want me to get a
things. You're not a
physicist on here?
physicist. It's just you acknowledge you're none of these things. You're not a physicist. You're not an engineer.
Okay, you know what?
You're not
what?
a mathematician. You
And
don't
I
know what any
can't
of these things
possibly
are.
know any, right? Because
And
you
your
know
God
me.
is a black hole. Your God is the supermassive black hole. You don't
I
even
don't
understand
have a
where things
God.
are being made from. You think
I don't know.
right?
I don't
Exactly.
have.
You don't have a God. Right, you don't have a
Yeah.
God because your God is just scientism and whatever's going to get you food.
No,
for
my God
tomorrow.
is
I
not
get that.
scientism.
My God is
I get
scientism
that.
and whatever gets you what?
Food for tomorrow.
Well,
I've been
Pat,
there.
you
No, I
keep
get it.
saying
What
you
the
keep saying
fuck?
you're not trying to be offensive, and then you keep saying things that are offensive.
Yeah, thank
Why?
you, Richard.
I didn't. No, I never. No, it's them who are saying. I'm not trying to be offensive.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. That's just too much dishonesty for me.
Yeah, I good thing you picked up on it. It's like, wait a minute, am I talking to P-Town? Somebody, Peter W. asked me, why is Midnight being mean? Well, I'm sorry, but he was just coming off as a asshole. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and have him say that shit.
I mean, Pixie asked must have been at least twice that I can recall easily. I think more than that. Okay. So we could critique my position. You guys could take a look at what I'm saying and say, hey, what about this? What about that? You could give me some, whatabouts. Or if you think something I'm saying doesn't make sense against reality, I'd love to hear about that.
I mean, I heard a ding. I guess your food's ready.
That is correct. I am a master chef with the toaster oven. It is a truth.
Everybody's a master chef with a toaster oven. I can do wonders.
I'm a what?
I said
Why?
everybody's a master chef with a toaster oven.
I was asking Eon Monk why this comment.
Oh, you're a piece of shit. That's what it means.
Yeah, I can read it. I just
Maybe
don't know
he's
why
friends
it's there.
with the guy you kicked.
Oh, maybe.
Or is perhaps the same person.
Maybe? I don't know. I used to be an atheist, fellas. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thereby I know everything about you.
Yeah, I look. This is just me, but whenever somebody says I used to be an atheist, my radar goes up. It's a red flag for me. I've talked to too many people who claim that and they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. They didn't portray what atheists believe. What atheists believe well. right? And I didn't want to be like the whole, like, I don't know. It just comes off a certain way. Like even Pixie picked it up on it. I'm sure she picked it up from other people as well who claimed they used to be atheists.
Yeah. I've been an atheist the majority of my life, but I wasn't really interested in learning about these things either. You know, I wouldn't have been having the conversation you guys are right now having. I wouldn't have done it.
You
To
know,
be fair, I didn't intend to have these conversations. I just accidentally stumbled in here, made a couple of friends, and I've been having fun because I like to debate and explore.
I don't think Pat is anyone's friend today, least of all mine or yours.
I just appreciate good argumentation, and I think Sparkle, Pixie, myself said plenty to encourage that, and it wasn't happening, and that's all there is to it. I'm not upset. I'm not mad at the guy. It's just he doesn't want to have any kind of progressive conversation. That's just evident.
Just the way he was
Fine.
talking.
Then don't.
I can't help it. I can't help but laugh.
I mean, it's fine, but that kind of an attitude is not going to. Okay, if I have a truth and I use it to piss you off, am I doing you any favors?
No, you're making me not want to know your truth. Okay, your truth might be true to where it comports to reality, but what the fuck do I care about it? You know what I mean? Because you're being an asshole about it.
Precisely. Now, why would I want to do that if I'm trying to benefit you?
Because you want to feel superior to others?
Yeah, there's something wrong there. Yeah, exactly. Something's wrong. I don't know what it is. That's an individual thing, but something's wrong.
That's the one thing that gets under my skin, right? Is like when people make assumptions about me. I'm like, you don't know me. We've talked like how many times and for how long? Like, please stop it. Stop it.
Yep. But you know what? Good thing you kicked him off because
Well, what conversations wasn't going anywhere, and I don't think it was going to. He got invited 4 times to have an actual conversation. He can't do it. Fine, he can't do it. I'm not mad. It's just that's not what this platform is. In defense of Sparkle, P-Town, you and Pat's voice and sentence structure does sound similar. It does. Now, you guys do overall say different things, and I don't think you're the same human. However, you do sound similar.
Yeah, this is why I said Patstown. That's what the P stands for. Patstown. Again,
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're the same person. Just go ahead.
After about 3-4 sentences, I was like, yeah, that's definitely not him, right?
Yeah.
But at first I questioned it. It was something about the tone.
Yeah, the voice quality is very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I actually am having kind of a hard time finding people to argue with me.
Why?
And that's not a proudful statement. I mean, I've had conversations with a lot of people, and I just...
Well, that's because it's hard to debate something logical, right? It becomes an argument of perspective at that point.
Explain that further, please.
So, I was in debate a lot, right? And there were 2 different kinds of debates. There was two different kinds of major categories of debates in the tournaments, and it was Lincoln Douglas and cross-examination. Now, Lincoln Douglas is very evidence-based and very logical, structured sort of debate, right?
Okay.
So your goal is, because it's logic, is to make, if you are the affirmative, your goal is to lay out a very logical, affirmative response that should leave the audience with no question that this is a great course of action. And your job as the negative side is not to present a negative case against them. You don't even build a negative case. What you come in that room with is tubs and tubs and tubs of negative evidence. And as they're speaking, you are filing through that evidence, and you are pulling out evidence against everything they've addressed. You've got it noted, right? They talk about point A, you've got five examples why point A is so bad, right? And you're pulling it out as they're speaking, and that's what you're hitting them with. You want to tear down the logic of the statement they proposed, right?
Okay.
When you can't attack the logic, that kind of debate becomes very, very difficult. And I think what tends to happen is it becomes more like a Lincoln-Douglas debate. And in that structure, in a Lincoln-Douglas debate, what you have is before you go in, because you don't know if you're going to be affirmative or negative, so before you go in, you have built an affirmative case and you have built a negative case. But these are going to be very philosophical, right? You're not punching holes in logic. You are trying to be persuasive, philosophically.
Okay.
All right, and maybe pulling on some heartstrings. You really got to get in there. All right. And so I think when you can't attack logic, the conversation devolves more into these opposing philosophical perspectives, and it comes across more like arguing. Does that make sense? And I think that is more difficult for people because they don't see that they're going to persuade anybody. And I think that when people join a debate, typically on YouTube, they're usually trying to attack logic, and you leave little room for that.
I think it's because these things make sense on their own. Like this is as debatable as humans perceive the sky as some shade of blue, on average. I think it's just once you state some of these things, they just seem really obvious. At least they seem really obvious to me. Maybe that's not the same for everyone, but...
Oh, Dean. Batman.
Peace and respect,
right.
Batman.
I just think most people on YouTube are more comfortable with the CX idea, the attacking the logic. And so when they can't do that and they have to go, Lincoln Douglas all of a sudden, it's out of their comfort zone. And you do make it difficult. I
hope so.
I'm a debater, and you make it difficult. So,
Yeah, I'm looking back. I really wish that I had participated in that sort of exercise in my youth. I really wish I had, but I hadn't. Speaking of welcome, Batman.
Yep. Hello, Batman. Were you watching me kick some ass? I say that jokingly, but hello?
You're muted somewhere, Batman, but it's not on StreamYard.
Yep. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you watch me kick ass?
Yes, I was very proud of you, and I was proud of Pixie too.
Yay.
I don't know about Sammy. I think he was just high.
He's busy.
Sammy's good people, and he gets bonus points for the memento name.
It's funny, Pixie. I was listening to you explain that, and it literally sounded just like how one of my teachers explained.
Plot twist: she was your teacher.
And it's crazy because Like
Oh, I just realized how insulting that was. Sorry, Pixie.
oh shit. She's quiet. She's not even gonna pay. She's not even gonna pay you any mind.
No, I was giggling. You guys are fine.
Go ahead, Bud.
Yeah, so it's funny because so what Pixie said was like right on the money. And I think when you participate in that type of activity, your perspective on how to engage people on a lot of things is very different, right? And it's not necessarily about knowing better, it's just how you process information, right? Like so one of the things that he taught us was, someone would give us a long explanation of why they're right? And one of the things you're supposed to do is that um, have your little notepad or whatever, would try to break that down in a simplified syllogism, right? Premise,
Well, yeah,
premise after premise.
the trick in during cross examination, right, was you had to be really forceful because you have such a short amount of time to do your cross examination, right? So you're trying to word your questions in a way that you get very short responses, right?
Yes.
Yeses and nos. A, because it's definitive, but B, because it helps your case, right? They want to give long explanations because they want to confuse what you're asking, but they also want to run the clock out on you, right? So it's a battle.
Yeah.
That's your
Yeah.
battle time. That's when you make the state champion cry on accident. Oops.
Oops.
Anyway.
Is that a confession?
Yes.
Pixie, why you have to be like that?
Well, Secular Pagan doesn't even say hi to me. She just says hi to Richard, Pixie, Batman, Sammy,
Hey,
and chat.
Pagan.
Oh, hello, Mr.
I do love
Pagan's
her avatar
mom.
though. Like that's
Put your icon back on. Put your regular icon back on, Sparkle, and I'm sure they'll recognize you.
Yeah, the voice is not enough.
Well, she doesn't like me that much these days, so whatever.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Bad form,
Boo the
Raccoon.
Sparkle.
Bad form. I'm
What?
sure SPM loves you. Truly.
So the reason why I find Richard's perspective to be so interesting to the point where I'm actually willing to really explore it, is because initially when I was reading the Bible, right, my perception of a lot of things weren't necessarily spiritual in nature, right? I always saw these entities as being, beings with physical bodies who either have, some kind of control over reality, one way or the other, whether it's through technology or whichever means, right? And they have a specific purpose, right? And they want to guide us in a particular way. And obviously, us being primitive, right? One of the most efficient ways that we pass down knowledge and information was through storytelling, mainly orally, right? Because writing shit down, that was for the rich and the privileged, for the most part, back then. And so I kind of took a lot of stuff at face value while trying to keep the cultural context in place. The thing was that a lot of the Old Testament, there's a lot of cultural things that I didn't super understand. When I say super understand, I mean I didn't get the culture back then and why they did the things that they did and stuff like that. And so I kind of just looked at it as just like one whole narrative. And what I liked with with how Richard kind of looked at it as is that it's a narrative that is happening or going to happen, and he identifies specific possible events that could happen, right? And he can point to those things to kind of demonstrate his position, all of which are, falsifiable, right? And so, I agree. I agree in that, it's from my perspective, you know, it's hard to necessarily argue against it, right? Um, but part of the reason why it's so hard is because I don't necessarily know enough about the wordings, the language, and the cultural context. He has more knowledge than me when it comes to that, and a better understanding. So it's difficult for me to form an informed opinion. So this is why whenever I'm exploring certain aspects, right, I would ask questions, right, and so Pixie's right. It's hard to argue against your position because a lot of it is grounded in nature, right? And you lay out certain things that people can actually look at and point to, right, and explore and see if it makes sense, right? But even if this one thing, right, might not connect, it doesn't necessarily mean the whole vision or idea, right, is nonsense, right? Because it's adjustable for a few reasons, right? So just to kind of connect those two things, I think this is why it's important a lot of the times to actually learn some philosophy, right? Because it allows you to at least be able to listen intently, right? And it gives you better tools to kind of break down people's positions into much simpler forms to where you'll be able to ask more poignant questions, right? To get to the point because because your mind is probably like rushing, right? And you want to get to an ultimate point. Unfortunately, it's not as simple. Um, um, like that's why I came up with the whole hive mind idea, for example, right? I wanted to,
Right.
I asked basic questions and led up to, that possible conclusion being necessary in order for the view that he has on scripture to be true. Now, I don't know how scripturally sound that is, right? Again, I'm only going um, from the internal critique position, right? As I understand it, like I always say, but I still think it's pretty interesting to explore this. And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of non-theists gravitate so much towards Richard, right? Because he explains it in such a way to where it could, it, it's more tangible in terms of what could happen. See what I'm
So
saying?
last night, Odin, I said the exact same thing, but I put it as, for me, I will say, as an example, I don't necessarily believe it, Richard, but I cannot pick a hole in your logic,
Right.
and that's appealing. And also, the other appealing part is that it's something that we haven't heard 1,000 times, and have Christians come in like they've got this new gotcha thing that no one's heard before, and it's like, so there's quite a few reasons, but I think it's the logic, the fact that it is so plausible. Like, what is unbelievable about a spaceship? What is unbelievable about in this expanse of a universe with so many galaxies that there's going to be more than just us? And if there is, who's to say it's not us? Why couldn't it be us? All very reasonable, plausible things
as opposed to a dying and rising God human. Which just that in itself is ridiculous if you're not predisposed and indoctrinated towards that.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Can I just say something real quick? Just real quick. Think about it this way, right? If you were to just sit and think about this. We've found a way to take rocks, right? Do stuff to those rocks and allow them to generate enough power to power whole cities or countries.
Yep.
That is sorcery, right?
Hey, rock, what do you mean by rock?
Huh?
Like,
Coal.
Oh,
But
Well, you think that
the
sorcery.
thing that
You think that's
And-
sorcery. If we would have listened to Nikola Tesla or developed his ideas,
Well,
That
I
would be
heard
sorcery.
Neil deGrasse Tyson talking on that last night. Joe Rogan said to him, "Why didn't we go down that route?" And Neil said, "How do we send electricity nowadays? We send it through a wire. And the reason is because you can't stand in front of the wire, but you can stand in front of that beam of electricity, and if it's strong enough to power a machine, it's going to kill you."
I'm not
So do
talking
we
about
really
that.
want?
I'm not just
that,
talking
not
about
the Wi-Fi
okay,
electricity.
First,
That's not what we're
first of
talking about.
all, that wasn't the only thing he worked with, right?
Oh no, he
and
did
a lot
lots
of what he did work with, other people stole because he didn't have an interest of doing it for profit. He was oddly altruistic, right? And he didn't care if people stole his idea and used it. He was more interested in the knowledge and moving forward, right? And so, who knows what all he invented? But he predicted a lot of things. Like he said, one day we'll all be talking to each other through devices that'll fit in our vest pockets.
Yeah.
Right? Speaking of wireless technology, Wi-Fi, the way that works has a lot to do with his ideas, right?
Yeah.
So if we would have taken his ideas more seriously sooner, who knows what kind of sorcery that would look like today? I mean, look at like how interconnected systems are wirelessly, how your phone and your computer and your Google Home and your doorbell and your security cameras can all be connected, right? Like that's not because of wires.
Mm. And do you know what I think to me is more shocking than this sorcery that we can do is how often I'm reminded how we are still so fucking primitive. This sorcery of burning a rock to create energy to power our homes and things is so primitive that even our advanced versions of nuclear power is still, all we're doing is pushing a big fucking wheel around.
Yeah.
How is that still the level that we're at? That
I agree,
we're burning shit to spin a wheel to
but we
create
are learning
more power
we are learning to
while
burn it more
losing so
efficiently.
much power in
Well,
the process. We are getting
no,
more
we-
efficient.
we
but
are
it'll
between-
never be.
Well, because we figured out we successfully did fusion
Yeah.
instead of fission. And on top of that, there's also red hydrogen. Have you heard about red hydrogen?
Nope.
No.
Okay, you should. There's is it what channel does it? 2-Bit Da Vinci? I think it's 2-Bit Da Vinci has a video on that, and you should watch it. It's pretty interesting. I'll put it in the wheel.
And by the way, the fusion byproduct that we get is actually useful.
So, is fusion the one we've been able to do, and fission is the one we want to get?
No, fission is the one we've been able to do.
Yeah.
Fusion
And
is what
fusion
we
is
just
recent.
accomplished.
Yeah.
Splitting atoms is easier than fusing them together. I
And
say easy, but
unfortunately, which it was kind of because of our lack of equipment and space and everything, but to get it to do what it had to do, they had to pump that much fucking power into it that it's like, you know, thousands of percent in to get 1% out at this point. So we're
Yeah,
a
so-
long way off doing anything useful with it.
Well, and that's why I'm talking about red hydrogen, right? Because that actually, red hydrogen could actually even go a long way into solving the water source problem, like having to be near a major water source, because it takes so much less water, and it's the way it's doing the cooling is I can't explain. I'm gonna have to show you the video. It's pretty interesting.
Sorcery, dude. I'm telling you.
You're sorcery.
Like, if just think about how much power nuclear bombs generate. Right? Like, if you were to go back 2,000 years and like,
Yet it's not useful yet.
yeah, you know, so it's. I'm just saying that, and we've only been around, right? Let's just give us 1 million years, right? Imagine the possibility if a species been around longer than us, hasn't destroyed themselves, and has mastered this type of tech. Now, there's two ways it could go. It could, you know, hopefully they won't be hostile. I think that if they're intelligent enough to survive for millions of years and not destroy themselves, and you know, and do space travel and stuff like that without any issue, right? I doubt they'll be hostile unless, of course, no human being.
Haven't humans been around for like 200,000 years?
Yeah, I'm just saying, you know, I threw the million, you know, but that's really not a lot. The Earth.
No.
It's really not a lot.
It really
you know?
isn't.
So imagine, you know, a species that's been around for way longer.
Mm.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
do you know,
Yeah.
I'm starting to buy more and more into the idea of we've been going through cycles as a species because we keep getting knocked the fuck back, be it by a meteorite or, you know, some natural disaster. We would, I think, if we've been around 200,000 years and how we keep finding these ancient technologies that can't be explained by the people who have claimed them, and, you know, primitive technologies existing alongside really advanced technologies, and to me it's explained by we advanced for thousands of years and then get knocked out, and there's only a few thousand survivors who have to start again. And maybe in the survivors, you know, the pyramid builders were all wiped out. No one who knew how to build the pyramids was alive anymore. So all the new technologies that developed was almost not like a new species, but a new subgroup with this new series of technologies. And again, get wiped out and we have to start again. And we're just in the last cycle. You know, that's they say maybe about 4,000 or 5,000 years, because that was when there was a big, whether it was an ice age or a meteorite, I can't remember, but that was the last time that we sort of had our numbers depleted.
Yeah. So here's the cool thing about humans, right? I think that if you look at our technological development throughout most of our history, right? A lot of it happened in the past. I don't know, like realistically 10,000 years, right? And that's a really small amount of time compared to our existence, right? And you know, I'm sure if you're aware of these cycles, you know, much
But
smarter
and this is
people
what
and
I'm sort of pushing back on though. I'm saying that this 10,000 years you're looking at is just one cycle. I think that our dates for things aren't quite right. I'm starting to be a bit skeptical and conspiratorial about dating of things.
I mean
Um,
that's possible, but the way how you have to look at it is okay. What did they have? Okay, all right. Look at it this way, right? Right now, as a species, we are extremely connected versus being in smaller pockets, right? We can all communicate wirelessly over a long distance instantly, right? Which means we can share information quicker, which means we can, build quicker, we can plan more efficiently, right? And so, what I was kind of getting at is that what you stated is something that people who, with more resources, more knowledge, and th- they're cognizant of this, and most likely they're planning for an event like this. I mean, shoot, have you seen those storage areas for plant species? And like they're massive, right? And they keep them in
Are you
specific.
talking about the sperm and seed banks?
Yes, yeah, right. Like those places are dotted all over the globe in specific locations, right? Strategically picked locations,
You know,
right? And they have specific people who are typically around in those areas who understand what would need to be done with all of that material if there was a catastrophic event, right? They'll have enough resources to survive for a while, right? They'll have protocols and all of that stuff necessary. So I think that even if something catastrophic happens, a lot of the technology that we have, even some of the species, that we have, right, that's available to us right now that would have been wiped out, right? We would be able to make a comeback, and it won't be a comeback
oh, I
out of
don't doubt it.
ignorance, right? If anything,
Well, see,
just
Well,
one more.
no,
I don't
that's what
know.
they're saying. That's what they're saying, though. They're saying it is a comeback, just not quite on the scale, and that's
Exactly.
why, according to the theory, as I understand it, that's why they say, like you see magnificent ruins, right? Like they're magnificent, but the thing is, they're built on even more magnificent ruins underneath that they couldn't quite replicate, right? And how it's just kind of it's just the way it's layered in there throughout,
Yes, and they're
different it's
discovering
strange.
that the further back they're going in time, it's becoming more advanced
I should
instead
say
of more
hypothesis.
primitive.
I shouldn't say. I was using theory colloquially.
Yeah, but that would be explained by this cyclic thing, and I think if enough people got wiped out now and we lost electricity, so we went back to basics. Only people like Richard would survive to begin with. The vast majority of the population would die. Only people like Richard who could, survive in the wild and stuff would survive, and they would not be worried about trying to keep the latest mathematical equations, that humans have come up with. All of that shit's gone, and we're gonna have to start again. Like, I know it's just you mean like this. You're thinking, but there's still stuff left around. But that was the same in these ancient civilizations. But they didn't. The people left didn't know how to use it or do anything with it. So
I disagree.
it was like a retardation of the evolution.
think
Like
of it
maybe
this way.
not on this scale, right? He's not saying that they were like flying to the moon and had
No,
computers.
No,
He's just
I
saying
understand
like
what you're
just
saying.
different technologies that
like they
we
weren't they
don't
weren't
have.
primitive. They came up somewhere and got knocked, and then we got knocked back down, and then we came up
If you
maybe
can
even
cut the
further in a
hardest,
different direction.
if you can cut the hardest known substance to man to sit on a laser line, a laser, and it's even 2,000 years old, what is the explanation for that? We have to say we don't know. So
Yeah, I mean that's a fair assessment, but what I'm saying is that the difference between the major difference between now and then is two things, right? Communication, speed of communication. A matter of fact, it's three things, and our capacity to record what we have done and how we built things. See, back then, right? I think it's everyone can kind of agree that we haven't seen any evidence of like wireless communicating mobile devices and stuff like that all over the globe, right? So
yes,
when information is
but
recorded,
the point is
just real quick.
on that note. But to answer that note, we may have seen it though, and this is the whole thing. It's a technologies we don't recognize. Not necessarily more advanced, just unrecognizable to us. Maybe they had a Wi-Fi that we've never discovered.
I mean, sure, but I don't see any indication of that. Like, okay, so take for example, right? Um, if it was, you know what, the Mediterranean, right? What you'll find is that in areas of the world where countries trade on a large scale, right? You'll see a lot of cultural sharing taking place, whether it's food, the diet, or even architecture, right? And so this is why, in some places throughout the world, you'll find, maybe, a Roman building, you know, in the middle of Africa somewhere where, as far as you're concerned, Romans never really even went down there, right? Or, so you'll find that type of cultural sharing taking place, right? So I'm
So
not
can I
necessarily
ask a question?
Can you hold on
Yeah,
to
finish your
for a
point. Yeah,
second?
finish your point.
So,
Sorry.
so, so the other thing too is that a lot of that stuff was grounded in trade. A lot of sharing of knowledge was grounded in trade, and that was the main reason why you see all of that. But again, nations understood back then that there's certain cards you hold to your chest, like the building of the pyramids and stuff like that, right? That certain technologies were shared, right? And even when those nations got conquered, right? Those architects didn't share anything. A lot of them just would rather die, right? Because they want whatever, because that's a part of their culture, and they don't want to share that with their conqueror,
And
right?
I get that explanation, and I do agree mostly. And I know that a lack of evidence is not evidence for the negation of anything. But I want to ask an engineering question. And yes, it might be leading, but don't take it anywhere. Just answer this question for me.
Sure.
So, for us in modern age to make an edge straight, like straight down to the, almost microscopic, that we would need a laser to do. We could either use a laser or a tool that has been set by a laser, right? My question is how would one go about coming up with a laser finish without a laser technology?
So, so I just have a basic understanding. So there's a few ways how you could get something like that. I don't know about down to uh um um molecular level, right? Um, However, there are ways of how you can get straight and flat surfaces, right? Hard, straight and flat surfaces. And you can, with that surface, for example, you can make, for example, a circular saw, right? Um, Depending, like for example, you would have to import certain products and techniques in order to make a really strong saw, right? Like normally, um, uh, think in the times when they were building the pyramids, they used bronze, but they used other minerals in order to strengthen it to do a lot of cutting. They had specific cutting techniques that they used to use to cut the obelisks out
Mm.
out of stone and stuff like that, right? And some of it they actually imported somehow. I don't know how.
Isn't
But
Right?
that
that's
the
my
point, though?
point.
But
It's
that's
all
the point.
these
Like
unknowns.
well, yeah,
Like
there's
with
a
the
there's a
drilling
certain
thing.
type of there was a certain type of metal, and the way they cured it, and the way that they made these specific kind of swords, right? That like we can't even replicate that composition today.
Yeah.
So we're not saying that their technology was like advanced or more advanced than ours. We're saying that if they
It
had
advanced to a point
some
and then got
technology that we don't understand, such as the composition in this steel, right? Or not steel, but the composition in this metal, the way these swords are made, then that could allow that they had not more advanced technology than us, but some sort of technology that we don't understand that also helped them do these other things that we're not accounting for, right? That's all it's saying. And on that
for
note,
example,
I do
Batman.
need to jump off. So you pretty shiny
Love you,
people,
Pixie.
thank you very much. Peace and respect. Later days,
All right,
all that good
later.
stuff.
I really want to give you the two examples that got me thinking about this stuff. One was a drill core they found.
Bye, Pixie.
That where we've mostly thought that it was a back and forward circular motion, right?
Yeah.
These cores are one continuous drill line, and because of the spacing, they can get the speed.
Yeah.
And these things were spinning at thousands of revolutions per minute and cutting through some of the hardest known substances, like doing things that we still don't have the technology to do now. But this was thousands of years ago, like pre-Christ stuff, and faster than we can do. But the other one was the discovery of this object. They have no idea what it was for. It's just a weird trapezoid sort of shape with two holes, like it was attached to something else. But it was below a species, fossils of a species that existed 9,000 years ago and further back. So they're like, how did this obviously forged thing with a perfect hole cut through it and stuff that low? Let's check out what it's made of. You know, was it the Bronze Age, Iron Age? It's a fucking aluminium alloy. From a time, and they dated the patina multiple ways, and everything coming back, the carbon dating, everything. This thing is 9,000 years old, and it's an aluminium alloy. How do you explain that?
Do you know my answer to all of this is?
Oh
Angel's
boy.
been here. Angel's been here, and sometimes they didn't care to leave a hammer laying on the job site just so we'd find it later.
We could definitely there's that definite possibility.
If they have the option to do that, Richard, I would say that is a certainty, because if I was an angel, I would leave shit around to fuck with the primitive humans.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I I for one don't think our ancestors are idiots. Um,
No.
I
No, there's a
definitely
very
don't
good
think
chance
so.
they were actually smarter than we are now.
That's the mistake we make, is that we think the further back we go, people were simpler. But that's not it at all. They may have had less access to the same amount of information, but they had the same IQs and things as we did, as far as we can tell, anyway.
Bree, are you sure you want Not the Potty Song as your...
Get to
Did
me
you
to
just leave that from
things
something
louder.
else, or...
Yeah.
Okay. Bringing you in.
Nathius. I actually like that name.
Yeah, that's
You're
that's
muted,
pretty...
Bree.
I'm not the potty song Bumblebee. That's when they were looking at the channel last night. That's what they found. Yeah.
Hello,
So I
Bree.
thought it was great. Hello, hello.
Hey, how
How's
you doing?
everybody?
Welcome.
Oh, yeah. I am not the potty
So
song, so I'll take that off there.
we
Those are
are
windows.
discussing ancient technologies that we still can't explain with modern science.
Like what?
Like laser sharp edges on some of the hardest known substances, dated thousands of years ago, when there should have been no technology to cut stones that big, that straight,
Lost
and then
technology
move
then,
them.
Okay.
Like my theory is that we developed technologies and then would have disasters that would all but decimate the human race, and we sort of left the few that are left. If they're not the ones that knew how to build a pyramid, then you've lost the ability to build pyramids.
And Sammy made a really good point. If someone's a survivalist, and say we had some kind of global event right now, right? And the survivalists, they're the ones that are going to procreate later. But the survivalist doesn't go, I must rush that nuclear power plant and collect all of the notebooks and bring them with me while I survive. So that nuclear power plant would be lost to future civilizations.
I have seen claims about a nuclear power plant in like Kenya and things like that, ancient nuclear power plants. All kinds of wild claims, but nothing substantiated. You all have to explain to me what's substantiated for the claims you're making now, because I don't believe you.
So we can go there. You can go there now and go Becky Tepley, for example, and these stones are hundreds and hundreds of tons, and they are cut into like letter H's and things, and then put together like a puzzle to make this just astronomically sized building. And they put a laser on the edges, and these things are like straight down to the molecule.
Is that Inca?
No, I think it is. Where's
Maya? Maya and Aztec, Olmec, Toltec?
Let me see.
Göbekli Tepe.
Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli. So it's Gobekli Tepe. Do you want me to
tell
share
you one of the
it?
things that I think is most weird that I've seen of these ancient constructions?
I thought you were talking about the Peruvian ones. Go ahead.
Possibly as well.
No, you could bring them up, whichever thing
There's
you're
a
talking
whole
about.
there's a whole range of different civilizations where we've discovered these, and even when we've come up with possible theories, the fact that we still can't seem to replicate these things the same way.
Here, I'll tell you guys the one that gets my brain, because I'm a metallurgist and machining kind of guy. This is the one that fries me. It doesn't fry my brain when two things were made smooth and flat. and then put together, and you can't fit a piece of paper in it. That I'm just like, yeah, I can see enough work. You could do that. Okay, here's the one that gets me. I'd have to find it for you, but there's this wall of boulders, and the boulders look patinaed on the outside like they haven't been carved, and all of them fit together like that kind of tightness. And here's what my brain did. The only way that I know that you could do that is to form like you're forming for concrete and make two walls, and then you pour it full of rocks, great big boulders, and then you heat them up until they all squish down, until they soften and settle on each other. But I know what kind of power it would take to make that wall.
Yeah.
We can't do that. That's too much energy. To heat up that much rock all at one time, or even if you did it, in a gradation as you went along, the amount of energy it would take to create that wall is just freaking insane.
I love that you guys are making measurable and testable claims, because we can do stuff with them. Exactly. Sammy's talking about this temple being laser smooth, which I get. I know that the pyramids they used to be smooth on the outside as well. They were covered with a nice polished limestone that was nice and smooth, and had a gold on the top, but they kept it all polished and pretty. It's just worn off over the centuries.
Okay, so Göbekli Tepe isn't the one with the laser edges. What it is this huge civilization and huge buildings of 100-ton rocks that have all been cut and brought in for hundreds of miles, and this is 12,000 years old.
9,500, but close.
No, 9,500 BC. So you've got to add the 2,000 on it. Yeah.
Okay.
Where is it? Dated to about 9,000 BC.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm with you.
So I'm not saying that necessarily aliens flew in or anything crazy, but what I'm saying is they had a technology that is now lost again. And I think we keep developing, and then how do we lose
what? So what is the technology that was lost here, though?
The ability to cut substances harder than anything we were using. So it wasn't even the Bronze or Iron Age yet, but they were cutting. What was the stone made out of? Let's see.
Okay, let's see.
So, at the very least, what it means is we're getting something wrong. We're either getting our dates for the development of tools and stuff wrong, and we developed them earlier than we thought, because what we think about the development of these tools and things doesn't line up with the age of the buildings that we're carbon dating.
So this region here, just this whole area of the globe, right? From the Levant up to the Caspian Sea, all where old Babylon and all these old empires were. We've been there for a really long time. We have been there for that's where, as far as we know, that's where all of our earliest civilizations began. Is the oldest that we know of, and those things had precursors. There were trials and errors. There's pyramids. Like when we look at pyramids, for instance, it's not just the Great Pyramids. Yeah. There's the abandoned ones that we fucked it up. We got the blueprint wrong. Just let a pile of triangle rocks. Now there's abandoned pyramids, and there's and the reason I was thinking it was that you were talking about the Peruvian ones, because that's the one I was hearing people talk about being laser cut. The cool thing about that is that we know the quarry that they came from, that the stones came from, So there were Mesoamerican craftsmen who were using primitive obsidian tools to cut these giant granite blocks. It's amazing what they were able to do with such primitive tools at their disposal. But we see the quarries. We know how this stuff was cut. We know where their break bars were, where they're breaking these big stones.
Generally, but
Yeah.
what we're pointing out is all the cases we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like Beckley Tepe, we have no explanation for how something that large was made that long ago, and that the point where what we're trying to come up with is possible ways that we keep losing the ability or these technologies. How to
So, can I ask what you, when it comes to this civilization specifically, the one around this structure, is your understanding of this thing that what we know is this just we don't know where this came from or how it got here? That there's not a record of this town little village growing into this town.
No, it's more a case of if you go and look at the rocks themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can track. Okay, 6,000 years ago, humans used tools like this, and
Right
we
after
could,
the flood,
you know,
right.
we could work with this material. No, forget the fucking flood. And then, you know, and then 4,000 years ago, we had developed to this point. Well, what the point with Göbekli Tepe is that there was no tools and no technology or known knowledge that should have enabled these primitive people to build what is there and to
let me say
carve
some
the
key
stones
words.
the way they carved.
Let me say some key words for Bree that I think Bree missed. Civilizations being wiped out by ice ages or meteoritic impacts, and not really greater technology than ours or better than ours in some way, or
different,
just different, so that it's not apparent to us how it was done.
Okay.
But it's still proposed to be some kind of technology.
Do you have a name for any of these civilizations so I can look at them that were before the ice ages? And what I mean, are you talking about the stuff that's under Doggerland? Because that's pretty cool to look into. Are y'all familiar with that?
Possibly. I'll try and find. There's one specific. So there's a couple, but the main site that is absolutely baffled archaeologists is they've
That's the one I
discovered
want.
three civilizations on top of each other, right?
Okay.
But the lower one is far more advanced than the civilization above it. And the bottom civilization is far more advanced technology and stonework and stuff than the one above it. So the further they're going back in time, the more advanced these buildings are becoming, which is totally the opposite of what we expect in archaeology. That we
So-
should be getting more basic the further back we go.
So,
which kind of points to a continual resetting, like advance, reset, advance, reset.
what kind of time scale is put on these civilizations, though, that they're finding?
I'm talking the whole thing 200,000 years. So
200,000 years.
Yeah, like how
okay.
long we've been humans. You have a bunch of humans sit around for 10,000 years, just 10,000. You can't tell me they're not going to figure out how to do all manner of amazing things.
No,
but
I'm
then
with
you
you.
knock them down and only leave a few of them survive. All of that wonderful knowledge and technology is going to disappear, and it's like they're starting again.
So you're,
maybe
like you're
with a
saying it-
little bit of a head start, a little bit of a knowledge from, and I think that's what religion is our trying to explain previous cycles.
Oh,
and
this is
the
like
flood
talking to my
is
brother right here. I
explanations.
swear, you guys. My brother gives me the same because human civilization. I mean, we have a good. a record of where it came from and when it came from there. And there are always
But this
there's always
cycle,
outlier groups. I don't know of any archaeology where we've said this is 200,000 years old. These ruins, this layer of civilization. Where
I just know you're going
where
to
is
hate
that
me, but we
found?
have to wrap this up sometime soon. I'm so sorry.
I just got here.
Maybe another half hour, okay?
Okay, I just need to. I want to unwrap this.
yeah.
So, where is this? Where is this found? There's
Let's try and find you some.
right
Making me back up my claims.
Yeah,
No,
well,
he's not.
this is like Chariot of the Gods kind of stuff. When I was really into this when I was younger, but I debunked it all like on my own in my own. This is the kind of topics that jaded me right here. Ancient civilizations. This is the one that started made me think everything I believe is bullshit now. This is where it all the dominoes started to tip over. Once I gave up that humans were older than what we than this theory that humans were hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years old, had been civilized for that long. I loved that narrative when I was like a young teen. Until I was even up until my my new age period. That's kind of where I started to get jaded at because, yeah, once you start looking into them, they all fall over. All the claims fall over once you start asking questions of the right people.
It's I just want to clear one thing up. I don't.
Sorry, I'm excited because I found a paper, my first paper I ever found, and it's probably full of shit. But it's if you want to look up, Bree, the Silurian hypothesis. Would it be possible to detect SILURIAN? Would it be possible to detect an industrial civilization in the geological record?
Yeah, interesting.
God, it's even got maths in it. Relevance
inspired by Doctor Who. I was wondering if that would come up. Silurians.
That's where I've heard it before.
The
relevance to the Drake
AFL
equation.
Science, yeah. So yeah, it's sort of. I mean, it's up there with like, the Drake equation, or like some of I'm gonna butcher his name, Asmasoth.
See, my problem is I don't know maths enough. They're making a mathematical equation. If over the course of a planet's existence, multiple industrial civilizations can arise over the span of time that life exists at all, the value of FC may be in fact L.
All right,
I need
so
a mathematician to tell me.
Here's the thing. I may not know this civilization science stuff, but I do know ecology, right? I do know that with ice cores and with soil samples as well, and other samples from nature for different time frames, that we're able to see gas exchanges in the environment, right? That we're able to see what the climate was like during certain periods of time, where the continents were, where the currents were in the ocean, and where the polar vortexes were, what regions were cold, what regions were warm for how long, what the oxygen levels were, the humidity was like, whether they had salt water, what the acidity of the soil was, all these little factors that come into play that we're able to determine just kind of what the environs were like at any given period of time, just by cross-referencing all these key points. You think something like an industrial revolution in a previous epoch would be visible within the fossil record, right?
Somehow. But Now, here's the thing. What I was discussing, I think, just before you came in, was this recent discovery of an object that's clearly man-made, has two perfectly circular holes cut through it, but it was found below a layer of fossils that existed 9,000 years ago.
Ooh,
Now,
I
so
love
this
these
is
out-of-place artifacts.
this is pre-Iron Age, Bronze Age. Now, they tested the patina of it, and it came back at 9,000 years old, and they were like, you know, this doesn't really make sense. We checked what it's made out of, and it ended up being an aluminium alloy.
Oh.
So thousands of years out of place. It's in a museum now. There's still no explanation for it.
Do I need to do like a cryptic corner on out-of-place artifacts? I think I do. I'm really like thinking it sounds
You
like
might,
something I should
and
do at this
I'll
point.
find all the ones that I didn't know you were going to
Yeah.
come in and test me.
I'm sorry. That's what I these
That's
this
all
is
right.
like I wouldn't even
I
come
love
in.
it.
I was gonna put this on while I went and climbed in bed to fall asleep, and you're all like talking about lost civilizations. I'm like, oh shit, I'm going in.
You keep me from getting sucked into the woo.
Yeah, well, it's
Keep
fun
me
to speculate on
skeptical.
this stuff.
Yeah,
I love
it
I love
is.
speculating on it, but
And I think, like, I'm just readjusting my position. I'm going through a transition where I've been very staunchly naturalist, atheist, you know, no conspiracy bullshit, like straight down the line. And I'm starting to realize, you know, there is a bit more to
the realities that we live in.
yes, than we know.
Yeah,
And
that's where
my proof of that is the recent discoveries of things like the mycelial network. There's a fungus. There's a fungus that's the largest living object, right? It's 600 and something football fields. Yep. And what they do is literally eat the forest. The trees disappear and they create pastures, and then reindeer and squirrels and all these other animals come in. And it's like these mushrooms.
That's so the
terraformers.
The research that you're talking about is what turned me into a what I call a Lovelockian Gaianist, because yeah, that's what you ever heard of the Gaia hypothesis? I think I've talked about it at length on a few different...
you gave me a very brief thing that is nothing spiritual, but it's the idea that the earth is a living system.
Well, you can make it
and
spiritual
should be
if you
treated.
wanted to.
Yeah. But I like to add the caveat that for you, it's not.
Right.
Because we don't do woo.
All right. I just want I like to present it so that that's something that other people, that no matter what your belief system is, something you could be comfortable with. The problem a lot of people get is that it's, you know, that the organism's called Gaia. It's not. It's named after the goddess. It's not the goddess.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, hell, have you ever watched Captain Planet? It is the goddess.
Yeah. Well, it's yeah, the Earth is a global ecology as an organism. As a superorganism, is a composite organism. That's the bottom line. And I think that there are things that there are processes in nature that we don't understand. Don't get me wrong. There are ways that things are preserved that throw their origins out of whack. There are things that are found in places where we didn't expect to find them and don't know why just yet. There's
but
things
it's aliens,
like
according to Sammy. Aliens, totally.
well, there's things like like dinosaur soft tissue, right? We in the 90s, if you had said, "Oh, they're gonna find dinosaur soft tissue,"
well,
I would have been like, "No, that's young Earth creationist woo woo." And
it's like, that's not even how fossilization works. But anyway, but it's like you took Santa off me, then God, Give me something. Give me
Right.
some woo.
Oh my
Something
gosh,
cool.
I want to find. So I try to set my expectations low. There's a couple of things that I would love to find out were true, that were true. Okay, one of them is that the thylacine was still alive. Roman,
Which is it a cat?
it's the Tasmanian. It's a marsupial.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Our thing, yeah.
Yeah.
That we hunted
And
into
the-
existence. In existence, sorry.
Yeah.
Hunted out of
And-
existence.
And the eastern cougar in North America, because I would love to find out that they did have the gene structure for a black color morph, and that that black cougars were a real thing back in the day. Because I mean, back in the olden days, they used to talk about them like, oh yeah, they were just there. They were in the woods. Sure, they were just part of the wildlife, but today there's like no proof that they've ever existed, that there's ever been a black cougar before. So, the giant squid was something that turned out to be real, that people were all like,
Yeah.
oh, that's a myth.
For me,
mythology.
I hold out hope that we are going to discover that at the quantum level, something is going on with the interconnectedness of things. Spooky action at a distance, and that
Titan,
we're
you
going to
did-
be able to tap into that somehow, and that's going to provide us telepathy, telekinesis.
Well, funny you really should bring that up, Sammy, because there are some people. I think I talked about this before. There are some people who think quantum entanglement does happen, does happen on a macro scale, and also between humans, right?
Yeah.
Titan called me out about saying soft tissue. I wanted to clarify that. Yeah, that what the fossilization process was applied to the soft tissue. So there was preserved fossilized evidence of soft tissue. Just to clarify, before he tells everybody to unsend from me.
Yeah, well, we have to be clear about these things, because I watched a video last night. It was Matt Powell. Atheists say they come from rocks, and then he'll play a clip of an atheist saying, "We don't say we come from rocks." Literally,
You just gave me Pat's flashbacks.
I got to clarify on that too. So, from Matt Powell's understanding, is like your mother does not consume minerals to give you to develop, because that means you come from rocks.
Yes.
Like when your mom eats
Well,
bread.
more specifically, they are saying, and he used the term "your grandfather, the rock." So they try and say we think we evolved from rocks.
Dwayne Johnson's my grandfather? Wow,
All
I didn't
we
know that.
say is that minerals played a part in abiogenesis.
Right,
That
which they
is
had
it.
to.
That is it.
Should have never been in doubt, because every step of the way, minerals are involved in individual development.
Yeah, and the problem is that these scientific papers have stupid titles to catch your attention, like "Thank rocks for your existence," and then go explain about the minerals and blah 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 blah. Where the fuck did rocks come into it? It was minerals. Stop saying
but
rocks, because you're giving them the fuel to say, "Oh, you're saying rocks." If everyone only ever said minerals, then the rock argument should disappear, in theory.
I'm going to reach out to
Okay.
Jackson Wheat and see if he can republish "The rocks were there, the minerals were there."
Yeah, that would be better. In the
You're gonna
beginning,
get-
minerals.
So your ancestor is Dwayne the Minerals Johnson.
Okay, guys, you guys are welcome to talk as long as you like. I have to shut this down because my brain is shut down, and I just know that I should go to sleep.
You've been going for over 6 hours, babe. You need to get some sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I wish you'd come in earlier, Bree.
Right, but I let you all go for a long
Bree.
time with your. I was making thumbnails and editing and listening, and you all, we're talking about something I had to come in and see.
And by the way,
Thank you, Bray.
But despite what anyone thinks about whatever theory, everything can be debunked.
Well, yeah.
Everything, even really solid stuff, can be debunked. So what we should be asking appropriately is what assumes the least, what is plausible and logical. That's what we should be asking, and I hope I am. Thank you all so much for coming in. Do you guys want to take turns shilling stuff? Go around the room? Yeah? You guys got stuff to shill?
Sure.
Yes, no?
Sparkle?
I mean, I'm shilling Bree, so.
Oh,
okay,
thank you.
and what's
Okay.
Bree shilling?
Oh, I'm showing my channel Hive Science. Yay, we're almost to 1,000. We're at 925 or 927 or something like that last time I looked. Getting really freaking close. We did the big sub drive last night and got like I think we got like 70 by the time I went to bed last night, but we didn't quite get to the 1,000, but that's okay. We're still well on the way. And I really appreciate everybody for pitching in and helping out with that. I will be live from the Hive Saturday morning. I do have something on the agenda for Saturday, but I will get back around to doing some out-of-place artifacts. If that's what you guys want me to talk about, I'm definitely down for it because I love that topic. And I've already talked about some ancient civilizations, so if that does interest you, I go check my back catalog. I got some Tartaria stuff, some Atlantis stuff.
Yep.
So really fun deep dives. Anyway, help me get to the 1,000 subscribers, please. I'll be forever eternally grateful.
Yes, if you're not sub, it's a fun channel. Bugs and all sorts of cool shit. Cryptids.
And Mothman.
And I normally don't bother, but I'm gonna shill my channel because I'm probably gonna stream in a couple of hours. So anyone who's interested, I'll put the link there.
Thank you for that.
I have one
Batman?
good video.
You have one good video. What's that?
Yeah. It is Jehovah Forgives, but I Don't, and it has 13,000 views at the moment, and climbing.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm so proud of it. It's
That's
my
good
only
stuff.
scripted video, so maybe that's a sign.
Yeah, it's good. Whatever you're doing, it's that sexy Australian accent, I gotta say. Oh.
Yeah, it probably is.
No.
Probably doesn't hurt anything. Batman,
Yeah.
you
No.
got anything to shill?
Batman is real. Hail the hive mind.
Okay.
Yes, I agree with that. Batman is definitely real, and he's in this room. He's all around us. He's giving us his strength.
So then,
Batman's
can I
parents
ask a
died for
question?
our sins.
There you go. There you go.
Yes,
And-
wow.
And I need to ask Batman because I've always wondered as a boy, and I'm sure Bree wondered too, how much of that lump is rubber, and how much is Batman?
Oh,
Yeah,
giggity.
that's
Giggity.
That's the
Or is
important
that
question.
just left up to the imagination?
I guess it's left up to the imagination. Although,
Is that
All
is that
Batman.
is that
although,
an armored cod piece?
although,
Or are you
although,
just happy to see me?
although Catwoman is to be satisfied enough to keep going back.
There you go.
You've gone quiet, Batman. What's your answer? Is it all you or all rubber?
90% me. But for clarification, you can ask Catwoman.
Yes.
Nice answer.
Or Batgirl, because we all know what
Well,
you
yeah.
Mm. Catwoman if it's Michelle Pfeiffer. Batgirl if it's... Who was Batgirl?
did. Alicia
don't think-
Silverstone.
Yeah. She was hot as
Yeah.
Batgirl.
That was back. That was bat nipple generation too, when all the suits had nipples on them.
A bad credit card. Never leaves me
Classic
honest.
time.
Like, I'm sorry. I have to agree with the subject critic. A bad credit card? Why the fuck would
Dude, that was awesome. That
Come
was
on, they
awesome.
clicked their heels together and ice skates popped out of the bottom of their shoes. I mean, we're not exactly living in the real world here.
Well, no, I know, but
Yeah.
still, it's like a bad credit card. Like, did you open up what is Batman? That's so funny. That's so stupid. You're
Does Batman? How did Batman get a loan with? Yeah.
But, so are you saying it's a credit card in his name or a Batman credit card, as in he started his own financial institution, and then
It's a Batman card, like he has a credit card account, like he has a credit account
in
it
the
for a
name Batman?
In the name Batman, like a bank said, yes, we are going to run. We're going to run Batman a line of credit,
Which
This guy
means
who
he went
crashes-
in there in his costume. I am Batman.
Exactly.
Well,
You have
and
enough
this is
money.
the guy that trashes the Gotham City every couple of weeks, right? Yeah, let's give this guy a line of credit with our bank. What could possibly go wrong? What do you do for a living, sir? How can we guarantee that you're gonna come pay back on your loan? And it's like, oh, I fight crime at night in rubber underwear. And it's like, no, I don't think that sounds like something might happen to you. We won't ever get our money back.
Well, for some reason they gave him one. unless the bank can keep a secret.
I mean-
that Batman is actually Bruce Wayne.
I mean,
Yeah.
to be
That would
fair,
make a great animation, actually. Batman
fair.
trying to get a loan.
you can look at the Batmobile, the Bat Tank, the Bat Plane, Bat Train.
Yeah, let's
um,
talk about that. How did you
Bat
pay for
Train.
How
Oh,
did
there
you
is a
pay for
train.
those?
Yes.
Where's the tracks for the Bat Train? Where do these tracks run? Do they come out of
like obviously, honestly, if Batman were to go get a credit card, and he brought all that up, and be like, hey, you know what? Let's talk about that. How did you pay for
Yeah.
these little toys?
How did he get his train onto the rail system?
That's what I was just wondering, because it's not
I
like
have
the
a friend-
Batmobile. You can just
Well, who's this
drive
friend?
out of your garage. There has to be tracks connected to the rest
Yeah,
of the
well,
system.
it's like Batman's like, I have a friend. Who's your friend? Bruce. Tim. It's Bruce Wayne. And then
Well, he does have
the
Wayne.
back teller's like,
So
"Are you Bruce Wayne?" No.
he does have Wayne
Why do you ask?
Enterprises.
I am
We got to
Batman.
keep that in mind. And a lot of the modern renditions, he gets access to all his toys and gadgets because he has a military contract R&D stuff.
Well, and
yeah.
I thought his parents were rich.
Well,
And
yeah,
he
they
inherited
were-
their wealth.
They were.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
industrial. His dad was like an industrialist. Like
Not only
and
that, but
then
he was a good surgeon, like a top surgeon. I forgot what his mother did.
So his mom, her name is Markham. She's the one who.
Martha.
The asylum was
Martha
named
Arkham.
after.
Yeah. Her family was also super rich, basically old money.
There you go.
Bruce Wayne, he was kind of rich, but he was more focused on just being a doctor and helping people. And sometimes he got into politics.
Did you mean
and he
Thomas
was-
Wayne? You call him Bruce
Yeah,
Wayne.
Thomas Wayne. Yeah, Thomas Wayne.
Thomas and Martha.
Yep.
Do you want to jump over to my channel if you want to keep going?
Sure.
Yeah.
Or is everyone done? Because
Well,
I can see Richard's
I really should-
eyes.
Yeah, I really should.
Yeah,
go
they're
to
shutting
sleep.
down.
I need to get to bed, but
Oh yeah, how late is it for you guys? If it's ridiculously
It's
late, I won't
2:06.
even worry.
And it's
it's
2:06
1
Yeah.
a.m. for me. But
How
And it's
many
the
hours
middle of the
from now
week.
are you gonna stream? Were you thinking about streaming earlier?
Yeah, no, I usually wait till my 10 or 11 p.m., which is about 5 or 6 hours from now. but it usually goes for quite some hours. So
Oh,
You'll probably still be going when I get up in the morning then.
yeah, exactly.
by the way, I just want to say I love drinking water. Water all the way. Team water.
Go water. I'm actually gonna go to bed. I'll see you guys later.
Good night.
All right.
Night.
Love you.
Well, Past Sammy, we all love you. Maybe.
You fucking better.
Oh well, I mean, I'm sure P
You
Town.
fucking better, cunt.
So I do
All
have
right,
some
guys.
news.
That's I love you in Australian.
Yes.
I assumed that. All right, guys. Till next time. Peace and respect to y'all. I want y'all to know that I look forward to the day that all of us are all great friends. I really do look
we
forward
already
to
are.
that.
It's already
I mean,
here.
all of us.
Oh,
Not just the people here in the room and in the chat and watching this channel. All of us. All of us. Good night, guys. We'll see you next time. I'm toast. Thanks a lot for coming in, guys. You do add to me, and I appreciate you deeply. All of you. I love you guys. Peace.